We're live. Hey, Rob.
What's going on?
Nothing much. I got a stack of goodness right here.
Yeah, but you're just going to fail in comparison to what I have.
So Rob and I have been going back and forth all week about who's got the better stack. So what's going on?
I'll tell you one thing. So I just pulled this out to listen to it. This is the cookbook.
Oh, yeah.
Cooper,
Yep.
that has just the first two.
Yeah.
So I'm looking because Target has the box that's coming out for $98.
I saw that.
So they're like 15. Is it how much is the list? 120? Is it the same as the?
I think it's 125. I want to say.
Yeah,
but it's four records.
Target has it right now for $98.
Okay.
And if you have a Target credit card, you get 5% off.
Yep.
Then Target they have this thing called Target Circle if you have the app.
Okay.
So I make 3 purchases of $35 each. I get $15 off. So I think I'm gonna order a bunch of records that are coming out. Like I'm on the fence about the Bobby Hutcherson, San Francisco. Okay. I don't want to. The Grant Green is just too vervy to me.
Yeah.
You know, he's playing a lot of covers, and it just feels like elevator music to me.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to get next month's the Jackie McLean and the horse pale.
Yes. Yeah. I'll be getting that's Bluesneck, Jackie McLean, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Very good.
So for those who don't know, what Rob and I were talking about is Craft Recordings is putting out a 4 LP box set with essentially all of the Eddie Lockjaw Davis cookbook records. I think there's 3 like officially titled cookbooks, and then there's a 4th one, which is essentially the same lineup. So it's kind of like the 4th.
Is it live or just another album altogether?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
Stop showing off your Music Matters, man.
No, that's a Van Gelder. No music. I don't have the one yet.
Well, I sent you a video because I went out yesterday with Jim to San Diego. We met Baggy.
Mm-hmm.
And what you see on screen is what you see in person. There's no difference. Like, I'm much taller and much more handsome in person. But Baggy's is so we went to about 5 or 6 record stores from starting in San Clemente, which I think technically is LA-ish. It's Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
And that, if you ever bought a pair of rainbow sandals, that's where they make them, and they have like a store there. Those are like the best flip-flops, you know. And then we went to one record store there, and that's where. Da, 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 da.
Oh God! Let me make you big. Hold on. Oh, this major.
This is looked unplayed, and I just played one of the albums, quiet, nice. And just. It's Van Gelder and the Dead Wax.
Is that a white label or blue label?
But it came out when they started doing these labels.
Yeah, I have the same one in the mail. It was actually supposed to be here today, so I could counteract your
you don't know how to play this game, do you?
And it didn't show up, so I'm upset. But it's the same as the all of those are RVG or Van Gelder stamped, except for the big box set that came out.
So, and the guy was selling it for probably half of.
That's a good price. That's a great price.
Mike, you're behind. I'm sorry. Hey, Rob.
Well, it's the old timey jazz bombs where they all.
Oh, you got a white B too, yeah. So the one I got is a white B, and I got it. I put an offer in, and he accepted it. So I'm happy with what I'm paying.
This was a steal for what I got it for in the condition it's in. I think I could probably even try and put it up for $200.
Yeah, easily. Well, not easily, but VG Plus Lighthouse with nice covers can easily go for like definitely over $100, like $150.
This is mid minus, easily mid minus.
Well, keep it, enjoy it for a little bit.
No, no. This is part of the collection. I'm not.
And funny, I bought this record like in 2020. There was no box set announcement. I paid like peanuts for that.
You paid with a penis?
Oh yeah.
Peanuts.
Oh.
Now hold on, we have a question from Kevin.
No, when I about 2 years ago, I went to the first record show, and there was a copy there for $65.
Mhm.
So 2 years ago, it was going for some.
Yeah.
It was right when they announced the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kevin's asking, did you see the announcement for Sonny Rollins Go West?
Way out west.
Yeah,
But
way
the
out.
box is called Go West.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, big. I mean,
You
huge.
actually have a video coming about that. We
Yeah.
shot yesterday. It's coming out tomorrow. Dissecting. the
Yeah.
release.
Who
Deep.
you're doing a video dissecting it?
Yeah. We tried to get it
Yeah,
up to
well,
but we were just too lazy.
I'm all about the fishiness
I'm
of
good
this
with
whole.
scalpel. I'm good at scalpels. Okay.
Yeah. I'm all about the fishiness of this. Okay.
Okay,
So
go on.
the fishiness is Chad is doing the contemporary reissue series.
Correct.
The fishiness is he did a video. Wasn't Way Out West in that video?
That's what I thought. So in the video we shot, we kind of stumbled on this as well.
Mhm.
Is he going to put out the mono? I mean, is he just going to put a stereo out that's pressed? Because this new one is Bernie Grunman, and it's pressed at RTI.
And it has outtakes from both albums. From
and it has outtakes
that
from
and
both.
the contemporary leaders, Sonny.
Correct.
Which I have the OJCs of both. The OJC of contemporary leaders is insane sounding. There's a song on there where it's just him playing saxophone, and it sounds like he's there in your living room.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Contemporary is a great record. Yeah.
Ryan's asking if I'm sick. I'm not sick. I just had like a sneeze attack right before we went on, and I just like kind of working through it. So I'm not sick.
He's allergic to jazz records.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
So to continue the fishiness of this all is I also think maybe the cover of the contemporary leaders, was that in the video or was it just Way Out West?
What in his video? I don't recall.
When Chad did a video about the whole reissue series. So is the reissue series video of Chad's or was it Kraft's?
I don't know. But I do know what I thought, and we say this in the video, is this box looks very much like the Ornette box that Kraft put out with 2 contemporary records that Ornette did. It's got the same type of like canvas feel. It's got the same booklet that can fit in the CD sleeve as well. Exactly. So I don't think Chad's going to reissue that, right? I mean, he could.
I don't know. I realize Kraft does what Kraft wants to do.
Yeah.
But Chad's all about like the sexiness titles.
That's one of the best. Way Out West is arguably the best title on contemporary, right? So for him not to do it, I mean, that kind of, he's going to want to do it.
Yeah.
So do you think what is in the box? Is it a stereo or mono?
They're all stereo.
Stereos. The labels are black.
Do you think he'll put out mono versions?
Could be.
Know. Maybe.
But where's the Art Pepper stereo? August 2022, right? Or September?
Oh, well, I don't know. Isn't it coming out soon?
That was the announcement. August or September.
Are the pre-orders up for that? Let's see.
Everything got delayed.
Let's see what's going on with the acoustic sound.
Look, I'm all about fishiness, man. There's something afoot.
Well, I'll tell you what. I already have it pre-ordered. I mean, I'm getting it.
Well, here's again the deal. It's going to be cheaper than 125. That is the list.
Oh, yeah.
It's a loose leader for Amazon and Target.
Yeah.
Obviously, Target's already dropped the price on the Lockjaw by $27.
Right? Isn't it like $100 now?
It's 98.
Nice.
That's a good price for 4 records.
I mean, plus I get the 5% off, and I'm going to finagle around. But it could drop again.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ornette box, let's use that as an example. Although I think the list when that came out was 70.
I've seen that Ornette box on Get Listed, mint, like sealed on Discogs for $50. I've sent it to you guys. But that is I don't know if it's a record store. I can't remember who listed it. But that was I guess they had a hard time selling that. I think because it came on the heels of the Blue Note box. And that's just a lot of Ornette for any collector.
No, I don't agree with that. Because it's his most approachable music.
Yep.
And
but did people know that, or did they just see Ornette Coleman and think out there?
And it's Kraft's marketing.
Probably.
I believe that you shouldn't. I don't think they connect to each other. I don't think there's a connection. Are those part of the box or different?
Yeah, I took them out of the box. But yeah, these are what you.
Yeah. So I'm we had this discussion this morning on Rachel's stream about the Rolling Stones box, and this is just my opinion. I'm wrong all the time. But you're talking about something they're making 10,000 of. They didn't announce a number, right, with these. Is it something that just will stay in print or whatever?
Yeah, good question.
I don't know. I feel like boxes are hard to stay in print, right? Doesn't everybody talk about how they clog up?
A box with 11 albums in it is hard to stay in print, or even 8. This is just like
3 or 4 is a different game. Yeah.
Oh, Nicole's correcting me. There's no such thing as too much Ornette. But so my theory is that people. I mean, I believe that the Ornette Blue Note box is still available.
It's because they print a shitload of them,
and I feel like it was a lot of people's I know people who got it and were disappointed with it, and then other people like Felipe has every single Tone Poet, and he didn't want to get that.
Well, their albums, like I want the Jackie McLean that's in it.
Yeah, and I haven't feel that, and that I don't need the rest.
But I mean, it's instead of I don't like thinking with my heart when I think about these things. I'm just thinking in that there's a turn where everything people are buying. There's a slight drop, and these were titles that a year or 2 years ago they put out a number how many they're going to press, right? So now it's already changed on people's buying habits.
Yeah,
like the Beatles, so Let It Be, that dropped considerably. I still see the Revolver box dropping. When it dips under 100, I'll probably go for it. So, these are good problems for people, and plus the sales that they have. You Discover is going to have a sale, like they always do, with 25 or 30% off.
Yep.
Crap, like, is there still the Miles Davis?
I saw that got listed on Discogs. Somebody was trying to get rid of it. I can't remember what the price was, but it was like it was cheap.
But let me go on Craft. Is there still boxes of that there?
Hold on. So I'm on the Acoustic Sounds website, and the only contemporary they do have the Art Pepper Meets the Rhythm section listed. It has its page, and it's up for pre-order right now. So it's got to be close to being put out there.
So, Mike, do you remember this one?
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
A freaking box is still available, dudes.
So I got it for free.
That's right.
Did you have to produce?
I ordered working. My working came warped.
An OJC working, right?
Yeah. Which sounds amazing. I love it. So I contact Craft, send me a replacement. They send me this guy as a replacement by mistake.
It probably wasn't by mistake.
Did you have it already?
Probably trying to get.
No, that's sealed. I didn't open.
I like that one.
I have a blue and the other. And
I know people say it's bright, but he put what was on the tape on the master.
Well, isn't the idea that people are just waiting for Chad's $40 reissue and they're going to,
Well, no, didn't he already have some that people pre-ordered? Got it? Am I wrong about that?
But they also did the Quiet Kenny, and that came back in stock, and I think it's still
right, and it's still there. It didn't sell out. So, right. The FOMO thing
is gone.
I mean, no, the FOMO thing's real. The buy it now, crap later on an ugly T-shirt is not so true.
Yeah, the Quiet Kenny is still available for anyone who wants to get it. The Analog Productions one.
Right, and I have the mono, but I didn't have that one.
I have the mono, so I skipped this one.
And I ordered that, and so I got free shipping. I didn't have the Larry Young 80, so that's available. See, that's what's making me think the Chet Baker Sings and the Grant Green Nigeria is going to be available soon.
Hey, Kevin. I know. I think they're really going to press a lot of those.
Can I have a segue? Can I do a segue?
Do a segue. What's better than saying you're going to do a segue?
Segue. So one of the records that has come back and they repressed is this.
Yeah.
You can go get this right now. So I picked it up, and I'm happy I didn't have it. So that I don't know how popular this one was, but it was not available for a while, right?
Yeah. I mean, they all sell.
Yeah.
At some point.
Then we went into the best store in San Diego was a hi-fi store.
Oh yeah.
Stereo Unlimited. They had a whole room of jazz. You would have peed your pants in there.
Was that
had a lot
video?
They had a lot. They had, yeah. I did a video of all the Music Matters they had, but their prices on the Music Matters.
Yeah, I saw the price tags. They
were expensive, and some of them you could just go to Music Matters and get them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I didn't. Here's the funny thing: I had one of these, and I didn't know which one I had because there's a volume 1 and volume 2.
That's number 2.
Henderson Live.
Yeah,
and I go, oh, I bought it from Target, so I was able to look up my Target purchasing history on my phone, and their price this must have been sitting there, so their price was cheap, $35 on those.
That's a good price for Tone Poet.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think they've had it around since it came out. I'm telling you, this place, and then you could go up to them and say, hey, can you play this on the stereo here? It's like one of the best hi-fi stores I've ever been in.
What's the name of it?
Sell records.
Okay. All right. We do have a question that was early on I want to circle back to. Question for all. What's your favorite Pacific Jazz label title?
I don't know every title they have.
I have a favorite.
All right, go get it.
What we own?
I'm going to scoot Katanga. Katanga is
a different ballpark. Tone Poet?
I think Katanga is...
I mean, whatever title. Let me see what I got.
Because Quintana, that thing is shit. But I have a lot of OGs. My records are all over the place. Where am I?
This is outstanding. They should reissue this one.
I have the CD of that.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
From cover art to music, they have to reissue this.
These are 3 that are really good. I'll show quickly.
And
I'm trying to think. My records are all over the place. I'm trying to think.
Are you showing another?
And I think, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I'm going to quickly flip. So this one is a Curtis Amy. This has Carmel Jones on trumpet, Bobby Hutcherson, and yeah, Curtis Amy, Frank Butler. This is a pretty cool one. This is on the Blue Stereo Pacific Jazz label. This is a good one. This one is great. Clifford Brown with Zoot Sims, Jazz Immortal on Pacific Jazz. This is a mono. Mm-hmm. And then this one is New Groove. This is a Bud Shank record, which is really great and has Carmel Jones on it. Mm-hmm. And Gary Peacock, Mel Lewis, and Dennis Buttimer. So got the old Buttimer on here. But anyway, this is a good one too.
Oh, that's nasty.
I'd recommend those 3.
You have the old Buttimer?
Yeah. I got the OG Buttimer.
I'm going through a stack of records I have just to see if there's any.
So, Grand Encounter, it's a great one. And I think I showed last week, but it's Curtis Amy Way Down. It's the record that he did it just before Katanga.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Victor Felton's great.
I mean, so Curtis Amy here, he eventually became the musical director for Ray Charles. And he was married to Mary Clayton. Mary Clayton, she's a famous backup singer. She sang for many people, including Gimme Shelter. These are her vocals there.
Yeah. There's a movie, 10 Steps from Stardom, and it talks about backup singers. And she's pretty much the one they, you know.
There's an NPR on the podcast. You can hear her. You can listen to her interview. It's amazing. She's so funny.
I don't know. I have so many. I'm trying to think. I picked up some Pacific Jazz titles recently.
Out of the Tone Poet, I mean, I guess Katanga is the best Pacific Jazz Tone Poet. I really do like the Picture of Heath, though. That is like a great West Coast jazz album.
I like that so much because I feel like, why can't they master all albums like that?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
All right.
Yeah. So I got my picture hit today. I bought on Black Friday from Blue Note. So all my tone poets from December and January just came in today. And I had no issues with skipping or anything. That thing sounds like dynamite. Sounds crazy good. I loved it. Truly loved it. Picture hit was amazing record.
Yeah. I was listening to, do you guys know the Anna Dialogue channel? The guy from Europe?
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
did a shootout, and it was cool because he got the wax time version of it with Playboys, the original cover. And he got the Tone Poet, and he did an audio sample of both of them. And he just blinded it. And he was like, obviously we're listening over YouTube. And then you have to listen to the differences. And I was, I felt like the one that I thought was the Tone Poet, I was listening for a bigger bass, like a richer bass, and I was wrong. So I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other one did sound better.
Yeah, Guido, he's really good. He's really accurate. He does a lot of measurements. It's a great chance.
Yeah, he did that afterwards. He showed the wavelengths and everything.
He did that with many different recordings, but especially with Dark Side of the Moon, he took many different ones and kind of plotted. It's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the chat, see if there's any other questions here. We have Blinded Inside is asking when we're going back to $15 records.
So you can get, you mean $15 brand new records? You can get 15, you can get, I'll show you records I bought yesterday that were not expensive records.
Yeah.
I mean, I showed you guys last week, but this was like a 1999 record, original, mono.
Yep.
This is a 1968 reissue. Feels like it was pressed on a hubcap. This thing must be 200 grams. Sounds beautiful. $8.
Check this out. So this was obviously it's 20, so it's more than what he's asking for. But I found an OG Black Jazz Doug Carn Infinized. I didn't have this one, and it was $20. It's got the cover on the front and back. And check this out. So first of all, I heard that these don't sound good. This sounds fine. It sounds really good. But look at how flimsy this record is. Okay, this is the flimsiest record I've ever owned. I'm just gonna hold it out. Watch how it bows. Like, first of all, it's like straight. There's no warp. I don't know if you could see that, but like
throw it on the ground and see if it breaks. Like Corny.
No matter how you hold it, it bows like in the center. It is like the flimsiest record that I've ever held. Like, you can't hold it straight without it bowing. Anyway, it sounds really good.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I have a Ziggy Stardust OG US. It's on those Dynaflex.
Yeah, those are floppy.
This is even flimsier than Dynaflex. This is like
right now you can get all those Black Jazz titles at Target for $17. They're all there. I just looked.
Yeah.
Well, now I have an OG, and anyway, I got it for $20, and it's in really good condition, and it's way more expensive than that on Discogs.
Mm-hmm.
So that was cool.
So that's the Getsu, different cover.
I mean, here's a thing to know what you're talking about. Like, I bought this. I bought an OG, or not a Japanese pressing of this for $30, and I went out yesterday. And I found these really nice 70s Atlantic reissues, and they sound really good. This is $8.
And that's a great OGs that are like $300. Like, that's a really
OG. This is like $500.
Yeah, it's a really.
This is the only album he was the leader on.
Yeah,
that he died young. He died young.
Yeah.
So, well, welcome, Mike. What's up?
Not much, got a bunch of stuff in, well, yesterday and today. Yeah.
New stuff?
Yeah, some new stuff. Actually, some new stuff, some used stuff. Just a whole bunch,
You want to show a couple?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. The latest on the Japanese jazz from Barely Breaking Even.
Okay.
That came today. and I haven't even listened to it yet. I mean, it came like maybe 2 hours ago. And then I know someone showed this last week.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got an OG. It's stereo.
This is an OJC.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they had it at Dusty Groove, so I picked it up. And what else? Let's see.
I'm sorry, who is on that? Is that Cleanhead?
Not Fathead Newman and
Fathead.
James Clay.
James Clay, yeah.
Okay.
And then I picked up this Henry Threadgill, also from Dusty Groove. This is an OG.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the Vanguard and I saw this tenor player I really like, David Murray. He's been around forever. And I picked up something that I have on CD by him.
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, from '79. It's great.
Yeah.
Because it's got, and that's the back cover.
That's cool.
Fred Hopkins and Steve McCall. And the last time I saw him at the Vanguard, I've seen him about 4 times. I saw him at the Vanguard. It had to be the 90s, probably early 90s. And the guy, Fred Hopkins, I almost tripped over. I almost fell back on his bass. And David Murray had to grab me.
Now, what is this? So Kevin's saying, did you guys see the reissue of Coltrane's Olay, I'm assuming, on Cleat vinyl from Rhino?
It's Start Your Ear Off Right title. They just it's basically they just repressed the mono from the 2017 mono reissues on clear vinyl. So you could get that for
I got it. Okay.
You could get that for $22.
Got it. Okay.
Because I just got it's a lot of good titles because I picked this up. The Start Your Ear Off Right, the Billy album Spectrum. I recommend this one. They're using all existing mastering. This is a Kevin Gray cut of this album, which I don't know when it was originally done.
Cool. Hey, Elliot, how's it going? Who are you?
Doing great. Hope everybody's doing well.
Who are you supporting on your T-shirt there for President in 2024?
Andy Taylor and Barney Fife.
Oh gosh.
Who is it? What party is that?
The Mayberry Party, I guess.
Okay.
It says tired of the corruption. Well, nip it in the bud. I wouldn't want anybody to think I was really really being political on here. It's a joke, Mayberry joke.
Got it. So what's up? You have any new pickups over the past couple of weeks?
Yeah, I thought I would share what I've picked up recently. Something that that Rob was showing a couple of weeks ago.
All right.
Something that Mike had mentioned, that somebody else had mentioned to me, and then Mike had mentioned that was real good, and something that Mike shared with us.
All right.
I'll just do one right now. I don't want to hog it. I've got about four records I'll show, but I'll show this one first.
Okay.
The Contemporary Records box.
Oh yeah.
Live at the Village Vanguard. And I believe Rob was the one telling us about that the other day. And this is not a new copy, but it is in near mint condition. It doesn't have the OB, which I don't care whether it's got an OB with it or not.
Well, I have the OB, so stick it.
You got me. But it's got the booklet, which is in Japanese mostly, which I can't read. And but I was very fortunate. I went and started looking for it after y'all were talking about it on the stream, and I found a copy. Like I said, there are a lot of new copies that by the time you get them shipped here, they're going to be over $100. But I got this one at a very reasonable rate, $30 plus $23 shipping.
Okay.
And
have you listened to it?
I have listened to it all the way through, all the way through, and I've listened to sides 1, 2, 3, and 4 twice now. Really like it. Pressing is wonderful. I mean, I don't know if it's supposed to be an audiophile pressing or not, but it is crystal clear. There's no surface noise on one of the 6 sides. You can hear a little something that is just very minor, but it sounds really good. Now I don't know if this was.
Well, Elliot, I have part 3, the US version. And it's just, I think it's just a really good recording they did. It sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds wonderful to me. I really enjoyed this.
What's your number?
Mine is not one of the numbered ones. It's not a numbered one. I think they issued it as a numbered, limited issue number, and as just a black vinyl. And one other issue. I don't remember if that was a colored vinyl. I don't believe it was, but I think it came out 3 times in 1980. But so yeah, it's not a numbered one, but it sounds really, really good, and I enjoy the musicianship as well. Now other than Art Pepper, I don't believe there's anybody who's Elvin Jones. Yeah, Elvin Jones on it, but I don't know.
These are all known people.
Yeah, I don't know the piano player.
This is George Gable and George Mraz.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with either of those.
Oh, they do Cherokee on all of side 6. That's cool.
Yeah. I'm telling you, like, it's to say you should own it. It's an outstanding live performance. It is.
I think side 4 is probably my favorite at this point. It's got Caravan on it, and what is that, Rob?
On side 4? Labyrinth.
Yes.
It is funny. It's really well recorded, but when he's chattering, it's hard to hear that.
Yeah. One thing I did notice on it, and it may be the way it was mic'd, on the stage or something, but on at least one night, I think it was on Thursday night, the first record. Sometimes it may have been Friday nights, the second record. Sometimes you get Art Pepper's horn is when it goes from one of his solos to the pianist solo. The pianist seems a little more in the background. Not it's like Art's solo was real out front, and that's not true on every cut, but on at least one or two of them, I noticed it sounded like it was, I won't say muffled, but it was just pushed back in the mix a little more. That wasn't as prominent in the mix when the pianist was soloing.
Hey, John, this is a box, so it is cardboard.
All right. Hey, Stunty. Hey, Bob.
And I will say I was getting some soundstage from it, just on my upstairs stereo, which is nothing close to audiophile. But I could stand in the room between the speakers, set maybe 10 feet back, and it would give you the feeling of music coming from the center, not from the speakers, but from the center and the left and the right.
Well, is that a Roy Dunan record? I know it's live, but who's the recording engineer on that?
Yeah, it's not Dunan.
It's too late, right?
I don't know. Well, it's a contemporary release, so I don't know who they're.
It's the recording engineer is Bob Simpson, whoever that is. Bob Simpson.
Yeah, but it's produced. It was remixed by John.
Yeah, Cornigan.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Remix John Cornigan.
Very cool. So what else is going on, guys?
Also I traded records with Mike, and Mike sent me this.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
It's good. I like it. But I have a question. It originally was put out on Black Lion, no?
It was Black Lion. Originally, then
Another,
Arista Freedom.
yeah.
I have an Arista Freedom, and I have that Pure Pleasure. So I had 3 copies.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
It's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. It sounds great.
No problem. And thanks for the
Don Cherry.
The Don Cherry. It actually does sound much better than the reissue that I have.
And then I sent you the Abby Lincoln. It was like a more modern Abby Lincoln.
Yeah, any Abby Lincoln is, I love.
She's great.
What about that? I don't know if you knew that CD I sent you.
I haven't listened to it yet, but I know the drummer Willie Jones III. That's his label, and he and everybody on there is a top flight jazz musician. I figured you'd like that.
Yeah,
Eric Reed, who has a CD, he has a recording coming out soon. So it's all top flight musicians. I'm sure it's excellent.
Sorry, he's asking what Don Cherry record are you talking about, Mike?
I'll show. It's Old and New Dreams, Stunty. Hold on.
Yeah, Black Saint. I picked up an original of it. It's an original, right?
Yeah.
I had messaged Mike when I was out. I saw this album. I knew nothing of it. And he said, yes, for $7, pick this up because this is on, it's a 1990 Muse release.
Yeah.
Digital.
Yeah, that's one of his best recordings.
It is.
That's 90.
What's the artist?
1990.
Hold it steady a second. No.
Oh, I'll make you beg. What have you listened to it, Rob?
Not yet. I mean, I have so many records I picked up this week. I'm trying to catch up.
Wallace Rooney. Rooney.
And the guy Gary Thomas, I saw him a couple of weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, live at this jazz club called Smoke. And I hadn't seen him in years because I think he lives in Baltimore now.
So Stunty needs more specificity on which Old Dreams and New Dreams you picked up because there are multiple. Because Old Dreams and New Dreams is the name of the group, right? Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Right.
Yeah, and I had it on CD. I bought a reissue that just came out, and I didn't like the sound of the reissue. Then Rob showed this one, an OG, and we traded, and the OG is much better. They really botched the remastering on the reissue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Felipe, have you picked up any new stuff?
Today I just got the latest batch of Tone Poets.
Oh yeah.
I haven't played them all. I just played Picture Heat. I liked it. Didn't skip. This guy I have an OG. I haven't compared yet, but I believe the Tone Poet might sound better. And I have not played Skullhofer yet.
Oh yeah, I played that over my friend Kevin's, who's I think still on the chat here. Sounds really good.
Yeah, I played a couple of sides.
So what did you think, Mike? Because you have this. Did you compare it against the CD?
It's better than the CD. It's all in the mastering. Because the guy that recorded it, James Farber, is a top flight. Yeah, he's a top flight engineer. Yeah. But the CD was mastered by Greg Calabari at Sterling. And the vinyl is mastered by Kevin Gray. It sounds better. The musicians are more present, and you can really hear Al Foster's cymbal work. It's just so much better than the CD.
There's more range.
Yeah, it's all in the mastering.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
and 2 more records. I picked one at my local store. Just walked by this week out of the blue. It's an original Prestige stereo.
Oh, cool. Yeah, very cool.
I don't think his stuff goes for that much because I've seen an OG.
No, I paid $9.99. It's amazing.
Who's on it?
So actually, it's a very kind of not so known lineup. It's Jimmy Forrest, tenor sax, Hugh Lawson piano, Tommy Potter bass, and Clarence Johnston drums.
Okay.
It's an amazing session. There's one Jimmy Forrest record on the Acoustic Sounds Prestige series.
Yeah.
Which is great. That's what got me into Jimmy Forrest. And this one, if you guys see it on the wild, it's probably going to be cheap and it's really worth it.
Very cool.
And another one that came on the mail. This I think Mike is getting one as well. It's a Riverside. That's an original stereo.
Yeah.
Riverside. I can't say much about it. This is unbelievably good. Blue Mitchell, Pepper Adams, Julian Priester, Philly Joe. Philly Joe even plays piano in some tracks. So Blue Mitchell, trumpet, Julian Priester, trombone, Bill Barron, tenor sax, Pepper Adams, baritone sax, Charles Cooker or Sonny Clark on piano, Jimmy Garrison bass, Philly Joe on the drums.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool one. Julian Priester on that first track, that intro track sounds pretty killer. And then the drum solos are awesome on it.
And then the cover is amazing. I got this record like mint. It's an original stereo. If you find one, get one, no matter which version, because it's going to be good. The music is good. That's what matters.
All right. I wasn't on last week, so I have like a backlog of stuff to show. This just came in. This is on Timeless. It was also reissued on Timeless Muse. This is a Ichabod. It's a Lewis Hayes, Junior Cook, Woody Shaw. This guy.
So, Mike, this is Japanese. Ichiban means number one.
What does it mean? I thought it means this. What does it mean?
Ichiban in Japanese means number one.
Yeah,
Okay.
like beer, right?
And then Ronnie Matthews is on piano, and I ordered another Ronnie Matthews album on Prestige. Stafford James bass, and then Guile Herme Franco percussion. I'm probably butchering that name, but this is a pretty cool one. It's really upbeat. I mean, it kind of goes everywhere. Woody Shaw sounds killer on trumpet on this. So.
I kind of feel like Woody Shaw. Everything I've been buying with Woody Shaw, he steals it.
And these Timeless records, they sound really.
Yeah, I just picked up a Timeless too.
Yeah. So this one, and this, I got this for cheap. I mean, these like Timeless records. These were pressed in the Netherlands, but they're pretty cheap. So they're good pickups.
Yeah, I have one. I have a Woody Shaw in the mail. It's another one. It's an Elemental. It's a live one. But they did 3, and I have 2 of them. I can't even remember the title of it, but they're all fabulous.
Yeah,
and they're cheap.
He's been eking his way in my collection. I think. What's that, Rob?
This is a Timeless.
Oh, cool.
So I don't understand this, but it's a Timeless. It's Joe Farrell. I don't know. It's Timeless. Mm-hmm. Sounds excellent.
That covers Timeless.
I don't understand anything with the pictures all over it. Maybe, but it's
good pickup.
It's some of the best sounding Joe Farrell stuff I've heard. So
yeah, and Lewis Hayes on drums. He sounds.
He's still playing now, and he's 90 something years old.
All right, I got some more to show here. So this one has been on my want list for a while. It doesn't come up, and when it comes up, it's usually like $200. I didn't pay anything close to that, but this is Jazzland, Julian Priester Sextet, Spiritsville, nice. Sam Jones, Walter Benton, McCoy Tyner, and this thing. So it's been in my want list for a while. And when it came up, before I bought it, I just tried to stream it. And the only version you can find is on YouTube. And it's a needle drop. It actually sounds like terrible. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't even buy the thing. But since I've been looking for it for so long, I was like, let me get it. It's a good price. It sounds awesome. It's on
so
like
that's a reissue. That's a needle drop.
No, this is the OG. I'm saying the YouTube, the one you hear on YouTube's a needle drop, and it was really poorly. So if you listen to that, it sounds much better. This is on the 92 millimeter label, so it's a smaller one. It's orange and deep groove. It sounds awesome. It's great. It's a great record. So really happy to add this one. I went digging at some record fairs over the weekend with my friend Kevin, and this was kind of like the big find for me for a good price. This is a clean Liberty, Jackie McLean, Let Freedom Ring. I don't know what to say. If you guys know this record, I mean, it's
it's great.
Oh, it's great.
awesome record.
Yeah, I have it.
It's you have Jackie McLean, Walter Davis piano, which I don't think I have much Walter Davis, so it's cool that he's on there. Herbie Lewis bass, and then Billy Higgins drums. And there's 4 songs, so 2 songs aside, and it's just awesome. You know, one of the songs, the first song, Melody for Melanie, I thought it sounded like Brilliant Corners. If you listen to that, I thought it was like I put it on. I was like, oh, he's covering Brilliant Corners. It's not. It sounds like something.
Yeah.
All right, one more, and then I'll wait to show the rest. So this one I got Matt Adderley. This is a pretty cool one. It's with Johnny Griffin, right? And this is the only 3 sounds record I have. So this is with 3 sounds in the rhythm. And Johnny Griffin, Nat Adderley's the front line, branching out. And this is Nat's first record on Riverside. And this is on Blue Mono. And it's really cool. It's a great session. I feel like it doesn't get enough attention, but I mean, I got this for like $15 or something. And it's like, this came in the shrink, the actual shrink. It was a loose baggie. And I saved it because I've never seen like an original Riverside with that. And it's just in like perfect condition. Nice. So this is one to look out for. Cover's kind of cool too. So
yeah,
cool.
Shame on you. Should get more 3 sounds.
Yeah.
I'm not, you know, I know like everybody says that, but you know, when the rubber meets the road,
I'm telling you, because they're so tight and good. They're so tight and good. But definitely their first 2 albums on Blue Note are really good.
Yeah.
Can I oh, there you go.
Oh, come on, Felipe. Let me have the spotlight a little bit. Oh, I know Walter Davis Cup. Come on.
I'll show one.
I think they have a limited amount of this Walter Davis on acoustic sounds. If you can find it, that's a good one. It's the A45.
Yeah, I have that one.
All right, Elliot, do you want to show a record?
Yeah, I'll show one. Reverend Rockin' and Rollins, the one that turned me on to or made this suggestion in one of his videos.
Okay.
And then and Mike had mentioned him as being really good. And I just got this in and a few days ago we listened to it. Jeff Parker. This one's called Four Folks.
Okay.
And it's on American Anthem None Such.
Okay.
And it comes with an Americanized Obi. And it was supposed to have been a new record. I'm not sure if it was or not. It wasn't sealed. It was in a resealable outer sleeve, but it wasn't sealed. And this is just him playing electric guitar. And let's see. Just him playing electric guitar. And interesting. I don't know if it's some of you may be able to address it a little more descriptively than I can, but you know, your typical None Such label.
Okay.
I guess it's maybe avant-garde. I don't know. Anybody familiar with Jeff Parker?
Yeah, I've got a lot of, not a lot, but I've got like 4 of his recordings. I have that one, and he's playing guitar. He's playing, he has the loop where he's basically accompanying himself while he's soloing, and samples, and I like him a lot. I had first heard him on an album of this guy who I really like from Chicago named Fred Anderson, and that's where I first heard Jeff Parker.
Does he normally play with a group setting, or is he often playing solo electric guitar?
He plays in so many variety of settings.
Does he?
Yeah. He played with a group called Tortoise. I don't have any of their recordings, but I know Rev is really familiar with.
Oh yeah, Stunty. Have you talked about Tortoise? I feel like some people have talked about Tortoise before.
Well, Rev was saying that he plays, maybe it's like a Wednesday afternoon or a Thursday afternoon at a club in LA.
Yeah, it's
weekly gig.
I think it's the Edenfield Tennis Academy.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah, it comes from a David. The club name of the club comes from a David Foster Wallace book. Yeah.
So I think we need to get Rob, since he's in the LA area, to go down there and
I don't go anywhere.
It'd be a chance for you to get out. But,
hey,
but I thought that was some interesting. You know, I've been going back and getting so much of the pre-war blues and stuff pre-war jazz. So I needed to get some more modern day stuff, and I was glad I added that to collection.
And they just released. That was not his first solo album. They just re-released his first solo album, which is called, I think it's called Slight and Freedom, which is really good also.
Yeah, well, this was very reasonably priced. It was $25.
Yeah,
plus tax.
Yeah, the reissue is I think a little overpriced at $40 basically.
Yeah.
Hey, can I? The only reason I'm here is to rub Mike's nose in it. So let me show you something. Bondang.
Oh my god.
It's Blue Label, but it's Van Gelder mastered. It sounds awesome.
It looks like mint.
Oh, that's a good one.
No, it's in the shrink, and I put it in a vinyl storage solution sleeve.
Very nice.
I have the exact same one, Rob. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. I picked this up. This Andrew Hill, and these blue notes with a choral singing.
It's quite.
I mean,
they're quite questionable.
This is an OG because it came out as a Liberty originally.
So
the music, Woody Shaw's on here, killing it.
Oh yeah,
killing it. But then people come in and go, oh, I say, shut up! I want to hear Willie Shaw play.
So Mike, Rob, sorry, is that Van Gelder?
Yeah,
I think I've got a
because of this
shorter with a choral singing.
The Discogs entry has Van Gelder only for the black label, not for the white one.
Yeah, this is but here's something I want to get to the bottom of.
I was thinking why.
The ones that don't have Van Gelder, is it still Van Gelder? That's the thing I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Here's I found a better copy of the Blow Up soundtrack, so I'm gonna get rid of my old one. There's
like the Airburst, there's some Maine Voyage, some Succotash, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. That's so cool. I'm gonna get rid of my the other one I have. I did get this from the Groove. I haven't cracked it open yet.
Oh, I have that.
Yeah.
Did it come with the 7-inch?
That is awesome.
Did it come with what?
There was a 7-inch that came that was put out with it.
Yeah, Mike didn't have it. I'm buying whatever he gets. I want the Barney White line. But I just listened to this.
Okay. What's this?
This is a 1985 reissue of this. This dude, he died in a car accident. It seems like there's like 5 jazz guys who died like when they were really young in a car accident.
Oh yeah.
It's called the fire.
Isn't that label the same one the Record Store Day promo you got was?
No.
Oh, okay.
But this is a killer lineup on there. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow.
And I'm not a big. Yeah. I'm not a big Art Farmer guy. He kills on this. He's good.
Art Farmer's great.
Yeah, I know, but Art Farmer to me is kind of like lulls you into it. He's playing hard on this.
Yeah, he has very round tone.
Right, but
smooth edges.
The guy plays both piano and vibraphone. It's Eddie Costa. I recommend getting this. Even this 1985 sounds excellent. So I recommend that. I got what I call Mike, not Mike Jazz Bum record. So picked this up because it was cheap. But you were talking about this, right?
Yeah.
Is that the what's that on?
It's on Contemporary.
Contemporary.
Oh yeah.
But it was very cheap.
Yeah. I mean, that trio is, Cedar Walton trio, Frank Morgan.
I
That's
think Chris picked
really
that up
good.
recently.
And it's a good live recording.
Yeah, I think it's a Chris record.
This is something Chris wants.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be one of the better.
It's a great lineup.
Xanadu. Yeah,
I have two others of his
well, I don't know who the lead is. I mean, I know the record, but other than that record,
he was a perpetual sideman,
Mhm.
and I think he was in his 50s when Xanadu gave him albums. I think he did like 5 leader albums for them.
Yeah.
I have 3 of them, including this.
cool.
It's good, and they're good, but this is still. I only listened to I think one side of it. And it was good, and then here, this is the cheesiest album I found, but it was $2.
That is.
Wearing my suit.
Is that Dexter Gordon? Who is that?
No, it's Jimmy Griffin. It's Johnny Griffin.
That's
but-
Johnny Griffin.
Yeah.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that on Galaxy?
I think you crack open a Colt 45 and listen to this. Just look at the title.
To the ladies.
Lady.
But it's a good lineup. There's one guy I want to get more into. I don't have any of his stuff. Is
Chris.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Idris Muhammad.
Dream.
I mean, I don't have any Idris Muhammad stuff. So
Can you go back to that record you were showing just a second ago?
what the Xanadu?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You want to masturbate to this?
Yes, please. Yeah, but that's on the top of my list for Xanadu, I think. I'm trying to remember what he plays on that I got obsessed with him on. I'll have to look. I can't remember. It was something.
Oh, and by the way, here's the Japanese
Stop.
one I got of the Tony.
I thought you told me
It's
original.
really good.
I didn't realize
I
that.
recommend you can. If someone wants the cheap one I got, let me know. This is an awesome album.
This is a cool Dexter Gordon. Do you have it, Chris?
No, let me see that. Hang on.
Easy and cheap. A Manhattan Symphony.
I see that all the time.
Is it any good?
I think was that his last album?
It's okay. It's not like our Man in Paris or something like that or Gold, but
I got one here that I think I put it away already. Let me see. I don't know. I've got a Dexter Gordon with a symphony in Europe, and it's not good.
This is
Chris.
a Mike album, Jazz Bum Mike album.
Oh, I have that.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's a great one. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean,
What'd you get? How much did you pay for that?
it's a reissue, $10.
That was a
Okay.
rude question.
This is it's
Well,
an
I feel
OJC.
like the price it kind of goes all over the place with that.
Now,
This is it's an
isn't Paul-
OJC.
Isn't Paul Gonzalez the one that did the famous solo
Yes.
at Newport?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris-
yeah.
Chris,
The story goes because he died when he was 53, like 2 weeks before Duke Ellington. The story goes is Duke Ellington's daughter did not want to tell Duke Ellington that he died, and it would have, he would have sent him earlier. That's how close they were. But-
Chris, Dolo Coker is on Chris Craft from Muse, the Sonny Chris, and he's also on the record you just showed, Felipe, Showcase, Philly Joe Jones.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What do you know about Dolo Coker?
Showcase. Let me showcase again.
Very cool.
Hey, Chris, I want to show you something. This is
And
what I and it
Guys,
hold on,
trying to find you. Here we go.
Mickey Big.
Earl Garner, okay.
yeah, the price went down to like 105 for the box set.
Oh, it's a box set?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it has an excellent essay by Robin Kelly in it.
Okay.
Which album? Which box?
The Earl Garner.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not even familiar with it.
I'm confused, Mike. Wasn't there a big giant Earl Garner box that was part of? Did Michael 45?
Yeah, they had so many. They had so many.
Yeah, Fremer opened it, Rob.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
where-
had one that was like 300. They had this.
And
Is
it
that
came
his
with
Savoy stuff?
45.
His Mercury stuff?
Yeah.
No, this is the octave stuff, and this is the whole story with this Earl Garner. Columbia put out some stuff that he didn't want them to put out. And he had this manager who was like hell on wheels, Martha Glazer. She said, they said, no, you can't put that shit out. And Columbia, Mitch Miller and John Hammond, they said, they put it out.
Mitch Miller. That's the guy who can't Frank Sinatra.
So basically they took them to court. Columbia sort of won the first round, but the DJs said, we're not going to play these records. The critics started saying, we're not going to review these records. And then what they did was they conceded, Columbia conceded, gave Earl Garner his freedom, gave him back the masters, and settled monetarily with him. And then he started the Octave label. And this is a live concert that was done for his label.
That's a great story right there. I like that.
Yeah.
He was actually the first one to actually sue a record company and end up not only getting his freedom, but getting his masters.
Wow.
That's incredible.
But didn't the $300 box, it came with 45s from his personal collection. They weren't made for the box.
Right. And this just comes with the 3 discs that make up the live concert, then another disc of material that wasn't released, and then you get a digital download of all of the albums that came out on Octave, which they only put out on CD. They haven't put those out on, except for Magician. That was the only one.
And how was the concert?
It's really good. I mean, I love it. I mean, he can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned as a player.
You know what I don't like about him?
The humming. I knew you.
I'll share another record that I think we've seen before.
Okay, let's see what you got.
I wonder how the Jazz Bums Friday night show affects Discog sales for jazz.
Well, it only affects it for 5 people because
It
they all
doesn't.
buy the record.
Oh, well
I
done.
went out after this
Very
great
good.
review by Mike.
Very good.
Went on Discogs and got this for $10. And
Excellent.
I love it. It's great.
I know. So that has
you were-
imagination. It has the 2 Savoys, Imagination, and then the other one that I'm forgetting, like Jazz Way Out. No, I think it's the Coltrane one. But it's the one with Curtis Fuller and Benny Golson.
Yeah, Lee Morgan is on sides 1 and 2, and
Right.
Benny Golson.
It's
and
essentially a
Kelly.
jazz. That second one's like a jazz tet record.
Yeah, Thad Jones and Benny Golson on the 3rd and 4th sides. McCoy Tanner's on here. Dave Bailey on drums on that.
It's great.
So I'm so glad you talked about this album. I don't care if the
cover sucks, but the music is so
I don't
good.
care about the cover, and it's a cutout. I don't care. This thing plays VG plus, and it's some great music.
What's the name of the album, Elliot? Say the title again.
It's just called All Star Sextets.
Okay.
What are the 2 records that are on there, Mike? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it's Imagination.
Yeah.
It's the one with like the surrealist cover on Savoy.
Right.
And then the other one, I think it's like I want to say it's Jazz Way Out, but it's something like that.
Yeah.
And it's great. I mean, those 2 records are hard to get for affordable prices. So for $10 to get both of those, it has Van Gelder and the Dead Wax, has a terrible cover, so nobody wants it. But the music, that's what turned me on to Curtis Fuller, his Imagination. The way I thought he played a valve trombone on it because of how quick he played. But then I read that he actually doesn't. It's just like his dexterity and his abilities are that good.
Yeah.
And if you want, I'll show one more record, and I will have shown everything I wanted to share tonight.
Okay.
So Curtis Fuller is a trombone. I love the trombone, but I don't think we hear enough trombone. I found this.
No, we hear enough trombone, Elliot. We do.
No, we don't.
Now talk about bad covers. This is an awful cover. I hate this cover.
All right, let's
But
see.
this is J.J. Johnson, Mad Bebop,
Okay.
and it's on Savoy, and it's a reissue from '78.
Okay.
And it's recordings from 46, 49, 47, and 54.
That's early.
And it's great lineups. Bud Powell's on here. Max Roach is on here. John Lewis is on the piano on here. Sonny Rollins is on here. Hank Jones is on here. Kenny Clark.
That's a Dan. Dan's got the imagination one.
And it's
Yeah, it's not Bluesette. That's the one. That's it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of that one, Elliot?
Hold on. I'll make you big, Dan. Hold on.
Let's do it, Dan, real quick.
is that these two albums as singles?
Yeah, that's it. It's that one in imagination.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's called as the twofer.
Those are great, man.
Yeah, they're all great. Bluesette is also exceptional.
As the twofer, it's called Mad Bebop.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this would all be considered bebop, right? Stuff from the late.
It's
40s,
really
early
hard bop
50s.
by this point, though.
Well, he's talking about the J.J. Johnson.
Oh, my fault.
Elliot, you want to show the cover of that record again? Let me make you big. Yeah,
Well, it says
So his
bebop.
head was a
second.
trombone.
his head is a trombone bell.
In real life, he just was a big trombone.
Awful cover. And it's got nice liner notes. I haven't read them all yet, but good liner notes. in
That's
there as well.
cool. So you got a bunch of Savoy. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
and that was $5.25.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh,
I will recommend a Discog seller if you're looking to find stuff that's not expensive, and it's called Philadelphia Music.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they put a lot of stuff out. They deal in volume, so they put a lot of stuff out at real low prices, and their grading is visual grading, of course.
I think
Their
the grading's okay.
They usually undergrade just so they don't have a lot of
I picked up.
sendbacks. Their brick and mortar store is called It's a Beautiful World, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's called It's a Beautiful World, but their Discogs presence is called Philadelphia Music. And I picked up a lot of really good records, old jazz and folk music and things like that on there. A lot of stuff for $1.50, $3 range.
You just buy a bunch of them at once so you can save on the shipping.
Yeah, $6 shipping, regardless of whether they send you one record or whether they send you 1,000 records.
Oh wow!
So I'll load up with a bunch of bluegrass and jazz and folk music for, I'll get 25 records, 10 records, 15 records, and spend no more than, less than $100 every time.
I heard when you order, they throw a party at the store.
They do.
Yeah.
That's great.
What have you been up to, Dan?
One thing I wanted to share tonight was I've been cataloging some new stuff I got recently. And I kind of let stuff pile up to be about a crate or so before I usually go through my binders and catalog stuff and cross off the stuff from the labels and the artists on my binders and all that stuff. You guys are familiar with that?
Yeah.
My
I've
binders.
seen those.
Yeah. And so I just realized today that I just had my 17th label pass the 100 albums from that label mark.
Oh wow!
I was wondering if you guys would want to try to guess what the 17 labels are.
The 17?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I have at least 100 records by.
I mean, I feel like there's some low-hanging fruit, right? I mean, I would say like Blue Note Prestige, Riverside, Pacific Jazz, Contemporary, like those five right away.
Yep, exactly.
Savoy, I throw in there.
Yeah.
Let somebody else guess, Mike.
All right, well, there. I did the easy ones.
Okay. Muse,
Huh?
Time.
No, I'm not close to 100 Muse.
Is there even 100 Muse that exists?
Oh,
Come on, there's another one.
Atlantic, yeah.
Huh?
Atlantic and Columbia are obvious.
Yeah, Atlantic had like 350. Columbia is probably about 300.
I got to say it. Bethlehem.
Yep, about 220.
Argo. Come on.
Yep,
Let's go,
Argo.
guys.
CTI.
About
Verve.
220 of those as well.
Verve, yeah.
Look,
Verve,
Roo-
yep, 550 Verve.
Drew Brooks says Roost, but I don't even think there are 100 Roost records.
I have all the Roostlers, 81. I have all of them.
Okay.
What's the European label? ECM.
No, I'm not an ECM fan at all.
Jazz Hands then.
Drew guessed ABC in the.
I mean, do you have European labels?
I have some, like Steeplechase, but nothing close to 100.
Yeah.
What is
Impulse.
it? Milestone? Is that one? Is that a label? Milestone?
But that's
Yeah.
part of fantasy. Do you have fantasy? Would you consider
Fantasy's the one that's 17, actually. I just passed
Oh,
Fantasy.
Oh,
Just
right.
your
passed
face,
on-
Chris?
So what are your, when you look at 100 fantasy records, what are there any like generalizations you can make? Are there any like
I'm actually going to do an
takeaways?
episode on it soon. There's some really, really cool titles. You get a lot of cool mambo Latin jazz, but kind of before the trend was even hitting elsewhere. Cal Jader was kind of pushing that. A guy by the name of Joe Loco is doing some really cool stuff with like Joe Terrace Quartet. Eddie, some fantastic guitar players. But there's a lot of Brubeck and Jader early on that kind of dominated.
The African guitar player who played with Vince Giraldi, or is he
Yeah, Bolo
African?
Tete.
Yeah.
He's actually Brazilian. And
Brazilian.
that's not so much later, but yeah, that's like late 60s. He comes out over there and plays. He kind of showed up on the scene with Verve Bossa Nova scene in the early 60s and kind of hung around a little while. So, yeah, there's a 3 West Coast Pacific, fantasy, contemporary. I don't think anybody said Argo sorry, not Argo, Mercury Emercy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
No.
I have probably 240 of those with Mercury Emerson combined. Someone said Verve, right?
Yeah.
It's about 550 Verve. Prestige is my most, of about 600.
Jeez.
Blue Note's at 500. Riverside's at 400.
Now with the
Impulse,
Prestige,
anybody-
Prestige
What's
there
that?
has to be like double and triple up for some of those, right?
No, this is all single. I'm just talking one release price. Anything I have double, I don't count that as a double. I'm just
Wow,
talking
okay.
actual sequential number releases.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody say Impulse?
Yeah.
I don't know. I shouted it from the rafters.
Okay. I have 185 Impulse or so. What else? Someone said Atlantic. I have about 350 Atlantic.
I love it.
CTI is the one y'all never mentioned.
That's cool.
I have like 106 CTI. So the only 70s label I have a lot of because I like the covers as well as some of the music. Some of the music is pretty milky, but
Would you
The covers
group,
are cool.
Dan? Would you group private press records together? Do you have a bunch of private press?
you some like small independent press things.
That like stuff like that might be one-offs or
Yeah.
two-off.
I have a section of miscellaneous stuff. If you don't have like 5 titles, you're in a miscellaneous section.
Yeah. I have that too.
Do you like group like Score and whoever Score was?
Score
before?
and intro are both part of Aladdin, so they're kind of all lumped
yeah.
together.
Yeah.
But then Jazz
How many
West, I give
those
Jazz West their own section. But there's only 8 titles, so
Well, wasn't Jazz West? Didn't they turn into intro, or am I mixing that up?
Jazz West, intro, and score were all sub labels of Aladdin.
Okay.
Which I have that Dexter
And then-
Gordon album I just picked up on do something.
Dutone.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dutone. How many
Yeah.
do they do?
I think I have 4 jazz titles. They have other titles, but that's only really jazz titles. I have like 4. Some good titles though. Curtis Counts record, like there's a Buddy Collette, some good stuff. Jubilee, I think I'm 80. They're probably next to go. Either ABC or Jubilee will probably be the next one to get to 100. But did we get them all? I think we got them all.
that was 17.
I think so.
I feel like we
Savoy?
missed.
Savoy, Bethlehem, Blue Note, Prestige, Riverside, Emercy, Verve, Argo, Atlantic, Impulse, CTI, Columbia. Okay, here's the other ones we didn't talk about yet. Columbia. There's a 3 West Coast Fantasy, Pacific, and Contemporary. And then RCA has 100 with Vic, which is their little sub-label.
Yeah.
Capital, I have probably about 150 titles, including some really cool 10-inch stuff like the Bill Holman Jazz Presents Stan Kenton stuff. I probably have about 150 Capital records. And then I don't think Decca's quite to 100 yet, unless I include Corral and Brunswick. And I'm going to count that tomorrow actually to see where I'm at. I haven't counted my Decca in a long time.
What about roulette? What about roulette?
Roulette technically bought Roost. I have about 55 roulette and about 80 Roost. So you put those together, that would be over 100 as well. But
Okay.
What's the quality like on those roulette records generally?
some of it's really awesome, hard swinging, bassy stuff that just kicks ass. Some Joe Williams stuff, a lot of bassy family kind of stuff. Sarah Vaughan's on there for a while.
Yeah.
There's a roulette live album that has like Hank Mobley and Lee Morgan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a two-parter. Actually, there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Is it a Birdland or it's one of the
I think
famous?
it's a roulette.
I've got that album.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like
Well,
those.
record stomp, man, and then Atomic Basie record. That's a killer. Yeah, right there. That's a slamming record. Some of Basie's best sounding bands are on Roulette. It's a pretty much, when I remember, a mob run label out of New York, but
Yeah,
Randy
Roulette,
Weston album on
kept
Roulette.
all the money, didn't they? They didn't pay their artists very much, if anything. They stole from them pretty bad, as I
Yeah,
understand.
no, he was probably one of the worst, right?
Yeah, Tommy James and Shondells, the pop rock band. He was on Roulette, and he would have been a multimillionaire today if he had gotten the royalties from all those hits he had in the 60s.
Yeah.
Didn't Roulette, the owners, also like own some of the clubs too? Isn't there like a little bit of a? I think it was all mobbed up.
the truth is, like, we talk about all these little labels, the percentage of them that treated their artists well versus the ones that treated their artists poorly. I mean, you guys can help me on this, but there's not a lot of musicians singing the praises of most of these label executives. Levinsky was seen as a monster. Weinstock was fairly meh. Keep News and Growler seem to do pretty well at Riverside. Of course, the Blue Note guys are pretty legendary. Even Norman Granz was a pretty difficult guy to work with for everything Jean-Michel has told me from all the guys he works with and knew really well. Norman Granz was a champion of the black players, but he was still a really difficult guy to work for at times and stipulated a lot of things that were fairly dictatorial, but he had his way of, he paid them pretty well and expected a lot from them. But, I mean, there's a Chess brothers, Phil and Leonard Chess. Their legacy is pretty brutal in terms of how they treated their black artists. Who are the ones you hear had good relations? Really, Warren Keep News at Riverside, the Blue Note guys, and who else?
That's it.
Yeah.
Who was the producer of Bethlehem?
Gus Wilde was the owner, but the producer was Creed Taylor mostly early on.
Yeah, the early stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and when Creed
we
Taylor
just lost-
leaves.
We just
What's
lost Creed Taylor last week. He just passed away.
Yeah, he just passed while yep. Creed Taylor had quite the arc in jazz, and it's kind of weird because you could say on some levels he helped water down jazz.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could also say he helped keep jazz alive by having it be commercially viable, which no one else was doing quite like he was doing by the time he was at Verve. And those records sold well in the 60s for Verve.
All those elevator music.
You had a vision, right?
He
Dan?
was at Verb, and then what was the other labels? Bethlehem to begin with.
This was one of his first produced. It may have been his first produced record, but this is the 10-inch Chris Connor.
That's one of the Bethlehem's first too.
I think I found this for like $7 or $8. It was still in the onion sleeve, and you usually don't find these this clean. I mean, this is
it's crazy how often you can find those Chris Connors. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly. They're great records.
Yeah.
This one's a real good one.
Vinnie
I like
Burke
this.
plays bass on some of those records. Are beautiful records, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the Bethlehem label on the record itself is one of the most beautiful centerpiece on any vinyl. That's just gorgeous.
I mean,
What's that,
Mike,
like, Laurel leaf?
The
Kirk
Mel,
Holt's
the
on
Mel Torme record. I mean, the cover, the music, everything is amazing. On the
Yeah, Bethlehem's something I treasure quite a lot. It's a really cool label that kind of goes under the radar.
Mhm.
Well, they got more
Yeah,
stuff.
New York
They
label.
got more of those reissues that are coming out right now, like the Mingus one that came out, and then
Yeah, East Coasting. That's it. It's good. It's as good as the Booker Irvin, the book. All
Who
it's just
controls
okay.
the
You know, it's
Bethlehem
not horrible.
catalog now?
well, the other one that just came out is that Hard Drive by Art. Is it Hard
I
Drive?
feel like Bethlehem should send me some fucking royalties, man. I've been pushing their label for 3 years now.
Well, it's
Is it still an independent label, or is it owned
No.
by?
no, it's
No,
BMG. BMG.
It's long disappeared. King bought them in 60 or so, and then they were, would you say BMG?
Yeah.
the Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers album they just put out.
What sucks about whoever owns Bethlehem is they're like one of the most finicky in terms of pulling down YouTube episodes by even using a snippet of their shit.
No, but
Nobody knows Bethlehem, and yet you play their shit. It's like it gets muted.
That's BMG.
yeah, for sure.
They're ruthless.
Now, it was Bethlehem out of New York City.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, they actually had a really cool West Coast office, like 54, 55, and they were tapping in all that Stan Kent and Woody Herman talent out there, giving all those guys sessions as leaders. You know, the
I think that's
Williamson
what
brothers,
Creed-
Charlie Mariano, Frank
That's what Creed
Rosalino.
Taylor did. Was left college. He graduated at Duke and wanted to get into the music business and went to New York and got the opportunity to, I guess, to produce some jazz tracks on Bethlehem, and then
Creed Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah. He walked in there and pretty much told him he didn't know what he was doing, but he was going to do it and do it well. And Gus Wilde gave him a shot, and he turned out to be pretty good at it.
What about? Do you have a bunch of King stuff?
Yeah, I think I'm around 50 or 60 King records.
I'm trying to get. I got one right here on the show real quick. I've showed these a billion times before, but I just love all these old Earl Bostick records.
Yeah, they're easy to find. They were distributed. A lot of King stuff has multiple covers, so be careful when you buy them. You'll think there's 30 Earl Bostick records, but there's probably more like 15. But there's still a lot of Bostick on King.
Well, the thing that's weird about them is the mono and the stereo. They all have the same songs on them, but a lot of times they recorded them separately.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, for real. Like it's the same exact song, but they record them with like different people and shit.
King Records is a very, very interesting record label that did so much. I didn't realize they had any jazz on King. But they did so much diverse stuff, from the Stanley Brothers to James Brown, you know.
Yeah, gospel stuff. They were all over the map. All that black music.
Savoy has a weird kind of catalog where they have like all this jazz, and then they have like preachers.
Who?
Savoy.
I always thought of Savoy. I didn't realize they had much jazz.
That's a quick stop and start, though.
Label with all these blues shouters and, you know, various R&B artists is what I always associated with Savoy.
With Savoy, that was a conscious stop and restart. They're not like intermingled sequence-wise.
Oh.
Savoy's strictly a jazz label from the end of the war through about 1960, 61 in there somewhere. And then it just stops and the sequence starts over with gospel stuff.
What's up, Carlos? Welcome to the stream, bud.
How's it going?
Good. Been a while since we've seen you. How you
Yeah.
Good, just working.
Going. Thanks for coming.
We thought we had been shunned.
What you have any new jazz pickups?
Actually, yeah, some that just came in today. I saw that Acoustic Sounds got some new Steeplechase in, so I went ahead and picked up
that album's awesome.
That also.
Show it again, Carlos, because you're big. Yeah, Flight to Denmark. Big George. That's a good album.
Is that a reissue?
Yeah.
It's their modern reissues. They're hit and miss.
Yeah.
Was it in a paper sleeve?
I haven't opened these yet. They just came in today.
Yeah.
Nice.
Chet Baker with Duke Jordan.
Chet
And,
Baker.
it's Chet Baker's trio. Well, this is a quartet with Duke Jordan, but with Niels Henning Orsted Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's like a mark. It's like when he's on there, you know it's good.
Yeah. So what you guys taking on Duke Jordan? Because Miles hated him.
that one.
Miles hated lots of people, man. We gotta hate. Oh shit!
I'm
sorry.
sure if Miles met you, Felipe, he wouldn't like you either.
Oh, cool.
You got a lot of steeplechase Chet.
Yeah,
Cool, man.
they had like six Chet Baker ones, so
I
out
have
of 12.
How's the label? I mean, I know they're sealed, but how's the label, Rob?
The newer pressings of it are not like I got a Archie Shep and Horace Parlam one, the one where they do all the spiritual songs.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a good pressing. It was because it's in a paper sleeve. I tried cleaning it 3 times in ultrasonic. So, I mean, I find they're not that hard to find out in the wild. The Chet Baker ones, those are hard to find, and if you find them, they're expensive.
I have Daybreak, and he sings on this one, and it's cool. I mean, you know, I know Ken McAuliffe said this, but like his Chet Baker's like later career stuff is like some of like his best stuff because he's like, I don't know, he has like this kind of like
when he got his dentures and he was a little more
stable. His even when he sings, his voice is like you know.
I'm not a fan of the later stuff. I respectfully dissent.
I like this. I like his singing in the later stuff because you can just feel his life experience. Like to me, Chet Baker's early singing, he's got like an innocence to him almost, or something, right? Like
I've never really cared for his voice ever.
Yeah,
it
just the later stuff. His singing is just, I don't know. It's tragic to me. Maybe you can just kind of hear that.
Well, if you know what, when he did the Elvis Costello song "Almost Blue," that's really good.
Yeah,
because I mean, he was blue.
He was definitely blue. Jimmy Witherspoon. Who knows anything about Jimmy Witherspoon?
R&B singer.
Yeah, he's kind of a jump blues guy.
Yeah,
I got this record. I've had it for a year, and I finally opened it. It was sealed. It's actually pretty good. I mean, it's not
I think you should have kept it sealed.
Hey man, check out that. Yeah.
Is that on Muse?
Yeah, it's on Muse.
I can tell from the cover.
Yeah. Check out the back of it. Hang on. It's actually pretty good. I liked it. I didn't know what it was when I opened it, but show these dudes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that hat.
Yeah.
Hey, I got that hat.
Yeah, you're not wearing it now, right?
I think that guy's wearing my shirt.
Hey, Chris, this is what I got today.
Oh my god! How dare you? Let me see it. Hang on.
Make it big.
Maritime Madness.
I want that really bad. I need to order a copy of it.
Yeah.
Did you get it online or what?
Did I get on? I think Discogs. I'm almost sure Discogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you listened to it yet?
No, it came today.
Can I share a great way to get Steeplechase stuff?
Yes.
I don't know what those new reissues cost. I have no idea. I'm not sure. What are they, $20? 15?
Yeah, they were
25,
20,
30
between
bucks.
20 and 25, I think.
Yeah.
You can get Steeplechase for 11 to 15 bucks all day long. Well, you're actually paying $6 for shipping for each one. But Face Records in Japan, they end at $3, $4, $5 a piece all the time.
Yeah.
You pay $18 shipping for the first record you win. Every record after that, you pay $6. So if you win it for $2 or $3 or $4 or $5, you get the record for 10, 12, 13 bucks. I got so many Steeplechase that way. Nice Japanese pressings, all was mint condition. And like I said, you never pay $20 for any of them, including like the Kenny Drew stuff, the Jackie McLean stuff.
Yeah.
Some of the really in demand ones still there's so many of them I think over there, and oftentimes you'll see multiple copies of the same one in those auctions.
Yeah.
So they're just not going for big bucks over there. So if you don't mind paying a little bit of shipping, you can get those records cheap all day long and high. They always sound great.
Yeah.
You kind of have to buy what they have to sell at the time, though. You know what I mean?
What's that?
So you have to buy what they have to sell at the time.
Yeah. But over the course of 6 months, I must have gotten 15. Go ahead.
Yeah, they'll always have a lot of the Kenny Drew. I find that up there a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of the Steeplechase Kenny Drew.
Well, listen to this one today I got from them. It's really good.
Oh, yeah, that's excellent. Jazz Chet?
Yeah, this is great, man. I forget who's on it now. I need to look it up.
Oh, cool. What label's that on?
That was that Argo? I'm not
Mercury.
Mercury, yeah. That's cool.
Trying to remember who's on it. I'll look it up because it surprised me. It's not Curtis Fuller. Who plays trombone in this? Let me look. It's really, really good, and it sounds amazing. Like I've always heard that some of the Japanese pressings have kind of sound issues, but that one definitely does not.
I gotta. So when you're done with this, Chris, I have a. That's a good segue to a record I want to show.
It's got, well, of course, Art Farmer on it. Let me see. Gretchen Moncur III is the trombone.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really good.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Cool. So, all right. So over the weekend, my buddy has a record that it's not particularly like expensive, but it's pretty rare. I wanted a U.S. pressing of it, and I've wanted it for a while. My buddy has it. This is the Japanese pressing, but it's Bobby Jaspar and Riverside. So my buddy's pressing is the white and teal label, like the early Riverside.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, is cool and it's desirable, and like those are like the ones collectors really are going for. So we found this at he found this at a record fair, and he picked it up for me and gave it to me for some VCLT because he knows how much I wanted it.
Yeah.
So we go back to his place to like listen to a bunch of records, and later on we did
light candles and take your shoes off too, or no?
What's that?
So did you light some candles and take your shoes off too?
We did.
They give each other back rubs. Come on.
So after that was done, we put on the original and we're listening to it, and the rhythm section sounds buried. I mean, like muddied, buried. And the record's clean, it looks fine. It just, that's how it sounds. We put this Japanese pressing on. It sounded like we were listening to a different session. Like everything was clear, well defined. And this was like, I think he paid $15 for it. It's not like a particularly expensive record. This Bobby Jaspar, the US pressing, I don't think they pressed that many. There's a US, there's a French original, and the French one is the one that comes up a lot. And then there's the Japanese that came out in like 72 or something. But anyway,
there's an OJC too, isn't there?
I don't think OJC did this. I don't think they did this one.
What number is it?
This is 12240. So it's kind of early because 201 is the Thelonious Monk does Duke Ellington one. That's 201. So this is only 40 more from that, right? So anyway, so it's an early white label, and he goes to me, he goes, honestly, you can take the white label. I'll keep the Japanese, which normally I'd be like, hell yeah, like give me that one. It's rare, it's cool, but like it sounded so bad that I was like, no, I'm gonna pass. I'll keep this one.
I have a handful, like 5 or 6 of those Japanese, and they're amazing. I mean,
what is that? Your copy, Dan?
Yeah, I got a Japanese copy, I guess.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay,
nice.
Yeah, it says made in Japan down that corner. I thought it was an OJC all these years for some reason.
Yeah,
the jacket feels very OJC like.
If you look at the label, it says SMJ. It has to be SMJ at the label.
So this is SMJ.
Jasper is a great player. He's a Belgian, if I remember.
Yeah, he's Belgian.
Yeah, that's right.
I did a trade.
Sorry,
go finish, Mike.
I was just gonna say George Wallington's on it and Idris Sullivan, so it's got a pretty killer lineup.
Nice.
Yeah. Jasper has a couple cool records on Prestige too, like in the late 70s, 90s, 71 10s in there somewhere.
And he was married to Blossom Dairy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lucky guy.
Looks like
I did a trade with Jim for some records for this the Blue Note box.
Sweet.
Are you taking advantage of Jim's collection, or are you just kind of tricking him and taking records away from him, Rob? So
is that the
vinyl meat? My final plan is that the gas might be turned on one time. And
is that the vinyl meat, please?
The great thing about this is this to me is the best sounding Bobby Hutcherson album. I think this was like an unreleased album that came out in '80 on those ugly covers.
Yeah, it did. It had a different cover. Yeah.
And I think in 1995 it had this cover when they did the Concierge series.
It may have been the Japanese cover too, but anyway,
this thing is killer. And like I don't know what the rule about Tone Poets is since they did this for this box.
They're not going to do it.
This thing is just so good.
So you
But,
have box to get that record, basically.
yeah, you have to join the club to get it, and then they put this is an unreleased. I think it's an unreleased.
Yeah, it is.
27507. Yeah.
I've been trying to get that one.
But look, Dizzy Reese is playing congas on this. Not even.
Nice.
Is it a different Dizzy Reese?
Oh, Walter Davis. Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is cool.
When did that box come out? What was that?
Like a couple. I think you could still get it. They have this club thing you join for. I think it's a couple $100.
Yeah.
Hey,
And they
welcome.
only put out 2 boxes so far, but this is the better. The second, so it also has this comp with a bunch of drummers, like songs.
Welcome to the show, Sean.
Yeah. Did you guys? So the Rev put out his end of week vinyl community wrap up, and he did a segment showing how he trades records with us.
I wish you wouldn't be telling our secrets like that, man.
That was an important
It is,
document to the history of the
Mike's
jazz
checks,
bums.
not
Right there.
mine.
Yeah.
What, Felipe?
It is Mike's checks, not mine.
That's fair.
I just when he's waiting for the train and it goes past, and then the acoustic sounds box flies in. Oh, I laughed out loud. It was very good.
Anybody else?
Michelle.
I want to focus on Patrick. What's up, Patrick? So he got the new Bobby Hutcherson today. Does anybody else have that yet?
Yeah, mine came today too.
I forgot to order the same thing.
I
Which
might
Bobby
get it,
Hutcherson?
but the Grant Green that came out too is just too elevatory for me.
Yeah.
Is that
What's
a,
the Bobby Hutcherson
that
that
a
came?
tone
Oh,
poet or is
the
that
San Francisco.
Caroline.
San Francisco,
Caroline.
yeah.
is that a tone poet? The Bobby
It's a classic
Hutchinson
series.
I think it's
Classic
classic.
series.
Yeah.
classic
Classic
series.
series.
I can't afford the tone poet, so I go with the classic series.
It
What
was,
Grant Green do they issue?
beautiful. Green is beautiful. Is that
Oh,
Green
yeah.
is beautiful. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
you're waiting to get to the 15th floor, basically.
it's
Listen,
not one of his better ones.
no.
They're talking about Walter Davis. I showed this once before, but this is the photograph my buddy took of him.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Oh, it's
Yeah.
It's freaking cool.
incredible.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've got some nice ones of Jackie that he took in at the Vanguard too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You
Hey.
should absolutely be worried, Jim. If not-
Jim, when I hand you the pills, you're just supposed to swallow them and be quiet.
Oh man.
So
Let me
we're gonna-
ask
well,
you one question.
I've got a little piece of research I'd like to share with you guys.
Okay.
I've been noticing over the last couple of years, little small labels they get absorbed by bigger small labels, and I keep taking notes on this stuff, and I kept noticing little labels that Savoy consumed, and one of the interesting things here is it actually kind of diminishes to some degree some of the sessions that you think Savoy's actually recording, because a lot of the stuff they're putting out in that 12,000 sequence is actually just little labels they consumed up, mostly from the 10-inch era, and add to their sequence with new covers. Then, as a young collector of Savoy, you think this is all Savoy sessions, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff on Savoy that is either early Savoy recordings from the 40s, the Coleman Hawkins, the Lester Youngs, the Charlie Parkers, the Dizzy Gillespie's, but then there's a ton of that stuff from like 12,080 through about 12,150. I would guess half that stuff is stuff that they bought and then repackaged and reissued. And like I said, it took me a long time to figure out where a lot of that stuff was being sourced from. And I was going to give you a list here of a few of these labels I discovered.
Yeah.
Some of them guys are going to obviously know, but the first one's Regent. And Regent they bought like in the 30s or actually 40s maybe.
Yeah.
And
that is like Art Pepper Surf Ride. That was a Regent, but I think that was a repackaged 10-inch.
that's actually Discovery, that one.
Oh, that's
but,
Discovery.
Yeah.
But okay.
Regent actually gets some pretty good hard bought titles actually in their sequence, like 57, 58. That's actually as good as what's happening at Savoy itself at that time. But it was fairly easy listening before that, Regent. But then they bought up the little label Signal, which has some really good titles on it. DG, which was Dizzy Gillespie's label with 5 10-inches. They buy that, and that's all repackaged as Savoy releases. The Discovery label, that 10 inches of material I did an episode on a while ago.
Is the
What's that?
Is the Champ one of the Savoys that got reissued?
Yep.
That's
That's
a
one of the songs I think from maybe from the Discovery stuff.
yeah.
And then there's the DG stuff that they reissue a lot of Dizzy Gillespie stuff that they actually didn't record themselves. Which, as I said 2 years ago, I thought Herman Ladinsky was recording all this stuff, and kind of gave him some props for it. But it's a little different when you have to take some of this away from what the Savoy sound is, and it diminishes what the defined Savoy sound is because so much of the stuff wasn't Savoy. Which, like the Blue Note sound, those are all Blue Note sessions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's not a bunch of stuff they're adding in. Like the Dizzy Reese was one of the few they do that. But for the most part, that was Blue Note sessions, but being recorded by Blue Note artists. Elektra, they have like 6 or 8 really cool jazz titles from the mid '50s. Savoy reissues all that stuff under its own label, new labels, new covers, new leaders. Excuse me. The Progressive label, they had some cool Al Cohn and a couple tendencies like George Wallington, and Savoy repopulates all that stuff as well. Sorry, my throat's dry. But it just kind of shows you that a lot of that Savoy stuff wasn't really their recordings.
Now, yeah, I just wanted to show these. I've shown these before, but these are basically repackaged.
Yes, these are
So,
great.
like this is Hank Mobley, and it contains songs from Mobley's message, and then Mobley's second message.
Yeah.
And I think this one's Van Gelder. It's got these 2 guys, and then you have this one, A1, which is this super desirable Introducing Lee Morgan.
Yeah.
You got this Donald Byrd, which is Bird's Word, and this is essentially Bird's Word plus like an additional track. So it's like slightly different, but
Is that song from the Montage album?
It's got yes, that's right. Yeah. It's called If I Love Again, and that was
quite a good lineup on that song if I remember.
Yeah, and that was a compilation. So I think it was part of the session, but maybe it was just part of the comp.
Yeah.
And then the last one I have is this one. This is John Coltrane with Wilbur Hardin, and it just has some select tracks from these 2
Is that the one that has Disco Inferno on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, these are really. I got these for nothing. I mean,
those are cheap,
and they sound good. I mean, I think they sound fantastic.
They're
And
fine.
there's no way to get these things. Like, I mean, these records cost a fortune.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, the OGs for sure.
Everybody, I'm going to step away and just go to the peanut gallery. I really enjoyed visiting with you guys and having the opportunity to show a few records you made me buy.
Good night, my friend.
Take care.
Elliot, always a pleasure.
So Sean here says that he just got an OG Black Saint and the Sinner Lady, and it's the most exciting, moving, stirring album he owns of any genre. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
But,
So I guess I was looking for those. Just go on Mike's head. I think these 2 records to me they summarize the Savoy sound.
hang on.
Holy Message too, yeah.
This message too. That's a reissue on the
Japanese.
that's the Maroon label.
Yep.
But this record just sounds special. And that's an OG.
But it's hard to say that's the Savoy sound though, man, because there's only so few of those records on Savoy. But the 2 of Savoy's best, I'll give you that.
As long as I feel like Kenny Clark's on every Savoy. Like, there's just like the rhythm section is used like throughout.
Yeah, Wendell Marshall, Hank Jones, and Kenny Clark are on so many of those records.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. You know what I got?
And then when I was doing the research for my Lee Morgan videos, so Lee Morgan had actually recorded his first Lee Morgan Indeed, and then he went Savoy just recorded the next day Lee Morgan's first record, and they released it before Blue Note did it.
Wow.
So
Everything awesome.
the first one. So Savoy was just like Savoy and Prestige was just like grabbing guys, recording, and releasing as quick as they could.
Yeah, they're kind of he was kind of a charlatan, Levinsky.
Yeah.
See the Savoy guy?
Yeah,
There was some really sketchy shit. I mean, the Dexter Gordon biography that Maxine Gordon wrote. Dexter's autobiography. I
He's
guess.
pretty openly racist and pretty much an asshole from all accounts.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely treated the artist pretty poorly.
But speaking of,
I wonder if that contributed to why Dexter. I mean, Dexter went to Europe because he was having just racist hell here, and going to prison for having tracks on his arms and shit. So that's why he went to Europe. But I just wonder if like the treatment he was getting by the record companies contributed to that. I mean, how would it not? I guess, right?
I think there's a long line of troubled people, Chris.
Yeah.
Social issues, everything.
Yeah. I mean,
think about what it means though to go to a country to work across the ocean, away from all your community, and to feel so much safer there that you stay there
for 15 years.
Imagine doing that. Imagine going on a work trip to any place across the ocean and saying, "Fuck my family, my community, all the things I know and love. I'm not going back. I feel safe." Think how much how crazy that is to feel that.
Not only like the safe thing, but they were like celebrity. Like
No,
they were,
sure.
they were like beloved in a way that
they were valued. Absolutely.
Yeah, treated as human beings, right? That's putting that.
Well, there's so many I think we were talking about this last time, but there's so many good Swedish jazz documentaries. Just all kinds of random.
Yeah.
They interview the hell out of everybody. And they document a lot of stuff that
the enjoyment of being a celebrity, I think, would fade much quicker than the freedom of walking down the street and not worried about getting clubbed in the head and going to jail tonight.
That's true.
You know what I mean? I think that freedom, that liberty, that lack of the piano hanging over your head, that's got to mean something, man. So many of those guys stayed for a long time and left family and children and loved ones and just said, wow, this is a whole lot easier on a lot of levels,
They also went there to make a living because they could actually get gigs.
Sure.
Well,
They started slowing down here, in the 50s and early 60s. I mean, there were still some places to play, but not like it had been like in the 40s or whatever. And you can go there and just play. I mean, Dexter basically played at Montmartre for 15 years.
I've read numerous accounts, though, where those guys talked about the thing they missed the most was being in contact with the black community back home. There was no internet. There was no email. There was no cell phones. You lost touch with your community as a black man living in Paris or Belgium or Denmark, and especially in the 50s and 40s. And
it wouldn't happen to anybody going over there, wouldn't it? I mean,
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it, it's almost unimaginable to take that leap.
Do any of you have Lars Gullin?
Yeah.
No. He had some stuff on Emercy, though, I think.
Yep. 10 inches that became LPs. He's got stuff on Atlantic.
I like him a lot.
Not familiar.
He's a fine baritone player.
He's Swedish. The Swedish guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would like to figure out, so going back to Dexter, is which Steeplechase records of his are actually good?
Well, they're all, I would say, good, but it becomes a point where they're all sort of similar.
Yeah.
They're live performances in the club. He's doing his Dexter thing, and it's it's very good. Some of them are better than others,
right?
No doubt. But on a whole, you can do. And this is somebody I love, Dexter Gordon. You can do without most of them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, they're live performances, and he's doing Dexter Gordon.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the Steeplechase.
Excellent Dexter Gordon, don't get me wrong. But is it essential? No.
Well, I mean, if it's a Dexter Gordon record, it's probably essential for my collection.
Yeah. Then you're going to spend a lot of money on those Steeplechases because there's so many of those. I mean,
it's like this whole period of his playing that only exists on that.
Yeah, that guy probably had a recording set up like every time Dexter walked onto the stage.
Oh, exactly.
You probably recorded him in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, actually, his fart album is really good, man.
It's just amazing. You just can't keep up with those live Steeplechase recordings.
Now, when he comes back, I think he definitely records for Prestige. I was looking at some of those records.
Yep.
And
yeah, I have one of them. It's good. I have
okay.
when it was the green label. Yeah, I have that.
The one when Dexter comes back,
Yeah.
You know, he records for Columbia, and he does the Vanguard thing. But around the same time, he does a recording for Steeplechase in the U.S.
That's right.
With Barry Harris, Al Foster. I want to say Sam Jones on bass. I'm not sure. It's called "Biting the Apple."
I think it's Sam Jones. Yes, I think you're
That
right.
is fabulous.
Oh,
That
good
is
to know.
fabulous.
Is it
That's the one that they
70s
have
or
at
Sam
Acoustic
Jones
Sounds
or
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That is fabulous.
Hey, I got a couple albums to show. I found this that I've seen all over the place. So I just picked up for $5.
Nice.
How is that? Do you guys know this one? Because I see him at a local store for like $10 every day, and then he's always there.
I mean,
I
on
like
here,
It's one of Nancy Wilson's first or second record. It's a very young, very spry Nancy Wilson's great stuff.
Mhm.
That's a fun record.
Yeah,
She goes so much more experimental than people give him credit for,
I
man.
love that record.
it's mostly it's him. He's kind of like stealing the record.
Well, I mean, I was talking about a record he was on yesterday. And you talk shit about it, and it hurt my feelings.
But listen, I talk shit about you, not the records you show.
Yeah.
Mike, Sam Jones is on that Dexter record.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's worth having. That's an essential Dexter on Steeplechase.
I'm
I played
buying
a record. I played a record in the cafe today, guys. I don't know how many of you guys have it, and I'm gonna say you should all get it if you don't have it. It's so wonderful. It's so blissful. It's I think the kind of jazz we all want.
Is it
Sonny Chris?
Any Sonny Chris is great.
I mean, his Imperial stuff's fantastic too.
Yeah.
This record, though, it's just such sweet but soul-filled post-bop Maduro. It's just wonderful, man. And one of the real surprises on this record is the trombonist, who's a white cat by the name of Ola Hansen, who I think shows up on a Savoy with Kenny Clark at one point too. But the guy's a sweet player. But Sonny Chris is just blowing some beautiful romantic sunshine. He's probably pretty high because it feels like he's having a little too much fun almost at times. But boy, I played it 3 times today in the cafe and I got a lot of comments on it. Really, how many of you guys have it?
I have Sonny Chris in the USA. That one's great.
Yeah.
That one looks like it's tough to come by. You're getting it from Japan, or you're not getting it.
What label is that?
This initially was on Peacock Progressive Jazz, which has this and one other jazz record on, and then a bunch of other not jazz stuff. I think it was out of Texas initially, this label. There's a Betty Carter record on here as well with like a satellite.
Yes.
What's that?
I was agreeing. Yeah, that's the one with that Betty Carter record on.
Yeah, she did like a satellite on there with like a Sputnik looking thing.
Yeah.
And that's an out record, man. She's out there on that record. I was surprised how dissonant that record was, man. There's a lot of cacophony and crazy kind of out stuff on that Betty Carter record. But this is very sweet and melancholic and beautiful. And I mean, it almost makes you want to be high just to sit back and soak up and enjoy it.
What year is that, man? Do you know what year it is about?
I think it's 55, maybe 56.
Yeah,
Same time with those 3 Imperials.
That Sonny Chris Go Man, that's like a real cool but expensive.
I think that's
record.
57. That one. There's 3 Imperials. Go West or no, not Go West. USA. Go Man. And then Plays Cole Porter is the other one. Those 3 are great records.
The one I always recommend to people is there's a twofer, an MCA twofer with Kenny Durham. That it's the I forget the name of the Sonny Chris record, but the Kenny Durham one is the Jazz Prophets. You could get that record for like under $10 mint. That twofer, and it sounds excellent.
Yeah,
it's Kenny Durham, and what's on the other side? Sonny Chris.
Sonny Chris, I forget the name of the Sonny. It's like a hard to get Sonny Chris record.
Weird, because that ABC title, there's no Sonny Chris on ABC. I wonder what that would be.
I'll tell you what it is because I have it. My records are all over the place, so I'll type it in.
All right. While you do that, I'm going to show a record here. So this. Oh, yeah.
Sean says that our box cars are well decorated. Thank you, Sean.
It's called The Bop Masters, by the way, is the name of the album.
Okay.
The twofer.
Yeah.
That might be one to get.
Well, I mean, Dan recommended.
I think I remember you showing that, Rob.
Yeah,
Picked that up
I
recently.
find it all the time in perfect condition. I'm amazed that it's,
Yeah. So this is Sonny Chris Quintet. Let me see if I get some details on this. And it is put out by ABC Impulse and
Oh,
MCA.
it's one of his impulse titles.
So it is, let's see if we got what it says.
Salt and pepper.
Says
it's not
side A
that
and
one.
B is Chicago circa 1959, originally issued on Peacock. That's the Sonny Chris one.
Oh,
and
that's
then-
this one.
And then side C and D was recorded at Belton Studios in New York City and originally issued as ABC Paramount Records, and that's the Kenny Dorham Quintet, The Prophet.
Awesome.
Very cool. I'll have to look at. I'm gonna throw this in my cart.
Check this out. Somebody in the chat was just talking about this record, so I want to show it real quick.
in mint condition. I'd be surprised if you pay more than $10 for it.
Let me see.
This one you're talking about? Yeah, Generation. This is a great record. This is Dexter when he came back on the Prestige on the green labels. It's got Freddie Hubbard, Cedar Walton, Buster Williams, and Billy Higgins. Ooh, this will be relevant in the video we're putting out tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And then the other one that's kind of the same era that I like is Tangerine. That Dexter put out after he came back. I don't know who's on this one though. Let me see real quick. It's subjective.
All right, cool.
See, this one is Dexter, Thad Jones, Hank Jones, Stanley Clark, and Louis Hayes. It's pretty cool. Anyway, what were you going to show, Mike?
I'm going to show it in 1 second. I just want to pull up. I just want to make sure I get the lineup on this correct. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Mazzy, come talk with us if you want.
Yeah, come on up. Okay, here we go. So this one's really hard for me to get. One of the more difficult records. I'm really happy I did get it. I had to get it imported from Australia because that's just where it was. I believe I've been messaging Dan about this.
Yeah.
So,
So,
all right, so let me make myself big. It's a pretty cool record, and it's really hard to get. It wasn't particularly expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. This is a Daddy-O Presents, so one of the 4 Daddy-O Presents. Now, there's some tape issues at the top here. That's okay. The record is super clean. So, I mean, this thing looks like it was like unplayed. There's no spin, no nothing. And
gorgeous, man.
This is Clark Terry out on a limb, and I was surprised how hard this is to get. I just guess they didn't press that many in it. It's got kind of the old Argo label there, LP 620, and it has Jimmy Wood on bass, Sam Woodyard on drums, Remo Biondi on guitar, Willie Jones on piano, Mike Simpson tenor sax and flute, and then trumpet is obviously Clark Terry. It's cool. Like the track, there's a bunch of tracks. They're all like 3 minutes long. It's real early. I think this was pressed 1957 for Argo, and it's just a cool record. I'm so happy to have it. I've played it 3 times so far. It's the sonics on it, like the pressing sound really good. The only other record I really want from Argo is the Paul Gonsalves one, and that is like I've never seen that come up once. Like I've never seen it once. So
some of those Argo Sonny Stitt records, man, are killer.
Oh, the Sonny Stitt, yeah, and he worked. Wasn't there Sonny Stitt and the Jug?
Gene Ammons.
Gene
Yeah,
Ammons.
there's a bunch of Stitt stuff. There's some stuff with Ammons.
Wow.
Ahmad Jamal's records are wonderful. There's some great stuff at Argo. I love it.
Here you go. Here you go. This is a good twofer to get.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. What's that on?
This is a Verve. But let me tell you what album. I don't know what 2 albums this is, but
Damn it,
I can't see. It's blurry. What is it?
Gene Ammons, Sonny Stitt, Prime Cuts.
yeah, it's a comp.
You're right, Mike. That Paul Gonsalves on, is it called Cookin'? Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
It's been released once. No, there's a reissue from '86, I guess, in Japan.
Is it available?
For $50? Yeah.
Oh right, I didn't realize that.
No, 75 with shipping. So
it's from like Korea or something.
it's from Japan. It's from P-Vine.
Okay. Yeah, so Dan's just going to make me jealous because I'm pretty sure he's going to get that Paul Gonzalez
Yeah, here
one.
it is.
It's just now. Was that hard for you to get when you
Fuck
picked
yeah.
up? Yeah, that is
tough,
impossible.
very tough record to come by.
Very cool.
Nice. Do you like
And what's the catalog number? That's 626.
626. And of course, Gonzalez was famous from Newport 56 with Ellington.
Yeah.
Ellington kind of slipped somewhat in the audience's mind. He was no longer front and center stage and legit when what was happening in jazz. And the band was playing, and the audience was kind of just sitting there on the grass at Newport. And they started playing. I can't think of the name of the song right now. It's in my mind.
Oh, it's Dimiendo and Crescendo and Blue.
Dimiendo and Crescendo and Blue, yep.
Yeah.
And the famous story, Gonzalez got the crowd going. People started dancing in the aisles. Next thing you know, he played like 17 or 18 choruses. And so that's kind of Gonzalez's trademark legend. And he does some good work at Impulse. And he doesn't do a lot as a lead. I think there's a couple things on Riverside. Maybe it's on Jazzland, if I remember.
I just showed the Jazzland one.
Yeah. But this record is a really hard one to find.
He has a record on Impulse too, or maybe two.
I think it's two.
He has a good one with him and Sonny Stitt.
There's an Argo record rarer than this though.
Wait, hold on. So first of all, that is a Daddy O. So there's
Yes,
four
it is.
Daddy O's. There's a Clark Terry, Paul Gonzalez, Ramsey Lewis, and what am I missing?
JT3.
And I got that one too, and that one was hard to get.
What were you saying, Carlos?
He has a good one with Sonny Stitt as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's an Argo rarer than all of those, man.
Hold on, let me think.
I'll tell you this, I still don't have it.
What is it?
I'm guessing none of you will be able to come up with his name.
Sam Lazar.
No, it's a guy by the name of Cesar Giovannini. So there's some Italian character whose a lot of his stuff lends to be more classical show. Not even like I'm sure his Argo recording must have some pretty good jazz because Argo never lets their product slip that much, but his other stuff's fairly schlocky from what I've seen and heard. But the Cesar Giovannini record, something about down at the Riviera or something like that. I have never had a chance to even bid on one. I saw one on eBay once that was a promo on a colored vinyl, but it was no cover, just a promo thing. And I lost it for $27. And even on Discogs, I think like 3 people have it and 6 people want it. I actually messaged one of the people who had it and asked if I could buy it from him, and he wouldn't sell it to me. But I've been looking for it in my wanted Discog thing for 2.5 years, and it's not come up for sale once.
Well, now you got competition, Dan. I'm going for it.
Well, it's probably one of the lesser Argos to listen to, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah. I was going to say that Newport, that's the Newport that MoFi has, right? It's the same year. Gonzalez solo was that Newport? Does anybody remember?
56. What's MoFi?
Low Fidelity. They got their Silver Series. That one's available right now again.
I mean, there was Newport festivals every year, so like Verve has a series of records for a bunch of different Newport seasons.
Yeah, this is the one that they put on Columbia, right? I think there were 2 or 3 Columbia ones for Ellington though, at Newport. I can't remember now.
Yeah, there's like different years for Ellington: 55, 56, 58 at Newport.
Yeah,
56 is the one that's the most famous, if I remember. George Ween from Boston, the Storyville guy, he was the one who was behind the Newport Festival, and Norman Grant's had a lot of his cats out there every year doing a lot of stuff at Newport.
Hey, Chris, do you have this one?
Let me see. Oh, hang on. Let me show this real quick.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
They're $30 now. This sounds really good though. Like you can get a
yeah. I have the 80s one, the nice price one. It sounds fine.
Yeah, it's good though. Okay, let's see. What do you have there? Let me find you, Carlos.
I love that record.
I don't have that.
This is really, really good.
You almost look very alike.
There's a couple Bobby Humphrey songs I love to play when I was DJing a lot.
Yeah, you would like this, Chris.
I'll check it out for sure. I've got the other. What is going on here? Go wait, Duke. I've got the one that the classic series or 80 series or whatever that came out.
That's a good one too.
That was right, yeah. I'm gonna show a record. This one blew me away. I mean, I'm targeting like a couple of these players. There's stuff from like the 70s and 80s, and this is a crisscross that I picked up last week. So this one is Slide Hampton featuring Clifford Jordan, Roots.
That's good. That's really good.
So good, man. With Cedar Wall.
You're going to have to start paying Slide Hampton a fee every time you show that.
No, he doesn't pay me, dude, because I'm advertising his shit. So I'm just kind of obsessed with anything with Clifford Jordan, Cedar Walton, and Billy Higgins. And then Sam Jones is on like 80% of that stuff, too.
Yeah, there's another Clifford Jordan on there on Crisscross. Royal Ballads. That's really good.
Okay.
And that was those LPs were like the end of Crisscross issuing stuff on vinyl. They went straight. They went to CD after that, and they're still a viable label now. So they just they release like four CDs like twice a year.
Yeah, but last year they released the one that Chris picked up of the organ player, right? What's his name?
Yeah,
Chris?
Melvin Ryan. But
it's so good.
Elemental is licensing some titles from them.
Yeah, they did that. They did there was a record store day one too that I had.
The Mark Turner.
Yeah,
it was fabulous. A fabulous.
Gotta duck out, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
Take
for
care.
having me.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Later, Dan.
Cool.
Thanks for coming, Dan. Always great. So I have a couple records from stuff that you guys been talking.
Okay, cool.
Sorry,
Hey,
Chris.
I'm gonna get out of here too. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Okay.
All
All right.
See everybody.
Wait, I just wanted to ask Mike how the toilet's working. Oh,
That's true. I did want to show one more record, which I'll show quickly.
Oh no.
I quit back Easy Living.
Yeah,
This was
that was worth it.
this
That's
was
excellent.
this was reissued as a Music Matters Jazz, and it has it's like 2 sessions. The first side has Ike Quebec tenor, Stanley Turrentine tenor, Benny Green trombone, Stanley Clark piano, Milt Hinton bass, and then Art Blakey drums. And yeah, side 2 is just the quartet with Sonny Clark, Milt Hinton, Art Blakey with him. And I've listened to it. It sounds incredible. And it was pressed at oh god, where did they press this? It was at a really good pressing plant. They do like the disc records. I can't remember the name of it right now, but
Which version is that, Mike?
it's hold on, let me look it up real quick. I'll get it here.
While he's doing that, Matthew, you're correct. You can't get an OG Newport for permission, I think.
Let's see, here it is. Okay, so this version's from 1987, and this is a comp of bass. I think this was like 45 stuff, 45 RPM singles, and this was pressed at Sheffield Lab. So you guys know the Sheffield Lab.
Yeah, direct to disc is amazing.
So it sounds very good. I mean, I got it for $20, so I mean, highly recommend. Yes, that's it.
That's the Music Matters. Yes.
Yeah, so it's a cool one.
Yeah,
Is that a 45, Felipe?
Yes, 45.
Cool. So I feel like I didn't have any Ike Quebec in 2021, and like now I have 4 of his records. I'm so happy. This stuff's like I don't think it's that easy to get.
Ike rules. He's amazing.
Yeah, and I'll get Heavy Soul. Is it Heavy Soul that's coming out as a classic?
Heavy Soul is gonna come out. Soul Samba is still whenever.
I have that one.
I have the one of the 1980 reissues that weren't released.
It might as well be spring, and there's one more AP 45. I can't remember the title. I have it, but I can't remember the title.
And Mike, you're interested in those Blue Note 45s.
Yeah,
Well, Ike Quebec did a whole series of those.
I know. Yeah,
So
He was very early with the label. Yeah.
I need to pick up a few of them for sure. All right, guys, I'm off. Good chatting. I'll catch up with you all later. See everybody.
All right, Mike.
Yeah.
So just catching up with a couple of things that you guys mentioned. This Sonny stage is really good.
That is good.
The two best Sonny Stits are those two Cobblestone records. Fight me on any of them.
Well, dude, next time Dan's here, he can tell you how stupid you are because you haven't heard but like 6.
Well, listen, you can tell me how stupid I am, but I'll tell you this: those are the two best ones.
I only have the one, and I do love that record. But
hey, I have too many records, and I was just going through things, and I was wondering where I put this.
Where do you have him at? You said you have too many records. Where are you hiding him at? Is that the store's never open, man?
He's in the trunk. He's in the trunk of my car. They're all going to breathe.
He's opening his door. Got too many records.
But you know what? He won't shut up. I don't know who he's talking to in the trunk.
Shows from the trunk.
But these are those because I don't hear enough people talking about these. Because Music on Vinyl is doing this reissue of Timeless records.
Oh yeah,
I have the the Archie Shepp Black Ballads, which is freaking awesome. And then this came out in November because they've been slowly. I think they released a. There's an Art Blakey. Yeah. There's a bunch of Shepp.
It's very low numbers, right? It's all numbers, right?
Yeah, they're all numbered, and they're very high quality. This one is 351. But this is I love Mal Waldron, so
me too. I don't know. I haven't, it's kind of funny. I consider Music on Vinyl to basically be equal to MoFi now. Because
there are some Music on Vinyls that are not digital.
I know, but even the digital ones sound great.
Their quality control. Here's the thing about them: their quality control blows most press because they own every aspect of making the record, right?
Yeah. Where do they press them at? Do you know?
In the Netherlands, is it?
Okay.
Yeah. I think that. Yeah. And they do stuff for who else? Well, their pressing plant. I know when Branford Massalas puts stuff out on vinyl, it's done at that pressing plant.
No, they're great. They're just expensive, kind of too, and it's so hard to buy everything.
Well, I'm going to tell you a trick.
Okay.
Because I bought this from Amazon UK.
Okay.
It wasn't that much. I mean, with the shipping, it wasn't that bad.
Okay.
So they just put it in a giant box by itself. So.
Oh my God, yeah.
Is that a certain series, Rob?
It's time. Go. I'll pull up a link. So they have a list. It's like 1,000 of each they're doing.
Yeah.
There is a Bill Evans one, but the sound I didn't buy it because it wasn't a good recording.
Is that Consecration or something like that? I have one of those on CD.
It's a concert he did in San Francisco not long before he died, but it's not a good recording. It sounds like the mic is like 20 feet away from them playing. But so far I'm happy with the Archie. I highly recommend getting that Archie Shepp record. It is.
That's ballads.
Black Ballads.
Black Ballads.
It's a double album. This Barney Weiland's a double album.
Okay.
I'll pull up the Music on Vinyl Timeless.
Here's a question from Sean. Do y'all consider Louis Prima to be jazz?
I mean, sorta.
I really haven't listened to that much Louis Prima.
I mean, as much as Frank Sinatra is.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think he's supper club music. Is that right?
He was known as the king of swing. I don't know.
I mean, he was kind of goofy when he did all his shit, right?
Yeah.
So the other album I want to get, they put out a couple Pharoah Sanders records on this Timeless reissue.
Yeah.
Africa. Mm-hmm. I've been have my eye on that one. Let me. Here's a lot of people start. The first one they did was the Eastern Rebellion. A lot of people have that, right? And some of these titles were put out by Light in the Attic too.
Now, here's an interesting comment. It says they're pressed at record industry the same as ERC.
and you don't have to pay ERC prices.
Do you get Sharpie on those records as well? No.
I just got a thing in an email from them basically saying they're doing the Doors first album.
Yeah, I got that
in
too.
true mono. Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck's true mono? I mean, is it like different than fake mono? I mean,
Yep.
I don't understand. Sounds like bullshit. If
No,
anybody loves ERC, that's fine. I just
Isn't there a debate over the tapes of the Doors, or am I wrong about that? The mono?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah,
I forget what it's about though.
Steve Westman has a video regarding that.
Hey, Shoga, I don't have a lot of Archie Shep. I have a twofer, MCA reissue twofer. I have Fire Music, and I have Black Ballads. That's really the three Archie. I would like to. I would like them to issue the Impulse titles, reissue those. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the only hope is, aren't they? Third Man's doing one, isn't it?
No, well, actually, I have a quad. Actually, four. I have a quad of Kwanzaa.
I
have the original
one of those
because a lot of those were originally put out as quads only, quadraphonic.
Yeah.
So I do have a really nice copy of Kwanzaa. The cover's iffy, but that's coming out as a Verve by request title.
Joe, what is Billy Higgins the Soldier? What is that on? I haven't heard of
that's great.
Does it have my trio on it?
Is that the time? Is that a timeless? I might have that.
Yeah,
I bought a collection that has a bunch of timeless records in it.
Speaking of Archie Shep, I don't know if someone mentioned this, but Verve by request is doing reissuing Kwanzaa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an OG of that. So
yeah, in February it's supposed to. February 17th it's supposed to be released.
Hey, here's a question for everyone, because Mike had posted a thing. They're German. I guess it's the German version of Universal or Impulse. They're issuing a bunch of Impulse titles. So there's the one that I know is available is a Pharaoh Sanders title. Let me look it up.
Did he say he's going to be getting them in?
No, they're out of Europe, and I've looked, and only European record stores are selling it. So you got to pay all the shipping.
Man, that Soldier has Billy Higgins and Cedar Walton, and I want every record those two guys played on together, Mike. I'm obsessed with those two guys playing together. They're fucking awesome.
I have a folk album where it's Billy Higgins and some dude playing.
Well, I'll skip that.
You know, Rob, when you had mentioned Amazon Warehouse a while ago.
Yeah.
Well, I went on Amazon Warehouse. And I found it's so funny because I'm looking at the price now on Amazon, but I found a copy of Cedar Walton Quartet first set, Cedar Walton, Bob Berg, Sam Jones, Billy Higgins,
dude,
and it was $15.
Yeah.
Now on Amazon, I guess it was only one copy. Now the regular price on Amazon is $41.99.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you. So here's the trick, guys. Get Honey extension in your browser. My cart on Amazon has 5,000 records in it. And whenever the price changes, I get a notification. So, but you got to be quick because a lot of records will you'll put in your cart at $15, and they have an algorithm, depending on demand, it'll be the same exact record and it'll change the price.
My problem is I'll accidentally try to order the whole cart or something stupid. Can you export your cart and send it to me so I can just import it into mine?
Listen, Charlie Brown, you'll end up fucking everything up for everybody.
That's probably true.
Felipe.
Felipe.
Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to find this. I want to know about these European records. Some guy said they're not as good as the. All right. So the one that's released is Turhed. Am I saying that right?
I don't know.
So the one, it's 2022. It's technically put out on Verve Records Universal Special Markets out of Europe. The people, because actually you got to be careful because a Russian Audio Clarity is like a Russian
Yeah.
Yep.
label. They put one out at the same time. So you got to be sure you're getting the specific one. And they said that they got the bar. They have a barcode. I'll put a link in the chat. But I only found it at European record stores.
What is it?
No one in the U.S. is carrying these.
What record is it? I forget what you're talking about.
It's Pharoah Sanders Turid.
Oh, okay.
Turid.
I like the Karma. That's the first Pharoah Sanders record I bought. I liked it. The acoustic sound series.
Yeah,
it's great.
One of these music on vinyl.
To get him to issue more. What, Carlos?
I was just gonna say that one of these music on vinyl is interesting lineup with. It's called "This Is for You, John." It has Benny Golson, Pharoah Sanders, Cedar Walton, Ron Carter, and Jack DeJohnette. I guess Benny Golson is kind of the outlier. He's from more of an old school crowd.
Cool.
So what do you guys think is happening with the Verve Acoustic Sound Series? Is it dead? Is it gone?
I don't know. I don't doubt it.
I mean, is it part of the reason nothing's being done? I don't know how backed up Chad is. I mean,
well, I think he needs an enema. That's how backed up he is.
He's too busy pressing gold with those fucking Steely Dan records at 100.
He's too busy coming after me, man. I have to look over my shoulder.
Well, he's gonna get Mazzy before he gets you. Who has a new release coming out? Oh well, yeah. There's like one or two more that are already scheduled, right?
Which one for Chad?
Yeah, I mean, Night Train is one of them.
Night Train. Oh yes, that's right. Yeah,
can't wait for that record's badass.
Yeah, that was delayed forever.
Yeah, there's a deal. If you have a Target card, they have this thing called Target Circle, and like right now, the deal, I get $15 back if I buy $35 worth of stuff 3 times.
Oh wow!
So I'm gonna order 3 records.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get Night Train. Here's one no one's talking about. I think Jazz Bum Mike ordered it. Real Gone Music is putting out that Dorothy Ashby record. Do you know about this?
Yeah, he did order it. Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Because he said they sent him a shipping notice or something.
The fucked up thing about Real Gone is if you buy from them directly, they're cheap, but they charge you so much for shipping.
They do. I know.
Because I ordered that on Amazon. I just I just ordered it on Amazon.
Well, Target has it. It's $21. I mean, the thing is, it's probably digital,
Yeah,
but it's going to be as good as the Black Jazz stuff.
Yeah,
that's great. I mean, that's what I'm putting one away. I think that's the best deal I've ever gotten on any records, man.
And Target, I had posted the link earlier. Target has the Lockjar box set for pre-order for $98.
No shit.
Right, and if you get a Target credit card, they give you Target credit card is sort of like Amazon Prime. You get free shipping and 5% off all your purchases.
Where'd you get those from, Carlos?
These are both from Real Gone Music, and this is what Mazzy was talking about a few streams ago.
Really good. That's really good.
Yeah. Just some kind of like spoken word poetry.
Oh, cool.
With this one has piano behind it, and I haven't listened to this one yet. Yeah.
Nice. Rev, thank you for accepting our sponsorship offer. Welcome to the show, buddy.
That was hilarious.
Hey, Rev, if the check bounces, it's Mike's check, okay? It's not mine. Not Chris.
Hey, I didn't get a shirt. I'll tell you that much.
We will get you a shirt, man.
Listen, I'm not wearing anything underneath this track jacket.
Did you like that color better than the dark one?
No, I'm a Heather Gray t-shirt guy. That's my signature look.
We'll get you one.
He's grayish.
I'm an XXL, by the way.
Jose loves that Kerouac album. That's awesome. It's a shame. You know, it's funny. I've got a couple of when I bought that big ass collection a year and a half ago. there was some like comedy records in it from like the 50s. And I don't get a goddamn thing like I was talking about. It's like political stuff, like super, period specific political stuff of like Eisenhower.
How about that Eisenhower?
I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. So it was. I listened to it a couple of times. It was interesting. But
Hey, can anyone believe the price of bread? It's 50 cents a loaf.
no shit, exactly.
You know what? I picked up a Jazz Tet record this past week. It didn't do much for me.
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
I got so many fucking records here. I don't know. It's one. How many Jazz Tet records are there?
There's a bunch. There's
Yeah.
quite a few.
Yeah, they did a whole thing on Argo.
It's got to be one of their earlier ones because Addison Farmer's on it, and he
It's
died.
probably on Argo. Was it the
Yeah.
one?
Well,
Yeah.
it's a cadet reissue.
Yeah, is it Jazz that plays the music of John Lewis, Milano?
No. They're all standing on the front. Is that the same cover on everyone? I'll tell you what it is.
Is that the one with McCoy Tyner?
It's Meet the
No, yeah, it is. It's the one with
okay.
McCoy Tyner.
Is that Meet the Jazz Set?
That might be the first one.
It just was like there was nothing, no spark to it.
I don't know about
I
that.
mean,
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
House, that's cool.
At the birdhouse.
yeah.
That's awesome. I like Jazz Set. I mean, I think they're kind of up there with like Art Blakey's crew at this time.
They're not as good as Art Blakey. Come on, man.
How dare you? I didn't say they were as good. I'm
I
just saying-
mean, Art Blakey. That's just like someone asked earlier. Our favorite Art Blakey.
Yeah.
The one I want them is you can really only get is a Blue Note 75. That
Which one?
what is that one? It's like someone slapped you in the face. That is like a heavy album.
Yeah.
Art,
Oh,
I'll tell you what it is.
I mean, they don't have that many records that they did, really. They probably did 10, 12 records.
Well, I don't know about that. Oh, it's Free for All. They need to put out Free for All in a good version.
well, I think I posted it right this week. Free for all.
I don't
Would
know.
it now?
It's like a dark cover, black and brownish.
No, not at all. Totally opposite.
What I
It's
would
white.
like for what I would like for them to do is to gosh, what's the one now? I can't remember the fucking name of it. It's the one that gosh, and I did a video this years ago. That Vinyl Me Please put out.
Oh, I have it. I'll show it to you right now.
Yeah, I would like.
I found that at a record store.
I would like for Blue Note to do it, so we can compare Kevin Gray and Ryan K. Smith on the same recording.
That'd be cool.
That would be like a really like geeked out thing.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually have.
We can talk about Art Ensemble.
So I have the two good Vinyl Me Please ones. So this is it, right?
Yes, Freedom Rider. There you go. Yeah.
I got it, but it didn't have like the Obi or whatever.
Yeah.
But this thing kills.
Yeah.
So this is the Vinyl Me Please, and then this Vinyl Me Please. So this is weird. They did this at 45. It came out the same year, Kevin Gray, as the Music Matters.
Oh.
Free for all, yeah.
Yeah. So what is that one?
That's a Van Gelder YP.
All right, you need to put that in the mail to me tomorrow, ASAP.
Hey, is that what is the one that you just showed, Rob? What's the name of that Art Blakey you just showed?
The Freedom
yeah.
Rider.
I bought from you, Felipe.
Yes, I send you my same thing, Blue Label RVG, because I just got an OG of that.
That's right.
I mean, this was pressed at QRP.
Mhm.
The Vinyl Me Please.
Yeah.
This is when they did good shit on not the crap they're putting out the next 3 months.
I know. I'm like, I think I'm getting close to having like $300 in credit from them.
Well, you know what? Today they announced that they made an announcement last week that they're dropping 10 albums that were popular from the past. They did that Charles Bradley. And then today they announced this the Monk live in Paris. And then I go read and people say it's a horrible pressing. It's a horrible mastering.
And I'm sorry.
Why are you reissuing
I
an
know
album
what
that
you're
got
saying.
bad reviews from you?
Yeah, why don't they do the Sonny Chirac? Unless they lost the rights to it. The
Well,
license.
but here's the funny thing too. What about the British company who did the 45 version of the Sonny Chirac?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
You know, it's not a small company who has the rights to it, I think.
It is. It was Axiom that it came out of, that label Axiom, I think it was, and I think they were a division of Island. I'm not sure. But because I had the original CD when that came out.
Dude, that album, please, the vinyl god, please put that album out.
I know. I wish I had ordered like 2 copies when Vinyl Me Please did their reissue.
That album, right? It's $200 to get it.
Yeah.
Right?
Might as well be amazing.
Even both versions, the British 45 version and the Vinyl Me Please.
Yeah, hopefully, let's see, comes out.
And then they're doing the cadet box set, but there are only 2 things I really want in there.
I know.
Yeah.
And I just can't, justify like spending the money.
I know Vinyl Me Please watches the stream, so let me talk to you directly, Vinyl Me Please.
Hang on, let's do this.
I know you have a room full of chimpanzees that pick the albums you press. Whatever they throw, they're all on a wall, right? And whatever the chimps throw their poo out and the most poo sticks to it, those are the ones you press. I'm telling you, that's a bad system. Let us put submissions in and go after those titles.
They're definitely remastering all 10 of those, Roberto. I'm not a fan. There's 2 things. I'm not a fan of all those records necessarily. And then secondly, I don't want to buy a $300 or $400 box pressed at GZ. Honestly.
Roberto, how do you know that they're remastering those reissues?
Well, they remaster everything they put out.
Yeah.
No. Well, here's the deal. That's not true.
No.
So here's the scam of Vinyl Me Please.
Okay.
They get color variants, like all the Black Jazz titles.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
They put out vinyl. Then there's a few titles they put out. I don't know. It's just it's the same mastering as the regular one you can get.
I know. I'm just saying it's a
They do that as well.
Listen, the Tribe box.
Yeah.
All those albums, the Bernie Grumman mastered, you can buy individual. The Ghetto box, because it's a deal they have with not now label. So that's the scam. They just paid for a box and little tchotchkes that go in the box, and they put those same albums you can go buy right now.
Yeah, I mean, just like this Southside Movement record that they're selling now. I mean, it's a crazy hard, not that hard, but very important soul record, Southside Movement. They have like for $47, $45, and you can buy from the label for $21.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
the exact same thing.
They do have scam things. Like, again, the Yusuf Lateef they just put out. They did that. Beautiful job. Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they fill their whole store with scammy shit.
It's not scammy. It's just a color variant they charge you an extra $10 for.
No, but I mean...
And they get it first usually, too, a lot of the times. Look at them first. Like, there's a record that came out recently. It's Rashad Kirk.
You're Roland Kirk.
Well, listen, Rev. You need to send me that Sonny Chirac record ASAP. The check will come from the Jazz Bums for it.
Yeah,
500.
we need to set the railroad tracks.
Yeah. And Rev, I've listened to that art ensemble twice now, and it's great. It's a fabulous. I mean, the sound for a live recording is excellent, and it's really good, really good.
I got a record for you to show. That's good. I got from Jim Record Collector. I told him. So this one that Rev sent to me. No, I'm just joking. This record. Do you have this one, Mike?
Is that from the movie? Oh, wow.
It was put out. It was only put on vinyl by Analog Productions.
No, wow, that's cool.
And this is 45.
Oh, wow.
So it's all them together. So it's like the songs are. You hear Miles playing trumpet, and then John Lee Hooker's going. It's good.
Oh.
And then if you watch the movie, Jennifer Connelly and Virginia Madsen show their movies.
That's worth it.
Wow, Virginia Madsen. Wow, that's a name from the past.
It's been hot for years.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I'm going back to this slimy Johnny Griffin album. I'm going to show you the song titles, and you're going to go, "What the fuck?"
Well, let's see who's playing too.
Oh, so here's who's playing.
Oh, that's a great group.
Yeah, it is.
But look at the song, "Soft and Furry." What the fuck is that about?
Part 2, part 3.
Hey man, Honey Bucket.
Honey Bucket.
Honey Bucket.
Fucking furry, clearly.
I mean, here's the deal. You know what? I think this was at the time when Johnny Griffith and Telly Savalas pitched Players Club.
Yeah. I got that. I showed a later Johnny Griffin. I can't remember the name of it a few weeks ago. That thing was
on Galaxy.
Yeah, on Galaxy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a record to show. I thought this is an ECM. I don't have everything. I saw it for $5, so I thought I would buy it, and I was horribly disappointed.
All right, let's see.
Anyone ever heard of this shit?
Oh, geez, please stop. You know what? Moving forward, you're not allowed to buy $5 records.
Note to self: stay away from elephants on the cover.
This is shit. This is the only ECM record that is. It's like a synth pop, 80s synth pop.
Wow.
And it's got like an Indian dude that plays violin, some English chick that plays.
But Ravi Shankar's on it, right?
No, it's like Lakshmi Shankar or some shit.
It's like his ne'er-do-well brother.
It's his
I
cousin.
don't think he's related. And then weirdly, Steve Vai plays guitar on it. So it's like this really uninspired synth pop with Steve Vai suddenly coming in and being Satan. You know, it's like, fucking terrible, dude. I hate it.
That's funny.
But I'm gonna keep it because it's so bad. So it's like the worst record.
Hey, so I have a $25 credit. If you cancel your membership, does your credit go away, or it just stays there?
I don't know.
I think I'm just going to get the Dizzy Gillespie Afro thing.
It's great.
It's a good album.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Felipe didn't buy it, neither did Mike. It's shameful.
No, I didn't.
You know why Mike didn't buy it? Because Carmel Jones isn't on it.
Well, is there? I mean, Roberto, we only have like a couple of them that we know of, right? Like, what's the lineup? This is
2023 is like you're in the first month. You got what? January and February that they released.
Well, what's coming out next?
I mean, so far it has been a disappointment. I'm just not ordering anything.
It's an album that Felipe has. Felipe's the only person who.
Black Nasty, Power to the People. It's an amazing record.
It's a good funk record.
Oh, yeah. I'll think about getting that.
Listen, Vinyl Me, please. I know you're watching. The classic series should just be jazz titles. Take your Sylvesters that Chris likes.
Hey, Sylvester's
and your funky jazz records and start a lame division. So you have jazz,
lame
yeah. Start a like people who are hard of hearing, are blind, and eat so much they can't get up. Yeah. Give them a choice, and there'll be all these records.
Rob, do you not like funk? You don't like funk music?
No. I love funk.
If you're into like funk and soul, like funkadelic and this kind of stuff, this Black Nasty record is dynamite.
Yeah, it is.
Speaking of funkadelic, there's a Maggot Brain available right now for like $25. Does anybody know?
I have it. Here's the deal. I have it. It's whoever has the rights to it, they're just cranking it out, but it does not sound bad. It's good. It's a good $25 is a good placeholder, but I heard stories that those tapes are gone forever.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I got an OG and it's amazing.
Yeah.
I did see an OG for $100 when I was back east, but I couldn't pull myself to pull the trigger. Yeah.
Shit, should have called me. Should have sent me an email.
I could tell you the name of it. I bet you it's still on the shelf at the store if you call them in West Virginia.
No.
I mean, Sean, Rob's saying that he's read reviews that this monk is not good. Mike, you said that monk in Paris is not good.
Go to the Discogs entry for that album, and apparently that was the first jazz album they ever put out. Vinyl Me, please. But in Discogs, it's not listed as a Vinyl Me Please record. That it's listed as a Blue Note issue.
Yeah.
And there's so much live monk that title is not an essential one.
Well, it's a Blue Note title.
Yeah.
It's a double album, but people say it's not good.
Yeah.
I like the one that came out on Record Store Day on Candid. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
No,
and
but
then there's
again, here's the deal. Candid, I know you're watching too. Those Record Store Day titles did not have the nice covers that your regular versions do.
No.
You fucked up on that, Candid. You and Vinyl Me Please are on my list.
Quit using paper sleeves. God damn it. Thank you.
There's that live monk on Gearbox. I still think that's
I got that. That's great.
That is just fabulous.
Yeah, it is.
The
It's
Gearbox.
cool too.
Yeah. The Gearbox you should get is the
We got
that
that
group with Billy Harper in it.
Ooh, nice.
So
yeah.
Is it what kind of condition is it in?
Oh, it's mint.
How much do you pay a lot of money for it?
I pay 150.
Yeah,
Not
there
bad.
you go.
I finally got this in.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
That's a Black Nasty.
Oh, hang on. Well, hang on. Let's
Look,
look at this first real quick.
I paid $2 for the hairy furry Johnny Griffin record.
Finally got that in.
That's great. That is an amazing record. I love that record. I listened to it this morning when I was taking a shower.
Oh, favorite. Yeah, one of the best.
Chris, please, I don't want to know what music you listen to while you're showering, please.
You have a record player in your
I
bathroom.
was waiting for that.
I'm not streaming it. I'm a charlatan streaming.
I was waiting for that.
Hey, wait, were you in the bath or showering?
That's a
The bath
shower.
is-
Bath requires other kinds of music.
Do you know how much shit you'll get from Michael 45 for listening to your records in the shower? You'll never hear the end of it.
That's how I clean them. You just take them in the shower with you, play them, and the needle cleans out the record while you're in the shower. It's
There
like
you
the total package of what Mazzy and the archivist were talking about.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
All right, Carlos.
And then
So here's a Vinyl Me Please that you can also buy from the record label, Deptone, Lee Fields. This is
Oh
really-
yeah, I love Lee Fields. He's great.
You can buy directly from Deptone for probably half price from Vinyl Me Please, but
Right.
the Vinyl Me Please looks sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another one.
It's really
There's the guy who was in the Blind Boys of Alabama did a solo jazz or soul record that never came out. It was put out by Real Gone, and Vinyl Me Please has a color variant they're charging a lot more for.
well, that's-
Yeah, it's constant, man. It seems like the ones in their series they don't do that with as much, right? Like the classic series itself, most of those
Yeah.
seem to be things they've come up with, but all the stuff in their store is just.
Because what did I get?
have
No, go ahead.
You know what? Like again, this the Monfunko Quartet, the
That's what I was
awesome
gonna
ass,
say. Yeah.
the Mr. And they're selling the color variant of the Mr. Bongo.
Yeah.
Right? Here's what's in their classic series. They have the Dreams, the Gabar Sasbo record, which I don't know. I don't think I'll like. They have the Star People Miles Davis. That I listened to some of it.
I hate that.
They're selling the bootleg Volume 7 of Miles Davis, which you could probably get elsewhere. Most of the titles in their classic thing are color variants of the Black Jazz titles.
Yeah, that's true. For swaps,
For swaps, they have the Rashawn Roland Kirk, which for $37 if you're a member color variant, you can go to Sundays and buy that for $25.
Absolutely.
Fuck
get
you,
it for
Vinyl Me Please.
Sounds for $25. Yeah, that's shit.
What they do?
Mike, you were going to say something a minute ago?
No, the Rob meant just what Rob said about the South African guy. The color variant.
Get that album. That album. That album is sensational.
Yeah.
I agree with this. I don't have these yet, but I've been looking at these. The Sharon
Oh,
Jones.
yeah, they're
Sharon Jones. Yeah, I have all. She's awesome. She's amazing.
I'm down with that for sure.
And then Yeah, that's the same. The Charles Bradley. You know, I think they were the same label.
You can buy the Charles Bradley records for like $15 each, brand new.
Yeah.
I'm tired of getting emails from you, Vinyl Me Please, where they go, their title of their emails should just go, "Hey, we got another boring ass record for you. We're dropping." It's mauve colored speckle, and it's some blonde headed 21-year-old girl you've never heard of.
Yeah.
Does anybody want any of the Storyville reissues that they've been putting out for the last few months?
No, I haven't.
I'm suspicious of them.
I bought two of them to see what they're like.
What's on store? You mean Vinyl Me Please has been putting out?
No. It's a European label, right?
Oh.
They have a Bud Powell one.
Yeah.
They have OBs on them. Right?
It's weird.
Am I right, Chris?
There are different Storyville labels.
Right.
Because I have the George Wein Storyville label.
Yeah. Not the prestige stuff.
And it has Billie Holiday that Org reissued and stuff like that. That's what I have.
I have one original of those. I think you bring it up.
I think it's different.
Yeah.
If I can find it. Here we go. One moment. As I learn how to use a computer again. So here's some of the stuff they have. So I got this one to check it out. You know, Ben Webster plays Duke Ellington. There's Archie Ship, Michael Petrucciani, another Ben Webster. I also got this one. It's just him playing at Montmartre, which I guess there's 1,000 different versions of him doing that.
Yeah, I had thought about getting that. I know they had actually first they released it on CD, and I was like, okay, I'll get it on CD because it's another Montmartre. I never did.
See that kind of the Salib.
Do what?
That one. That's how I know them. They have like that banner down the side of the album.
Yeah. I didn't see that one or Autobahn. But anyway, I'm interested to see how they sound. I mean, I'd get this Benny Carter Quartet one probably.
Yeah. I think the Dexter Gordon sounds fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll see. I should have them by next week. And then, did y'all talk about the AP releases from the Prestige series that came out this week?
How many came out?
2.
There's I don't have the Eric Dolphy. I think I have to pick that up.
I got the Eric Dolphy. They just shipped the Dolphy to me.
Yeah, me too. The Eric Dolphy, it's a 5 spot.
You know what? I'm because that's how they get you. I'm gonna just wait until they drop another so I get the free shipping.
Well, I've got them all pre-ordered for like a year and a half, so they're just sending them.
Yeah, but then they take $500 on your credit card.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they took $1,800 out of my credit card when I first started on shit myself.
Yeah.
It didn't actually come out, but like, it's shit. I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing to me. Yeah, but I think probably like 4 or 5 remaining. I thought they would just drop everything now, but hopefully next month.
I think they're gonna print a mess of those Miles Davis records.
Mike Quiet Kenny and the Larry Young are supposed to come Sunday.
Yeah, so Quiet Kenny was the other one for anybody that didn't get that.
Yeah.
But I have mono already too. So because I'm a moron, I picked up the stereo version.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see Sean's question or statement.
Okay. So I'm super excited to hear the Kevin Gray all too.
I was about to throw that. What do you guys feel about
it?
It's coming out pretty quick. Is this come out like next week?
Yeah,
it's about to come out. Yes, I think I've ordered it.
Did you order it?
I might. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm gonna wait.
You're gonna wait?
I want to hear it. I want reviews of the music before
Is it gonna drop? See, they don't know. Is it going to drop on CD and digitally so you can stream it?
That's a good question. Yeah,
I think probably there's gonna be a CD as well for sure.
I mean, I'm down for hot saxophone players. It's cool.
Hey guys, so next week I was supposed to. My buddy is putting out this new jazz album that comes out in February. I was supposed to be sick. I was going to get a copy of it and show it today. I'm getting it from him on Tuesday. DB Breyer. So this dude did nothing. I can't find any information from him, but he recorded a concert at a community college of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia in 68 or 69. Link to the album where you can stream it because someone posted it. It's like this it was a private press album. The originals of it go for $400. They're none for sale on Here, I'm gonna post it. But this is coming out for $21, $22.
Nice.
In,
this is your guy,
Omnivore. Coming out from Omnivore. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll play some of it because there's no way it's getting taken down. No, they're not.
Yeah.
I
got to get that Hassan solo box.
Oh, you can buy that for cheap now.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna play some of it right now. Here.
Okay.
Always forget to monetize the streams anyway. So it doesn't work.
Yeah, and then afterwards I have a question.
Okay. It's great sounding. What's happening?
That's Kevin Gray all tubes.
No shit. A little bit of noise floor.
No, this guy that does the mastering is the guy who won a Grammy. I forget his name. Graves?
Yeah.
Something. Here, let me. Hold on, I'll go.
It's missing the rectifier tube.
What question were you going to ask, Felipe?
So the actual title of the live stream tonight, Mike versus Monk. We haven't talked about it
yet. I forgot about it. Oh my god.
We haven't talked about it yet. I think that's the most important part.
Here. I don't know if we can talk. I don't know if we can have this conversation with Adam though, because he'd be kind of defenseless.
Yeah, no, that's true. But yeah, it's not about Mike. But how do you guys feel about Monk's production in general?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I should keep next week also, Chris.
Yes.
And as opposed to
Colombia
versus
Riverside,
Colombia.
Yeah, that's the discussion. Is the Colombia minus worse, better, different?
It's different, and I think the great thing about the Colombia is the Colombia with Charlie Rouse. It's like, and I'm not downgrading it because I love those Colombias. It's like a repertory band. Yeah. Those guys, you go through the Prestige and on the Riverside. It's different. It's different group. Different formulation. The Columbia, it's for the most part a set group of people. He's got Charlie Rouse, who understands Monk. He can react to whatever Monk does. Mm-hmm. They know they have the book.
Yeah.
And they do it flawlessly.
Yeah. Because
the Solo Monk is a great album.
Oh yeah, I love the Columbia Monk. I love that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I got an OG mono crisscross is one of the best sound records I have.
That is too.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is a good. What's the one where Charlie Rouse just steals the whole thing? I forget what it is.
There's just so many of them. I mean,
I have the Workshop one is a good record.
Underground is good. Underground is cool.
Yeah, and there's some great live ones, live at the 8 Club. It's just all that's Columbia. They put out a lot of good Monk. I mean, and some and a good portion of it hasn't been reissued on vinyl. Yeah. On vinyl.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Colombian just has so much badass shit. You have to dig through the shit though, because like every good jazz record has like a fucking Austrian folk song record next to it in the early days of the 50s. Yeah.
The only I'd say weak period of Monk is the stuff that he did on Black Lion.
Okay.
After Columbia. And there and parts of that stuff is good.
The one that Org is putting out, like the London stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not bad, but you know, compared to, you know, that's when you can say, okay, maybe it's a slight letdown.
Right.
But I don't look at the Columbia stuff as a letdown.
No.
I just don't.
Yeah, I like the Columbia.
Yeah.
And I think
I even love Underground.
Yeah.
You know, where
I love
John
Underground.
Hendricks and you know, yeah,
Yeah. And it's interesting, like so Monk was hard to match with horn players, right? So Charlie Rouse was like the perfect match for him.
Yeah.
As we're making our Sonny Rollins video, yesterday, Way Out West is about not having a piano or guitar to play chords because he wanted to be free.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't find a matching.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
It's just the other way around with Monk and Charlie Rouse.
Yeah.
No, is Ben Raleigh on all the Columbia records? I can't remember when he joined.
No, not on all of Columbia. I think he's maybe towards the later end of Columbia.
Okay.
You got Frankie Dunlop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think Dunlop is in that one with the black cover, right? Like just say Monk.
Probably, I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. I think Ben Riley's on like Underground and you know stuff. Yeah.
And one session that was released later, which I truly love, is the with the Coltrane at the Carnegie Hall. That stuff is dynamite. It's beautiful. Such a beautiful record.
I mean, I think the best like Monk drummers with Monk, Shadow Wilson and Frankie Dunlop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the best guys, you know, drummers that play with Monk.
Well, he never wanted Frankie Dunlop to quit, but he decided to go do like some weird pantomime jazz musical show or some bullshit. Like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah. Bad career choices.
No, I was listening. I was walking around I was walking around my neighborhood the other day listening to that book. I don't have time to listen to it, but I'm listening to it, and it's like, and then left to go do pantomime. What the fuck does that even mean, man? How the fuck is that, you know?
Oh man, yeah, number one on the list of bad career choices.
But he had Larry Gales later in his later 60s. He had Larry Gales on bass, right?
Yeah.
I think Wilbur was his favorite bass player of all time, possibly.
Yeah.
Where, at least you know from the book I've been listening to. No, this is actually pretty cool. So first, okay, if that Paris Monk from VMP is shitty, I'll just call it archival and feel better about the purchase. That's absolutely
that's funny. That's good.
Then Sean is saying he has the Palo Alto Monk recorded by the high school janitor. I have that too, and I think it's cool.
It's cool.
Good. You know, that came out the same year as the Monk on the Gearbox.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still think it's like one of the most underrated like live Monk recordings.
The music is amazing. The sound quality is not the best, but you know, I lived in Palo Alto, so it's sentimental to me.
Yeah. But on that Gearbox, when he does Just the Gigolo, it's like, oh.
I'm going to listen to that again. I've got it. I want to listen to it once.
Man,
it took me a while to figure out what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
To find it in Discogs, because it's like
English, but Japanese or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, they did. Gearbox does two things. They do their UK like version, and then they'll do like the Japanese version with the OB, like I guess is maybe pressed in Japan or whatever. But I have the UK version, and I love the music, and it has, I think, this guy pianist who I really like, Ethan Iverson, did the liner notes for it. Ethan Iverson used to be with the group The Bad Plus. And really good liner notes too. So, I mean, I just think that's just one of those, like one of the great archival finds, and the sound quality is really good. I'm sure it was recorded by like the Danish radio or whatever, corporation.
Oh no, I don't mean to change the subject, but this compulsive liar dude, George Santos.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He was a jazz musician.
No. This is even better. This is the best lie he's told so far. He says he was on an episode of Hannah Montana.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Why?
Because he needs the younger vote.
That yeah.
Have you seen the drag queen videos he did in Brazil?
Oh yeah, dude,
I missed that.
this guy is turning into like just the best ever.
Yeah.
I don't care what your political affiliation is. We should all be able to agree that we should throw that guy in the trash.
Yes, the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah. It's no comment.
I'm going to predict next week a lie comes out that he invented Chipotle, the whole chain Chipotle. He came up with the idea where you walk down the line and pick out what you want in your burrito.
Man, that is so that. Oh my gosh.
Do you remember when Chipotle had to shut down because they had the poisonous pork?
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so my brother lives in Leesburg, Virginia. The Norovirus Chipotle is right there in Sterling, right there.
Oh shit!
I would drive by it and go, "Yeah, I ain't going there."
No shit, dude.
I used to go to Leesburg so much, Rob.
Yeah, you at one time your middle name you were saying is Chipotle, right?
Yes, exactly.
It rhymes. You know, there's a better place here. I'm struggling to remember the name because I think
Cadobo or Do.
That one's okay. There's one in Texas. That's fucking good.
Yeah, listen, my favorite is all the different food things that took the whole concept. Because I've been to Indian versions of Chipotle. There's Cava, which is like the Mediterranean version.
Yes.
Pizza, Blaze Pizza is like the pizza version.
Yeah.
There's a really good salad place that I like to go to sometimes. That's kind of like
stop lying. You do not eat salad.
I do, but the salads are like 3,000 calories by the time they put a pound of blue cheese and oil on them. You know.
But there's one up here, Chop. That's right.
Oh, yeah. They've been closed. They're the one near. I was back visiting East. They closed down near where my family is.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, is there still the Lebanese Taverna chain in Maryland?
Lebanese
Taverna. That was good.
No, you know what is really good is all the Peruvian rotisserie chicken places. I freak out on that stuff.
Yeah.
And then there's Nando's from South Africa. That's all in Europe. They're on the East Coast and Chicago. They're not out here yet. That place is good.
Yeah.
So I'm getting this is upsetting. There's a sandwich version of Chipotle called Subway. Okay. The problem with both of these places is they're both complete shitholes now, right? Like the food's just shitty. And they were both actually really good at one point. Like Subway
back in the day, but their cold cuts come from like trailer roadkill.
I know, it's awful. It's so bad. It's like back in
Subway
the
is horrible.
I didn't know there was possible ways to ruin tuna fish, but they figured it out.
Absolutely, dude. And now that you can't even customize your sandwich, I heard it's like a set menu. I'm like, why do you exist?
Well, you know, Subway, it's come out that they railroad the franchisees. It's not a good. And the one before it, what was the Quiznos?
Oh God!
It was like that was a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
But you know, Jersey Mike's isn't horrible.
No, they're actually pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
What is he doing again?
Jim's upset because Subway is probably the main part of his diet. Hey, Jim, look, you could go to other places and get a chocolate chip cookie added to your meal.
Oh yeah, but you know, Rob, I remember back in California, I have friends from Europe. They will fly back to California once a year just to go to In-N-Out.
That's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but they just announced that they're trying to start a hub in Tennessee so they can move east. There were Chris's. They're in Dallas.
In-N-Out sucks.
Hey, that's because you've been whatever the Whataburger's.
Whataburger fucking murders In-N-Out all day long, dude. It's not
All right, listen. Let's get off of your whole loyalty to your.
I'm serious, man. Fuck Texas. On
listen, I'll tell you, Whataburger has that jalapeno burger. That's really good.
Yeah,
that jalapeno burger is good.
The only In-N-Out I've been to when we were in Phoenix, and I was like,
It's fine. It's fine.
Whataburger's in Phoenix. Why can't they come to California? I don't understand.
Yeah. Too many hippies.
Yeah, look, when they did studies of the calorie count for the worst calorie count for a fast food place, it was blimpies. Like the average, I don't know. How do you make a sub be 3,000 calories? I don't understand it.
Blimpie's was great.
They had to put really hard work into
Go
it. Really
look
hard
up
work.
things. Blimpies, like the average sandwich at Blimpies was 4,000. How do you
Yeah.
do that?
That was like one of the great chains, Blimpie, great New York chains, Blimpies, Crazy Eddie's, all those like.
Oh, Crazy Eddie's. So there's a podcast, occasional podcast on Hi-Fi. They have a 2 episode on Crazy Eddie's. They actually interview a former employee. It's amazing. It's so funny.
Yeah, I went to school with his nephew.
What was his name? Little
name
Eddie?
No,
Crazy John?
David Antar. I still remember this kid from 6th grade.
Oh,
Oh.
Because he was like, he was saying, my
Actually, you went to school with George Santo. He lied and said Crazy Eddie was.
Oh man,
exactly.
that was so funny. So this guy saw some of the stories. He was like, "Man, the day I felt most embarrassed in my life is I sold this $10 headphones to a guy, and I made him buy a service contract for like $90. The next day, his wife came back to the store and made him return it. But the best one, he got one of his warehouses in Brooklyn. I mean, in the Bronx, got flooded, rain damage. So they called insurance. So and then he called all the other stores. Said, guys, before the insurance guys come here, get everything that's being returned and damaged, bring it here to the warehouse. We're gonna put it in the insurance claim.
He was a big time scam guy.
Imagine like 20 years ago, you would go, which corporate spokesperson will be in jail for molesting kids?
Yeah.
This one right here, bro. Jared from Savoy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
Oh God, ooh. Man,
That's gross shit, dude.
I know. And the whole Jared diet. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
I actually did lose like 40 pounds doing the Jared diet one time. I just ate like
look, if you eat Subway sandwiches like 3 times a day for a year, you're not going to lose 100 pounds. You're going to just have bad diarrhea, and your kidneys are going to fail you.
No, if you get tomatoes, man, you're getting a serving of vegetables with it. Come on.
Or you can show a documentary.
Yeah. All right, dig this. Have y'all seen this record or know anything about it? Don Ellis. It's called Shock Treatment. Anybody a Don Ellis fan?
What? No.
I only like it when he has an Abraham Lincoln beard on the cover.
And it's like a big band guy from the 70s, and it's a lot of his stuff's kind of out there. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Well, he's kind of like a low budget Gil Evans.
How dare you, sir? That's fair though.
Look, if there's a bad jazz record out there, Chris will get it. So
it's not bad, dude. It's not bad. There's a live record of his that I really like that's totally fucking weird.
How much did you pay for that record, Chris?
This one?
Yeah.
I don't want to say. $4.
I know. You know what? You should do a video. Jazz bums records under $5.
Yeah, I will. There's a shit ton of them, man. There's a good shit out there, dude.
We're on a thread where we communicate with each other, and sometimes they'll do shit, and I'll go, Jazz Bums video idea number 77.
Exactly. No, Don Ellis is pretty experimental, so you guys can shut up.
Did you do your Don Ellis video? I want to see it by next week.
No, I've got 2 other videos I got to do about it.
I have one Don Ellis record, but it's him playing trumpet with a
that's going to be next, Rob. Our top 5 favorite Don Ellis.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I gotta find this other one because the cover is equally amazing.
Yeah, you know what? I went to my local record store, and I just noticed that they had a shelf underneath bins, and they go, "Oh, those are just extra records." So I got on the ground just to flip through them, and I never saw so many Don Ellis records.
That's fair. Look, I'm not gonna dig mine out because it's in my Columbia pile and it's not organized, so it'll take forever to find it.
Wait, what movie is this a quote from? The greatest thing the devil ever did was convince God he didn't exist. I kind of feel that's what Don Ellis did.
Then he died. He died though. He died.
Everyone died, Chris.
He died young, man.
My beef with Don Ellis is that he did not care for Abby Lincoln.
Okay.
They came out. Him and Ira Gittler were one of the people that like came out against the candid Abby Lincoln.
Damn it! Now I'm showing racist records. Fuck me. Son of a bitch. What's happening?
Hey, I can tell you the jazz records I don't like. It's almost everything that Chris shows.
That's bullshit. How dare you, Sarah? I show a bunch of good shit.
Dude, you do show like the ones you refuse to open are the ones I'm interested in.
What do you mean? I've opened everything.
The
Man.
Booker R. Irvin, it sat on your shelf for you. It sat there so long you lost it.
I found it and I listened to it and it was great. Did you not like it? Did you order it?
No, but you didn't make a big deal about it. You make big deal about Don Ellis records.
Dude, we're 3 hours in. I'm showing records that are just sitting here. What the fuck
Hey, everyone, you can leave now. This is where the shit comes out.
Leave. I'm just saying. Come on, shit. I think I took 2 edibles accidentally too, so I'm a little bit worried.
Well, I just took one, and
Well, I
it
think I
should
took
do me well.
2. Fuck. Oh man.
Look, dude,
There's
Mike,
a jazz
you know
set
what?
record. This one's pretty good. This is another Mercury one.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, the cover's really cool. It's with John Lewis.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't next stream move those records up to the front part of the video or the stream?
Why? You gotta show records all the time. Always be showing records, man. Here's something that sucks.
Hey, look, we got a request in the peanut gallery for a Kenny G record. Show us your Kenny G.
I don't have any Kenny G records. I'll never own a Kenny G record. That's fucked up. No.
The last Kenny G I bought, it may have been his first or second one. And I know that because it had this one song called Hi, How You Doing?
Right.
And they used to play that on like R&B radio.
Right.
How come let's play a game where we make up a Kenny G record and you'll go, sounds possible it is a record. Like Kenny G celebrates Arbor Day. I feel like that might be a real record.
Look, more Don Ellis support. Lots of crazy time signatures and inventive charts. There we go.
I have a Jeff Lorber record where he's with Chick Corea and someone else.
Oh, that's right. He was with Jeff Lorber Fusion. Oh gosh,
that Bob James record with a hot dog on the cover blows. I can believe that. I don't have that one.
Dude, Bob James put a hot dog, a dog, a football.
Hey,
things
whatever.
you don't want.
No, the theme from Taxi. Bob James.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Isn't he one of the most sampled artists anyway?
Yeah. Gosh, growing up, everybody would buy the Nautilus album just to DJ with. I mean, it was just like huge.
That's cool. I like a lot of his stuff.
I think Kenny G was raking in so much dough he didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean,
the rest of them put together anyway.
You know what? Like, I think who somebody posted a quote. Robert Glasper. He was like, "Look, he I don't know if he met or spoke with Kenny G. He's like, I like this guy. He does what he does, and if you want to hate on me, fine. But it's like, hey, it's Kenny G.
He popularized that stuff. Hey, we talked Patch Radio. We talked earlier about this. If you got the Booker Irvin, the book, the Detroit, what's that Detroit record?
Yep.
They're all part of this BMG Bethlehem reissues. I have the Mingus East Coasting. It sounds good.
Yeah.
My record store mispriced it for 19, but it's like under 25, 30 bucks or whatever.
25, yeah.
It's worth it. Get it for that price.
Yeah.
The Blakey, I don't know that record.
Yeah.
That record's great.
Hard Drive or something like that.
Yeah, that's great. He recorded in 1957 with all the ones like the weird labels he went and recorded on the year. Like the Extra Not in Tunisia or whatever.
Yeah.
On
that's music on vinyl, but that's a live recording, I think, Chris.
That recording is badass. Anyway, what were you gonna say, Mike? I didn't mean to interrupt.
The crazy thing about that Mingus, I was just because I was thinking about it, and I think it has a guy on trumpet, Clarence Shaw, and it has
Bill Evans
and Jimmy Nepper on trombone.
Okay.
Clarence Shaw stopped playing jazz for about 5 years because Mingus like threatened him, and and Jimmy Nepper actually not involved with that session, but the town hall concert that Mingus did that was a disaster. Mingus knocked his teeth out.
Yeah.
You got two guys that Mingus freaking abused on that session. They could have started their own like therapy group, playing with Charles Mingus.
No shit. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how volatile Mingus was, and and certain musicians couldn't deal with it. I mean,
didn't somebody stab him because of it?
Oh, Jackie McLean pulled a knife on him.
Jackie McLean, fuck you, motherfucker.
This is bullshit. I'm
not.
not.
I'll cut you, man.
I'll cut your ass.
No shit, dude. I think I've heard his biography's full of shit, though.
Yeah, it's totally unreliable.
Yeah.
There's a good book on Mingus. It's called there's one by this guy Gene Santoro, which I haven't read, but there's another one that basically focuses on the music by this guy Brian Priestley. It's called like a critical biography, and he mostly focuses on the music, which is why it's really good.
I have Blakey's The Record Store Day.
Yeah, me too.
In my prime, I haven't cracked it open yet.
Oh, it's great. You should listen to it. I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. Now, there's a chart. Me and Rob were arguing about a record last night. Do you have the Charles Lloyd Resonance they did like in 2018?
Well, I wasn't arguing. The record musically has good music. It's a typical archival kind of recording. That's my point.
Because they originally put that out on CD before they did the vinyl.
Yeah.
I have the CD and I just didn't buy the vinyl because
I even found that album for $20 and I didn't want to buy it because I won't listen to it.
I liked it. I think the music's amazing.
No, well, that's
the music is great.
Music's fine.
Well, then you can listen to it. Rob doesn't have to sit
okay, here's the deal, Chris. I'll agree with you. When I want to feel like I'm trapped in a closet,
it's not that bad. It's not like the Charlie Parker shit, dude. Come on. You can actually hear the bass. Like, fuck that shit.
I mean, okay, like I love Bill Evans, right? But that Ronnie Scott's album,
I haven't heard that one. That's fair.
It's like because it was Jack DeJohnette had the recorder right next to his ass.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like it.
Hey, I love that solo where he's
oh shit. That's funny. Some of those do sound really good though. Some of the others
Beyond the Dikes.
Oh, that's great.
The radio shows.
Oh, yeah.
The last two where people complained about the hiss from the tape.
Those are great.
Oh, the Right High Grove, it's phenomenal. I love that one.
The Black Forest sounds great. I couldn't find the copy of the London one they put out. So I hope that comes back out again.
Does anybody have that Pistorius one, the Jocko one?
No,
the one that came out.
Yeah, but it was a reissue of theirs.
But the story is actually they remastered it for this reissue.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know, but I think they made too many copies and enough people got it that want. I'm waiting for like $75-$80. I'm waiting. If it drops below 50, I might get it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Exactly.
Yeah, I think there's too many copies out there from what I saw. So.
And here's the thing that pisses me off. Again, they're the same company that put out the Eric Dolphy. They need to put that back out again.
Yeah, that Eric Dolphy. That is so good. That is so good.
Even though that I got from Mike the Hobson collection, that one sounds really good.
Matthew's coming to the defense of the Charles Lloyd record because it's Gabor Lloyd and fucking people.
It's a great record. I mean, it's just the sound quality wasn't worth buying the vinyl. I
agree with
like listening. You're about to say this. I sound better, but it's like listening to me talk like this. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
It's not like that, man. It's not that true.
Listen, have you ever pulled up to a drive-thru at a fast food restaurant and you go, "I like to have a cheeseburger," and they go,
No.
That's what the Charles Lloyd record.
No, it's not. It's not that bad. Come on. What's bad is which one?
Was that in the $5 bin?
No. No, I paid $50 for this stupid thing. That's worth like 20. Anyway. You know what was really good was the Mingus that they put out last year. This year or last year, whenever it was.
That is excellent.
Killer, dude. The 3 LP one.
That's at Ronnie Scott's too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I couldn't get that one.
You can get it now.
You know what happened, Felipe? They came out and said we have so many extra copies. They were selling them on their website. I think they sold out of them.
Yeah, you know, it's a good Mingus thing, but out of all the Mingus live recordings, it ranks. It's at the bottom.
Well, but okay, here I wouldn't put it. Here's the reason I wouldn't put it at the bottom. None of the Mingus live albums feel intimate. This feels intimate. Mm-hmm. So I kind of feel more of a connection to Mingus than him being so busy on stage, which is his deal. This one feels like he's taking his time, and you're there with the music. That's the way my takeaway from that.
Right, what's the year of the recording?
All right, there's one Mingus one that's actually really good. I mean, that's recorded in an art gallery, and it's a small group.
I don't know that one.
And it's. I mean, I'm trying to pull it up on my Discogs.
This is fair, probably. Kenny G and Richard Elliott had great influences that came up in great bands. They just ended up recording pop music when it became popular after Grover Washington's success.
Look, I have no problem with Kenny G. He does what he does. He does it well. Sells a lot of music. Yeah. His fans love him. Yeah. Hey, do your thing. You know, do your thing.
Roberto, the Eric Dolphy was a Record Store Day set of the two last albums he did with a lot of extra shit. It was like a 3 or 4 record set that Elemental put out, I think. Or Resonance. Resonance put it out.
Yeah.
And I want that. But it's a lot of money now.
Which one?
The Eric Dolphy Record Store.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Does anybody have the Buddy? There's a Buddy Rich at Ronnie Scott's. What do you guys think about Buddy Rich?
I remember him on the Night Show being funny. He did too much shtick.
Yeah, but before that, I mean, he was serious, I guess.
I mean, I feel, was he more like a band leader type than he was like a jazz combo kind of guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So here's Buddy Rich to me. He never played anything more than right?
Yeah.
Here's the Mingus I'm talking about. It's called Charles Mingus Jazz Portraits.
Okay.
And
all right, let's find this.
And it was recorded live at an art gallery in 1959. And it's really good.
As everyone goes,
isn't the Bohemia one a live album? At the Bohemian, I have that, which it has. It's a bunch. It has so many different titles. That album.
My favorite Mingus live is
Carnegie
Antibes.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, that is really good. That is really good.
Oh yeah.
He did small and big band though. Mm-hmm. So what do you, Michael? What do you think about Buddy Rich?
You know, I really haven't listened to that much Buddy Rich, but a lot of musicians really, you know, like him. And Max Roach thought highly of him as a drummer.
Mm-hmm.
So did Neil Peart.
Had nothing but positive things to say about Buddy Rich as a drummer.
Wasn't he a dick though?
Oh yeah, but I mean, you know, you can draw a long list of dicks.
Right. Well, Chris was drawing dicks earlier, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I couldn't even point to like a Buddy Rich recording that I've heard.
Okay, so I had one of those Amvoy twofers, you know, with the white and red covers.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Dinah Washington one, which is really good. and he plays on there with her.
Hmm.
Huh.
I mean, I've got about 11 records that he's on. I mean, he played with Bud Powell some back in the day. I mean, he's played with Charlie Parker. He's played with.
I think he
Lester
played with
Young.
Will Chamberlain.
Well, I'd say as a leader, I don't have anybody rich. That's because I know.
I mean, I've got some of that Verve, or I've got a Clef record where it's like, you know, the records him and Gene Krupa did together.
Yeah, and I think he did some of the Lester Young, on Verve. So I mean, I have stuff with Buddy Rich, but not as a leader.
Right. I forgot about this one. I've got to show you all this. I've got this record. It's a different drummer by Buddy Rich. It's a jazz, funk, soul big band record. Okay. And it is absolutely awful. It's
Really?
like there's disco sound and shit on here or something, man. It's a bad record. Really bad record. I regret buying that one. Thanks for bringing it up, people. Bringing up Buddy Rich, and I have this bad record to remember.
That's surprising, Chris, that you own a shitty Buddy Rich record.
Shut up, man. Shut up. I've got a couple of hit records that I don't care for that much from the 70s. But there's also like some stuff on Pacific Jazz he did, which is pretty good. I've got one of those. That one's pretty good.
Oh, all right.
And then him and Gene Krupa did a bunch of records. Actually, you know what? I think I've just got two different copies of the same record in Discogs that I bought. It's those two guys. Shit.
Purge. Time to purge.
No, it's definitely time to purge. Who is better, Krupa Gene Krupa or Buddy Rich?
Oh, it's so hard. Gosh, I hate doing stuff like that.
I mean, I think Gene was a better show. I don't know. I think Art Blanket was better than both of them.
Yeah.
I've got Buddy Rich. I never listened to it all the way through. That's fair.
All I remember him is from being on the Tonight Show.
Yeah. And I think he played in Vegas for a number of years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's on the Jerry Lewis telephone.
Yeah, and a lot of young musicians came through his band, and most of them have like positive things to say about him.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, I just opened this, Rob. You want to see an old record that I opened that was sealed?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the Jazz Bums. That's pretty jazzy.
Is it?
Oh,
No.
he plays piano, right?
Sarcasm.
Oh, sarcasm. I see.
I'll teach you about it later.
I paid like 50 cents for that. Leave me alone. It was sealed, bro. Sealed.
I'm waiting for the day you show a $100 record like Felipe.
Oh, I can do that right now.
Oh, Chris got some hot stuff there.
Here's one.
Do you have books on tape, Chris?
No, this is a $100 record.
Oh yeah.
This is a badass record. Soul Station. I mean, you can get the classic. This is MMJ 33.
Oh, that's so cool.
So good, man. You know. You get the
Nice.
I love this picture.
Yeah, that's a great photo.
Yeah, it is.
All right, I believe you now. Now you can go back to showing your shitty records.
Sweet. Everybody's seen this shit, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Like you showed jazz acts, I would never even think of that I would buy.
I do.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of that shit, man. There's some good stuff in all of it.
Man.
Like Herbie Mann's got a bunch of really good records. And he's got some that are not so great.
Yeah.
Here, let me know if this has happened to you. When I go to any record store, usually the biggest section they have is the Herbie Mann section. Out of any act.
There's a bunch of different ones that are like that. Yeah, Herbie Mann's a big one.
Okay.
Fucking not Weather Report. Who am I thinking of? Oh, the Crusaders.
Yeah. Oh God.
Fucking Crazy Crusaders records for 5 cents, man. They're everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I've got one or two of them. I haven't really. I mean, they're fine.
Are they required by law to put out a record every month?
They were, I think.
And then then they gosh, that when I was growing up. What was the one? Remember the movie? Even Rob would remember this movie. Sharky's Machine.
One of my favorite. I'm not
Yeah.
even joking. Wait, Mike. I have the. Hold on. I have the Sharky's Machine soundtrack
with Joe Williams on it.
No, but Chet Baker's on it.
Yeah. No.
And then what Crawford, you know?
Yeah, Randy Crawford. They do the Street Life. That's with the Crusaders.
Mm-hmm.
That's with the Crusaders. That is a great movie. Henry Silva is in that movie. Oh,
that movie was famous because it had the longest free fall off a thing in a movie.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like, stuntman jumped.
Have you ever seen that movie, Felipe?
Yeah, no, which movie? I didn't know it was the longest free fall.
Come on, Rachel Ward. Everyone fell in love with her from that movie.
I've never even heard of this movie. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'll have to check it out.
And he put and Burt Reynolds directed and starred in it. And he put all his friends in it.
Yeah,
every single one of his actors.
That was a great movie. I just love that movie.
You know who else has some really good records and a lot of shitty ones is Maynard Ferguson. Like some of his early stuff's great, but man, some of that 70s shit is fucking terrible.
Actually, you know what? I should have bought this. The oddest thing I ever saw was a Chuck Mangione twofer.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool. I like Chuck Mangione. What's that? I mean, the golf song is fucking awesome, man.
Yeah. Didn't at one time you wore the same hat as him?
I don't think so.
That's a hard one to get.
Chuck and his brother, Gap. Was that his name? Brother is Gap Mangione. Yeah.
Yeah, Gap Mangione.
Yeah.
I got one of his records too.
Yeah.
I like some of that stuff, man. Like "Feels So Good" is a great song.
Yeah. Oh God.
I
would never know what the flugelhorn was if it wasn't for Chuck Mangione.
Isn't a French horn like the Rolling Stones?
Yeah. I love the flugelhorn, man. Who else are good flugelhorn players?
Didn't Dizzy play flugelhorn?
Art Farmer.
Art Farmer, that's right. That's what I was thinking of.
Art Farmer, because he switched to I want to say in the '60s he switched to flugelhorn, but
Wayne Carter's brother.
That's Wayne Allen.
I have that. Do you have the Bottom Me Please album?
Yeah.
Oh, is that good? I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
Sex Orgy. What is it called?
Orgasm.
Yeah. I don't know how they let him release that album.
I know. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's him with his shirt off. It gives Herbie Man a run for his money.
Herbie Man, push.
And he was during the summer of love.
Krupa was the best drummer ever. I don't know about that. Maybe.
I mean, even look, it's a tough competition between Elvin Jones and Art Blakey and.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what that's why I hate saying like best. I just go like favorite because I Max Roach and Paul Motion are like my favorite drummers, and people might not think about Paul Motion because they're focused on the Bill Evans stuff,
right?
But you go to later Paul Motion stuff when he was leading bands, the dude is phenomenal.
But not even later. He's on that Eddie Costa record.
His sense of touch and and like as he got older, he was like, it's just some I don't know. I just think I love Paul Motion. I could listen to Paul Motion for days.
We got a vote for Blakey, a vote for Tony Williams, a vote for Billy Higgins,
and they're all like great drummers. I
vote for Philly Joe.
Drummers as leaders of bands. That's my thing. That's what I like.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's why I'm saying Max and Paul Motion.
Okay.
Now you're talking just drummers as drummers, then yeah, that's a different thing. But drummers as leaders, and the reason I put them ahead of Blakey because Blakey's a great drummer, and I'm not diminishing him as a leader, but there are also guys that Blakey would assign a guy to do stuff in the band. Like Wayne Shorter was basically the director when he was in the Jazz Messengers, and then later on when in the 80s and late 70s and 80s, Bobby Watson was basically the director. But when you talk about like Max Roach and Paul Motion, they're doing everything. Composing. Basically they're running the band. Art would give and it's great for like leadership and teaching guys how to run a band.
Mm-hmm.
But Art wouldn't show up until Art wouldn't be there when these guys are like working their stuff out. He'd show up and then he would play and go, "Oh, that sucks,"
Right.
bullshit. Charlie Parker wouldn't do it that way.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's not a good form of leadership, but Max and Paul Motion as leaders are superior in my opinion.
I like Billy Cobham as a vote too. That's interesting. I love some of his records, man. How did that Spectrum sound? Did you ever listen to it, Rob?
I haven't opened it yet. I'll listen to it tomorrow.
Open it.
Dude, it's a Kevin Gray mastered. It can't be bad.
Well, it could be. But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, okay. Let me put it this way. It's better than everything you've shown tonight.
Better than Soul Station. Don't be stupid. Come on.
No, well.
Yeah. But that's fair for most. I think some of the Dexter Gordon records I showed are better.
No, it's the things where you go right to the $5 bin. Stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm looking for cheap heats. Some are winners, some are losers.
Listen, if you're looking for cheap heat, Light of Firecracker. Don't buy those shitty albums.
Let's have expensive tastes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I have that live album where Herbie Mann and Sonny Sherrick are playing. At the Whiskey. I think it's at the Whiskey.
Yeah.
I love not Herbie Mann. Shit.
And not joking, there's a Herbie Mann playing bossa. It's really good.
I have the Herbie Mann with Bill Evans. That is good.
Mm.
I wonder if the one where he's like holding a rifle sideways is any good. That's kind of weird.
Huh?
He's got like a flute with a scope mounted on it on one of his records.
Herbie Mann meets the Three Stooges. Did you ever see that one?
That's pretty funny. Herbie Mann at the Village Gate from '62 is good. I've got that one.
Yeah, actually, that was the first jazz album I ever found at a thrift store, and it was a make edition. I took it home and listened to it, and it was good.
Yeah, that is good.
What else is I have? I got a bunch of Herbie Mann records. Bebop Synthesis is kind of cool too. That's on that Savoy reissues from the '70s. How about St. Thomas on Solid State? Y'all ever heard that?
Mm-mm.
That's cool. That's a good one. Yeah, I got a bunch of Herbie Mann for some reason. Was it about $5?
He produced a lot of people.
Yeah. I'll tell you my favorite one of his though is Hold On, I'm Coming. I've showed it before. It's a
yeah, Herbie Mann Goes Bananas. Did you ever see that? Herbie Goes Bananas?
No.
I love Herbie Goes Bananas.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you a Herbie Goes Bananas story, guys. So sit back and relax.
I'm down with Herbie, man.
I was waited tables for a while. One of my managers was the little kid in Herbie Goes Bananas.
Are you serious?
Yes. He
That's
grew up
awesome.
to manage a restaurant.
That's funny.
Because in Herbie Goes Bananas, right, it's the little Mexican kid who gives him a nickname. He doesn't call him Herbie.
Calls him Mojo.
Yeah.
Okay, when I was a kid,
that guy grew up to be my manager. That guy grew up to order me around. But he was probably still the same size he was than he was in the movie.
Did he call you Quattro or what? I mean, did he give you a nickname?
No, he called me my name. He was nice, but he was my boss.
That's wild.
I mean, my man.
What did you think about those movies when you were younger?
I think I loved movies, but I'd never gravitated towards the Herbie movies.
Yeah,
Disney. I went and saw the older Star Wars and stuff, and I remember my dad took us to see. There's a movie Joan Rivers directed, called Rabbit Test, and it starred.
Yeah, that was great.
As the first pregnant man.
Yeah,
and it was Joan Rivers' attempt. I believe the story might go, but I could be wrong, that Mel Brooks talked to her, said you should direct this movie. The script is like a very bad Mel Brooks movie.
Yeah.
And there's cameos by everybody in it. And yeah, I mean, so here's another story. So rapid test, my parents were divorced. My dad picked us up for the weekends. He goes, we're in the movies. We went to see Rapid Test. Horrible. We all hated it. And I remember next door was that vampire movie that The Night of the Living Dead, George Romero did, called Martin. Like the teen who's a vampire. And I peeked in there. I walked out of the Rapid, and it was him biting a woman's tit. I was like, I don't know how I was like
that was a big deal for you back then, I'm sure.
Oh, man, it was big.
Yeah.
But my dad felt so bad that the next day he goes, I feel so bad, and he took us to see Star Wars.
Nice.
There you go. Happy ending.
I'm just trying to contemplate the first time I saw a boob on the big screen and how exciting that was.
Well, Martin, George Romero.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It may have been, for me, it may have been Shaft's Big Score. My aunts took me to that movie. They were in high school and they're on a date, and they had to bring me.
Dude, I had the worst date experience when I was 5. I went on a date with my babysitter and her stupid boyfriend. We were supposed to go see Snow White, and they took me to see fucking Poltergeist. Because her boyfriend talked her into it, and I scared the fuck out of me.
Well, wait, and that is your beginning of being a third wheel?
No, yes. I threatened them that I was going to tell her mom. She was like 15, and she knew she'd get in deep shit, so they gave me $20 to shut up. I was 5. I was like,
yeah, that's what, like, my grandparents went to go see Alien because they thought it was about a guy from another country, and boy, were they!
Oh no!
Oh man!
My mother-in-law went and saw Saw because she thought it was about a carpenter. She's like 75. She lasted like 5 minutes.
You know, the first R-rated movie that I saw by myself.
Yeah.
And I love this movie to this day. It was a James Toback movie. It's called Fingers.
Oh yeah.
Rock
Hudson.
was
it Rock Hudson?
No, it was Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel.
He plays like a concert piano.
Yeah,
It is so freaking bizarre. I can remember the theater I saw it. It was called the RKO Chiefs, and it was like one of these old style theaters. You know, they had the balconies and all this stuff.
James Toback was like one of the first guys to get Me Too'd.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that movie Zapped from the 80s?
Oh yeah.
The first rated R movie I ever saw. I saw it on HBO.
Well, here's the thing. Heather Thomas had a no nudity clause, so those are not her boobs.
That's fair. They're somebody's boobs, though. Yeah, but that movie was bad. But I think that and like Porky, because I was a kid in like the you know, I was born in '76, so like the mid '80s was kind of in that wheelhouse for me. So yeah, Porky's, Zapped.
Oh gosh, I remember seeing Porky's in a theater. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
My brother was an usher at a theater. I remember being underage and seeing the Warriors.
Oh, that was the War. Yeah, I was underage and I saw the Warriors. We loved that movie.
You know, I went back. Someone put up all the Siskel and Ebert reviews on YouTube. The other day, I watched the review of Warriors, and they hated it.
Oh no!
That was such a great movie. We loved that movie. I think we actually saw that like 3 times in one day.
Well, did you know that Walter Hill went back into it and re-edited it, cut a half hour out of it, and put animation things in it? I think that happened about 20-something years ago.
No.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen this movie Roberto's asking about, Requiem for a Dream?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh gosh. Whew.
Hey, Jennifer Connelly shows her hula.
Yeah, it's a Herbert Selby novel based on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I never watched it. I remember. Do you remember like in the late '90s when DVDs were huge and you could just go to Best Buy and buy DVDs all the fucking time?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was big during that time, and I remember seeing it over and over again. It just looked like something I shouldn't watch. I don't know, so I didn't.
It was like Marlon Wayne's doing a serious role,
Mm-hmm.
sort of.
Yeah,
But that, that era was kind of neat. Like, I guess streaming obviously replaced it, but like all the movies that would bomb in the theater and then come out on DVD and just like be huge, like Pitch Black, right? Pitch Black.
Oh,
That. Do what?
yeah, like those $5 DVDs. I had like a Circuit City right next to where I used to live in DC.
Mm-hmm.
You know who? Because Circuit City's with their headquarters in Richmond. You know what they turned into?
No.
The auto dealer, the
CarMax.
CarMax.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
they turned into CarMax.
Huh.
All the same company, same. My friends from college worked there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good store, man.
Yeah. Hey, Elliot, I saw that movie, The Outfit, on Netflix. It was nice. It was nice. It was nice.
You know the doom of what was the thing you just said, Chris?
I don't know. Huh? About what?
Me too. So
I don't know. You know what's good is Emily the Criminal. Have y'all watched that?
No.
Not yet. She's hosting Saturday Night Live
I
tomorrow.
just love her too. She's amazing.
The doom, you know what the doom of Circuit City was?
What's that?
Divx. Remember that?
Oh my God!
They fucked themselves with Divx. I forgot about
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Horrible formats. It never made sense.
There are so many formats.
There were two competing ones that erased themselves after you watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so stupid.
Yeah.
With the internet coming, I mean, the internet was already here. People didn't have broadband necessarily, but like, what a dumb concept.
Well, they failed. The company failed, but they turned into
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a hot check for a VCR there when I was 18. Just straight up stole a VCR from Circuit City.
How much was the check?
$600.
It was in your name. What did it come back to haunt you?
Fuck yes! Fuck yes! It came back to haunt me. I was a fucking idiot.
You know what? The part of that story is maybe make it something sexier than a VCR.
No, it was a badass VCR. It was a $600 VCR.
Did it shoot flames out of it? Did it show you movies that were in the theater at the same time?
Listen,
it was a VCR, Chris.
Extra heads in it and all this cool shit. It was really cool.
Yeah, extra head is only good when it's not a VCR.
It was a VCR / streamer.
No. It was just VCR. So anyway, listen to this. I'm making like $300 a week then, probably, if I'm lucky. I write this hot check. Fucking check police call me, not the police, but like, remember that company Telecheck? Y'all remember Telecheck? They used to back up the check.
Yeah.
This dude calls me and rakes me over the coals for like a week, man. I'm just fucking shitting blood basically over because he's going to call the police. I'm going to go to prison, right? For this one hot check. And so I kept saying, hey, I can pay you like $100 a week to pay it off. And he's like, I can't take partial payment. I can't take partial payment. So a buddy of mine that was a degenerate said, if they take partial payment, they can't turn it over to the police. Then it's just like any other debt. So convince him to take part of the money and you can just ignore him. So I did. I gave him $100 and that's all they ever got out of me.
Yeah, and that started his criminal ways.
That was the beginning of the downfall of Circuit City.
Behavior.
Don't steal from corporations.
No. Okay. How can you afford those $5 records, Chris?
I'm still making up for the interest for that check. Felipe just died. What the hell happened? No.
I got a small laptop now. My laptop is dead.
So you're Afghan there. Rob was talking about that in our chat earlier. Did you make that? Can you show us the blanket you're sitting on?
Yeah, in the picture he took of albums, it was on that. And I said something to him, and I go back to knitting.
Yeah, exactly. That is a nice blanket.
My grandma handmade it.
Oh, that's amazing.
No, it is.
Amazing thing to have.
Nice and warm.
Did Felipe get my x-rays? That's a good question. Do you have Easy Now's x-rays, Felipe?
I'm not sure about it.
Hey, listen, Breakfast King says Bachelor Party, you're not wrong.
True.
Excellent movie. Best boobs in a movie.
Best boobs in a movie, okay.
Yeah, but the 1-2 punch a bachelor party and Real Genius.
Oh my god, real genius was
They have
amazing.
the same villain. The actor is the same villain.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I love Real Genius is one of my favorite movies. That movie's great.
I can watch that over and over again. And then I live in Santa Monica, and there's this thing called the Santa Monica Promenade where people walk around and stuff. Every time I go down there, I'd see Mitch, the kid
Serious?
from, yeah.
Oh,
Every,
are you serious?
he lived in my neighborhood, but
Oh man.
So he never did anything else, did he?
no, he in Karate Kid 3.
Okay.
He tries to go after the girlfriend at a dance club, and Daniel just karate chops him.
No, okay. Karate Kid 2 was actually pretty good when he went over to Okinawa.
Oh yeah.
What's Real Genius now? I'm trying to think.
Val Kilmer's in it, and the kid's like a genius, and they make a giant space laser.
Okay, no, see, I'm getting confused now.
It has one of the best lines in the movie. He goes, "Ken, I caught you naked with a bowl of something," and he goes, "I was hot and I was hungry." Do you remember what God's talking about?
Yeah, I'm thinking of gosh, I can't remember the name of it. Anthony Michael Hall and
Okay, real science, real
yeah,
weird
yeah.
science.
I love that movie. With,
That's with Val Kilmer, right?
huh?
Weird Science with Val Kilmer, right? No?
Yes, Real
Yeah,
Genius.
yeah.
Real Geniuses, yeah.
No, real
Kilmer-
science is alcohol, and this other guy would be
And,
really did.
Kelly LeBrock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Bill Paxton.
Yeah, I want to butter your muffin. That was like,
I used to work at a video store. I can name even all the rip-off ones that went straight to video. Some of them were really good, like Fraternity Vacation. Remember?
Yeah. Do you remember Summer
Yeah.
School? You went through Summer School before.
Which one?
Summer School with Rodney Dangerfield. I love that movie.
oh yeah.
No, the Summer School is with Mark Harmon, which is a good movie.
Oh, you're right.
Back
You're right.
Back to
Back to
School.
school.
Back to school, yeah.
I like Summer
But
School
Summer
with Mark
School-
Harmon.
Okay, so here's a good story. Remember Summer Rental with John Candy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The movie Summer Rental, where he's an traffic controller and he goes on vacation with his family, and Rip Torn's in it. Awesome, Rip Torn. That movie, Paramount didn't have a film for the end of the summer, so they hired Carl Reiner, and they said, and the movie went into production in June, and it had an August release date. So they started shooting it in June. They edited it together, and they were done not that long before they released the film in theaters.
Wow.
Clash of the Titans, first sight of booty on screen. Yeah, that was like Zeus's wife's ass, bro. That was nice.
Yeah,
I love that
I
movie.
just watched Fletch 2 days ago.
The new one?
In all my fraternity brothers, that's the movie we quoted all.
and that's why I could not watch Fletch for years. Everybody I went to school.
Ball bearings.
It was just like,
You know my favorite thing to do? I've done it in the stream. I go, "Thank you, Sammy."
we would have like these things called TGIFs every other Friday, and of course we like rent out like a bar in New Orleans, like the back of the bar, and we have kegs of beer, and I don't know, and they just be quoting lines of Fletch. Like Jesus Christ, I haven't been able to watch the movie since.
I read the books when I was a kid. They were pretty good.
Oh,
the second Fletch movie is garbage,
Mhm.
but the new one they were supposed to be making it with Andy, the Fred Lasso, Ted Lasso. What's his name?
Oh, yeah.
Jason Sudeikis, and I was going perfect casting.
yeah.
I think it was supposed to be directed by Kevin Smith, and then because of Ted Lasso, he fell out, and John Hamm did it, and I was really worried. The trailer didn't look good, but actually, it's good. He's not Chevy Chase. He's not improvising all his dialogue, but it's not bad. And I guess it was not enough of a success. They'll make some more.
Did y'all watch Mad Men?
Oh, I
No.
love Mad Men.
Never watched
couple of
Batman.
seasons.
I watched like the first 4 seasons and I forgot to watch the rest of it. I don't know. Kind of lost me. No, it's not too late for jazz shit, Mazzy. Come on.
Money. Yeah, Mad Men is my favorite. I think it's the best series I've seen.
Really?
Yeah. I think the dialogue, the
Yeah, that's pretty good.
so crafted, so genius. It's great.
Go ahead, Maslov is going to rescue us from bad movie talk. It's a high pressure situation for him. What's up, Mazzy?
What's up, Mazzy?
Yep.
Hey, Queen.
Happy Friday.
What's up?
So, Mazzy, how did you like the Stones monobox?
I didn't get the new. I have the 2016. I didn't get the new one.
Yeah, we're still on the fence here. Nobody.
You know, I like the 2016 a lot. I have not all, but a bunch of the original UK monos that sound better. But you know, they're older. I need to put them through my new humming guru to see. But they're older. The box is great. I prefer the last 3 albums in stereo than mono, personally. But that's just my thing. I mean, if you know, it's a very popular box. It's well done. I don't know how the color one compares. I know a few people said it sounds exactly the same. I know a couple people say one's different over the other, but you know, if you don't have it, it's probably a good choice. If you like that band, just to have it, or to future flip, that's I think the wrong way to do it. But you know, So
you know,
I think somebody. Go ahead, Felipe. Sorry.
No, sorry. I mean, it's my take, Mazzy. I mean, I agree with you. It's all about the music. I think my first CD purchase were the Stones, the very first, like run, the 60s. I know those records like the back of my hand. I love that music. I know everything. I just think that all those people, most of those people talking sounds this, sounds that. The box is amazing. They cannot even name the 12 songs on a record there.
Well, there's that. I mean, the thing is, those records weren't done in any one studio. They were really mixed around. So they're not great sounding records to begin with. Exactly. But it doesn't matter. It's like great rock and roll and great blues rock. I mean, to figure out that if you're looking for that for sonic masterpieces, you know, it wasn't even as good as working in Abbey Road with the Beatles. So, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. They're good records, and most people don't have all those American and UK versions. You know, I like Aftermath a lot. I like Between the Buttons a lot. You know, I like that kind of period a lot. 66, 67 is my favorite.
Yeah.
65, 67. Yeah.
Aftermath, I think, is the most important. It's their first record that they wrote all the songs, right?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, everyone knows, or not everyone knows, but that the Beatles kind of wrote their first hit, "I Want to Be Your Man," which is one of the worst Beatles songs to begin with.
Oh yeah.
And then they gave it to Ringo, like threw him a bone.
Let me see. A lot of those lost. "I Want to Be Your Man" is in this record here. Do you have this one?
Is that a bootleg?
Milestones. No, it's a Brazilian release. I have this.
I don't know that one.
It's called Milestones.
I don't know that. I want to congratulate you for being on the Talking Soup VC.
Yeah,
Soup.
we were very excited about that. Okay.
Yeah, you were like the feature.
So Milestones. "I Want to Be Your Man," and you know, many different things.
Yeah, it was a cool video. I mean, you know, the Rev showing off our trading secrets is a little upsetting, but beyond that, they're great.
The Rev is so funny. Oh my gosh,
he's hilarious.
He's awesome.
It's great.
Hi, Rob. I didn't notice you were here.
Well, that's what the humming guru does to you.
Right.
It gives you night blindness.
I like so far. I've done about 15 records. I like it. I'm waiting for my batch of another batch. It's good, and I'm not going to do every record, but I like it. It's the right price and the right easy to do cleaning method for me.
Right. That makes sense. I think I'm gonna buy one too. But are you? So you're a convert now? You think to record cleaning?
I'm not going to clean every record. I mean, someone said, "Why don't you clean your new records? Come on, clean your new." And I said, "Look, I have so many records. I'm going to start with my older records
Correct.
and clean the ones that really need it. And by the time, I'm not going to do them all, but by the time I finish those, my new records will be old records anyway. So
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be time. Yeah, perfect.
By the time you clean all your records, you'll need a new humming guru, probably.
well, by then I'd probably be dead. No offense, but yeah. But I think it's actually a really well done machine. And I know $420 is expensive for a lot of things, but if you have a big collection, that's not a big investment.
It's not.
If you're buying like 30 or 40 new records, there's your price of the humming guru. Not even that.
Oh, yeah.
So Joe has a really good question here. Do I think it's better than the DIY system? So I use two different things when I clean a batch of records. I use my spin clean because it takes all the dirt off, all the big shit off of records, or if there's like just funk, it'll grind it off, and then I put it into the DIY like $200 Chinese ultrasonic thing, and it works pretty good.
But does that clean and dry?
No, it doesn't. That's what I was going to say. That thing is a giant production and a giant pain in the ass.
See, I wouldn't clean records if it wasn't this simple. Like push one button, it cleans and dries. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother.
That's what I want.
My part, but
I've also processed like 100 records in a day though with that other thing, like just all day long cleaning, drying, hand drying, all that shit. Like it's a big giant nightmare. So I'll end up with like a whole crate of records that need to be cleaned before I do it. Which kind of sucks. So I would like to try it out. What do you clean your records with anything, Mike?
I use the homemade the DIY ultrasonic.
Yeah.
And then I have a little thing that I bought off for Etsy where I have my dry vac hooked up to it.
Oh yeah.
And it has like two different things where I'll run it with the after I rinse it, I'll dry the rinse off. I'll get the wet part off, and then when it's dry, I'll do it with the other brush that's not contaminated, and dry and completely dry it.
I think
I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna buy probably a humming guru.
I think Wax uses this great system that's from a sex shop in Barstow off of 101. That's a vibrator.
It just shakes it off. It takes
Wait a second. This story sounds a little too detailed, Matthew.
Hey, come on! I went out with friends of mine moved, and we went out to dinner, and I'm a little buzzed, so I'm gonna just.
He's dangerous.
That's fine.
Let's get him to get into a fight with someone and cause a riff.
Yeah, that's true. We need some more new drama in the VC.
All right, Mazzy. Okay.
The humming guru is loud, but I keep it down. I have like my washer dryer room. I have an area there, so I just put it on, turn it on, and close the door. It is loud. It is loud.
I put mine in the bathroom. Hey,
exactly.
Mazzy, I got a good one for you.
Okay.
Did you see the electric recording company is dropping the doors?
Like a $500 doors record. Give me
yeah, mono. I know it's ridiculous.
It's not my. I have good enough versions of that record.
Yeah. Please.
I thought okay. Here's the question, because I have the double 45 first album by Acoustic Sounds. I thought that the original tapes are gone. That's why that record. Am I wrong about that? Anybody know? Do you know, Felipe?
I don't know. I have the mono. The only Acoustic Sounds I don't have is the first one, because I got the mono acoustic Vinyl Me Please, and totally happy with that.
Yeah, I have a original mono from Coleman's collection. I need to put it. That's the one I need to bring up and put it through the guru, because it's crunchy, but it's an original mono.
Yeah, I have all. Yeah, sorry guys.
No, I just found an OG. So I have various. Remember, I went to that one collection, found a ton of Doors records in mint condition.
If someone wants it, if someone has a bunch of money, but $450 for an album like that, how often do you play it? How much do you like it? Is it going to be that much different? I mean,
well, any of their albums, any of the things they put out.
Exactly. But you could say that about a UHQR.
Here's what's funny, hysterically funny. They put out that Love album. And the Rhino put out both a mono and stereo version of it. I have the stereo. That people renown that Rhino version is sounding great. I think it's Chris Bellman, but someone like that.
Well,
Roberto, of course, Michael is. He
course he
does
is.
those. But the one thing I will say, at least for $450, the best part of that investment of $450, you don't get the fucking box.
Yeah. Yeah, Chad, and now Chad, we know you are.
Just get Sharpie corners. And,
Pay for not getting a box.
yeah.
You
You
get
know what?
you get
Yeah,
the Sharpie.
Mazzy feels-
The Sharpie comes in a little box.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good.
Mazzy feels so strongly about this, he will not be buried in a coffin.
No, I'm gonna be scattered. I'm gonna be
I know,
scattered.
Come on, let the humor grow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Well, have you got any new records this week, Mazzy?
I got a book. I got the. Well, actually, I got okay. Hold on.
You got San Francisco. How was that?
Oh yeah.
It's great. This is something I really enjoy because I got.
Are you gonna come back naked?
A week from tomorrow, I'm doing that OJC sale on my channel.
Yeah. Okay.
Almost 340 OJCs. More than half are sealed, half are in shrink. These are the ones so far. I'm going to keep some. I love this. I'm keeping this one. This Bobby Timmons.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed this a lot, and for some reason, I think I knew, but I forgot that he wrote Moanin' and that there. I mean, I heard that there was a Dizzy Gillespie, right? Love that. Now this is one that was totally off my radar, and probably not most jazz people wouldn't get into it. But I love kind of psychedelic hippie music shit.
Yeah.
I love this record.
Oh, cool.
Pat Martino East. It's very Have you heard it?
Yeah, I mean, years ago. I mean, I know. I have a lot of friends that love that.
It's so good. It's that kind of like, Eastern Ravi Shankar psychedelic.
That's cool.
Bluesy stuff, and it's really, really. I love this record.
I think Sunday's just issued another album like that.
Now this is kitsch, but I like Cal Jader. They did a couple versions of Mambo. Love this. Now this is cool. Now you probably know this. Do you know King Pleasure?
Oh yeah,
I have a twofer which probably has that on it.
Well, he was this bartender, became this jazz singer. I love this because I'm a fan of Annie Ross, who sang Lambert, Hendricks, and Ross. So it's jazz singing. This is really good. So I'm keeping this one.
Now, you know what? I know King Pleasure. There was a great disc jockey in New York, Frankie Crocker.
Yeah.
And at the end of his show, he would always play King Pleasure. There I go, there I go, there I go. And that's how I found out about King Pleasure.
He did a song with Blossom Dairy.
Now this was great. This is the original blues classic, not OJC, OBC.
Oh, nice.
And of course, you Pink Floyd fans might know that they got their name, the first half of their name, from Pink Anderson for Pink Floyd. This is fantastic. This blues album is great. This is the other volume of the Mambo. I love like Mambo shit from Cuba.
I have a shitty original copy of that.
And this was pretty good too. Paul Bly.
I was hoping you wouldn't show that because that's one of the ones I was like planning on trying to bid on.
Well, I was going to keep this. If you want it, let me know. I'll like, I don't know, $20. I'll send it to you.
All right.
Oh, so
yeah,
are all the records like in shrink like this with the tag and
They're
everything?
either all in shrink or sealed. And
what's the story with all these records, Mazzy? Like, where they come from?
This guy in November, this guy reaches out to me, and it's funny. I've been getting all these. You know how you get calls that are all like fake, spam calls, and for whatever reason, there's a 206 number which is out here, the local, and I picked it up. This guy started saying, "Hey Mazzy, I love your YouTube videos." Okay. Which is nice. I'm not taking it for granted. And he was really sweet. And he goes, "I got this record collection." And he started talking. And I said, "Wait a second. I don't buy collections. I'm not a flipper. It's not what I do." He goes, "Well, I saw what you did with Coleman's collection. And I thought that was great. And I like what you did." And this guy's like about 10 years older than me, so he's like 77, 78.
Hmm.
And I said, well, I'm really not into it. And I said, I can give you names of people. I was thinking of Kimbo up here, or Harry, or stores will only give you so much money.
Right.
And I said, well, what do you have? I'm just curious. And he said, I have about 10,000 albums. Of course. And he has like 90 framed Avalon and Fillmore posters from the 60s. And, oh my God, I saw the collection. Like, fuck. Anyway, so I said, well, I'm traveling. Let me reach out to you in January. And he goes, I'm not in no rush. I don't need the money. I'm not trying to make a big buck. So in January, a few weeks, like 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, or 2.5 weeks ago, I went to his place. It's about a half hour for me. And he has about 10,000 records. And I even couldn't go through the whole collection. And we talked for a while. Then I saw like a fraction of the collection. And I said, I got to ask you something. Are you emotionally attached to these records? And he said, no, I haven't played a record in 20, 25 years.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
He started buying records up until about the late 90s.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you don't listen to records. Why do you buy these things? He says, well, it's kind of like heroin for me. I just kept buying shit.
Yeah.
And he ordered some things in New York, I guess maybe the 90s. I don't know. He bought like 300 and something OJCs from someplace in New York. He paid like $5 to $7 a pop.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Anyway, so we're starting with these OGC things, but I went through this like Rolling Stones box, and he had about a box and a half, and some stuff's ragged and some stuff's great. A few UKs, mostly Americans. He had like 15 copies of Rolling Stone's Some Girl with the Lucille Ball cover, before it got changed, which I don't know, those are probably $40-$50 maybe. He got like 15 of those. He has 3 copies each of the Beatles anthology from 95, seals still.
Mm-hmm.
He just kept buying shit up. And so I'm going to try this. I'm going to do this sale. We're going to split it. I have to give him what he wants. So, but, OJCs can go from $15 to $45, depending on what, no more than that, really. Most of them are in the $25 range.
So you're doing an auction on your channel, like live, or what?
Yeah, I'm going to do it live a week from tomorrow. I might bundle some things, like it has all the miles, the smoking, fucking, shitting, cocking, those 4. And then there's some other miles. I mean, the only thing missing that I noticed was there's no Bill Evans. It's all Riverside and Milestone and that kind of stuff. But, from the 82 to 91, I think these came out. And up until about 88 or 89, they're all analog. And then they're hit and miss whether they're analog or digital. And I can't tell which ones are what.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any that sound bad, though.
Like there's like Land and there's Miles and there's Sonny Rollins and there's some people I know a lot about it, but there's some people I don't know. I'm going to have my friend Brooks on to do color commentary because he can dive in and tell me like who these people are. So, I mean, I know a lot of them, but he knows the shit more than I do. So, I think it's a good deal. I'm going to try to package some of them together, but it's not going to be super expensive stuff because they're not expensive, except they're sealed or in shrink.
Well, they're as expensive as what somebody will pay for them.
Well, right. And if they don't sell, well, then whatever, I'll figure that out. But if this works out, I might. He says, look, I'm not in a rush. I don't want to sell these, so I might do more in his collection, like a rock and roll later or something. Hey, it's weird. It's weird. So.
I don't know, you'd be surprised at how much those OJCs may end up going for.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the 350 of them, and even if the least, if I could sell them all for an average of $20 to $25, that's like $6,000 to $7,000. Now I'm not going to sell them all in one day. I don't expect, but we'll see.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
I mean, I have no problem with OJCs. I think they're awesome, man.
Yeah.
Generally, and the new ones are really good too. Like that Brilliant Corners that came out. The Monk record.
That one's mysterious. Some of the OJCs, like Tenor Madness, is Steve Hoffman, Kevin Gray.
Yeah.
There's a handful of Monks. There's Mingus. There, there's a thing that I never knew, that they put out a series. There's not many of them, but they did some single LP versions of some of the Pablo stuff. Some of the I didn't know that they did like Ella Fitzgerald and Ellington. I didn't know they did some with different covers.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
And
They
then
did a few hundred of them himself. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Majesties are great.
So I've been like the ones that are open, I've been going through and playing them. It's been fun just checking them out. The blue stuff, there's like maybe 15 or 20 of the OB. I didn't realize they were OBJs too.
Yeah, I think I've seen one before. I don't usually look at the blue stuff, so that's
There's
pretty.
a Jesse Fuller and a few other people like that.
Is there a copy of the Joe Gordon that Mike turned into a rarity? What is that, Mike? Do you know?
I don't know.
No, I think it's talking about Mike.
Oh, the other Mike? Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the cops up to out there, man? Or is that an ambulance?
Is that Florida or New York?
Oh, that's an ambulance on the Grand Concourse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hopefully nobody's breaking into my car.
Well, if there are, somebody beat him up and took him off in the ambulance. Oh, here's an expensive record for you, Rob. This is a very rare record that no one has.
Yeah. Is Anne Murray on them?
Tell me if you've ever seen this. This is a great record, man.
Yeah, I've seen that at every place I've ever been in my life.
It's unfortunate. I didn't realize that. I paid $2 for it.
Really?
Yeah.
$2 too much.
No.
Listen, it's a good record. I shouldn't say that, but
It's a great, yeah.
I have probably 4 copies of that from various collections. And
Yes, of course.
I think it's trying to produce Mrs. Robinson.
There's like 4 or 5 songs on there, right? That they, other than the musical part.
Sounds of Silence is on there.
Yeah.
Robinson.
This was in there, and this was one that wasn't an OJC. I looked it up.
Yeah, I saw it.
I think this is an original. If it is, it's like a $300 to $500 record. But I don't know.
Oh, cool.
Which one is that? Is that the first pressing?
Well, I think so, but I have to look it up. But it's pretty.
I think it should be in New York. It has to be in New York.
Which is the New York one?
Should be the first press in New York. You have to find
Tell
the
me,
P
what
and
is it?
RVG. Yeah, that's a New York pressing, yes. Unless it's a reissue. You got to see the P and the RVG.
Like if you see either RVG or his name, usually on the opposite side of the dead wax,
RVG stereo, RVG Van Gelder.
or his Van Gelder stamp.
It's so hard to see that shit. Yeah.
I know. I can't see it.
His eyes aren't what they used to be.
Mine aren't either. I have to like zoom in and out with the record.
Stereo.
If it says stereo, it's Van Gelder for sure.
Hold on. I need to put this through the humming fuckery.
John Rabinowitz.
There's something there.
Hey, I think Mazzy hypnotized himself.
Fuck you guys. Anyway,
You need to get you those little magnifying glasses, Mazzy.
Yeah. Hey, can someone order Mazzy one of those phones with the big number?
he gave me this one for free. This isn't a, 7.
Oh, nice.
I haven't had that one. It's one Miles I missed.
I mean, there hasn't been a nice reissue of that. I don't know if they would reissue that.
And that's really isn't that like a comp that Teo Maceo did?
Yeah.
Isn't it like a hybrid comp thing? Right?
Yeah, I think splicing and putting it together. Yeah.
That was during when he had his recess, when he took a break.
Yeah.
The other Mike is, I don't know where he's at. He's walking the dog or something.
He's retiling the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Can we set up a GoFundMe for Mazzy? What does Mazzy need to GoFundMe?
Yeah, he's about to sell $5 million worth of records.
Okay.
Do you think I'm Mike Sweeney or something? Jesus Christ.
Is that guy still at it?
Oh, no.
I just got this book. This is a UK copy. This won't come out till like the end of the year here. This is a new sort of biography of Abbey
Can I
Road.
make a wild leap and jump that it's a Beatles book?
Well, it's about the whole studio.
Oh,
That's
like
not-
accompanying the documentary?
I think so. Yeah, that Mary McCartney directed. I haven't watched that yet.
That's cool.
Beatles shit, right?
Beatles shit.
Speaking
that's what I was gonna say. Mazzy, Brad Meldau is coming out with an album next month. A solo piano album, Beatles, all Beatles team.
Come off it.
I'll be sure to stay away from that now.
Oh, it's gonna be good, man. I watched the YouTube video.
Really?
Yes. it's
I'm
really good.
as much as I love the Beatles, I'm very leery of Beatle covers, especially.
I'm telling you, I forgot the song you did, but it's on YouTube.
Okay.
Well,
As we get the next few weeks, when we get to remind me when we get close to it, I'll check.
right.
I definitely will check it out.
all right.
I can't remember tonight, but
Yeah.
you know how it is. I love the Beatles, but there's so many schlocky Beatle cover things. You know,
Yeah.
I remember
Versions.
thrifting and finding a Hawaiian Beatles.
well, there's George
Definitely.
Benson, the George Benson, and there's the
So, yeah.
there's
It's all
Mac-
elevator. It's
there's McElway Avenue. What
the new. Well, that is actually good.
that is
but
a good
the new-
record. Yeah.
The new Grant Green record, Green is Beautiful,
I want
has
to hold your hand. I have that on compact.
no. That's I Want to Hold Your Hand is the name of the album that has it.
I
This
have
has what does it have?
A Day in the Life.
A Day in the Life.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad, but
No.
that album just sounds elevator to me.
Yeah, it sounds, it's something. It's like, you put on a dinner party, nobody's offended, and, people go about their business,
I haven't listened to it yet. This one.
Yeah.
It's not his best effort.
What's this? Oh, that's the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't got mine yet.
I forgot to order it.
There's a version of James Brown, Ain't It Funky Now. I mean, like I said, it doesn't offend. It's like,
Oh, wait, it does a Burt Bacharach song on there, right?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you gotta buy it.
Hey,
Oh, I'm buying
I
the
love her back.
Universal's putting
I'll
out.
never fall in love again.
Hey, no, Universal's putting out that big Bacharach Elvis Costello.
I
thing.
know. I'm thinking I'm gonna buy the deluxe.
I'm not deluxe in it, but I'll get the 3 vinyl.
Yeah.
Is that different than the MoFi thing?
the deluxe version?
I think it's more
So,
some.
well, actually, the MoFi is the only vinyl version of the
The
original.
MoFi is fantastic.
This new
Isn't-
thing is going to be a because they put a second album out, so it's going to be both
Right.
albums, and then a lot of extra shit.
Yeah.
Man, I think that was the first MoFi I've ever bought. I bought randomly because I like Bud Bacharach.
Yeah, but that's the only way it came out on vinyl. No other way.
Yeah, that's number 85. I think that's one of my lowest MoFis.
Yeah. I remember when it first came out, because I used to work with this woman, and she was Burt Bacharach was probably like 30 years older than her. She was like, "Oh, he's so hot." And she went to like all the live signings and all stuff like that because she thought Burt Bacharach was so hot. She didn't care for. She was like, "Oh yeah, Elvis Costello," but it's Burt Bacharach.
I mean, he kind of was like a very slender dude. He looked like if someone stretched someone.
Yeah.
Now, this was part of that OJC collection. I'm keeping this. I fucking love this.
Oh, that's great. I found a sealed copy of that.
Oh god,
Yeah,
it's soul organ jazz. So you don't
It's
like the
great.
organ, forget it.
Wait,
My-
he does Misty on there, no?
It's Misty. He
That was
does,
a hit.
He does
It was a
"Song for My Father." He does the the Horace Silver song.
He's Misty was the hit song off that album.
It's so funky and it's so like
He didn't write
kitschy,
it.
but it's really fucking great. I'm keeping this.
Yeah, my local store just got a bunch of those organs, 60s records.
Yeah,
all of these. Like,
I like playing organ. No,
Oh
Don't say anything.
no.
Oh my goodness.
shut up.
I'm gonna go to sleep soon, and I don't need a
That was bad.
give me a nightmare.
Is anybody? Am I getting the Kraft Rollins box? I'll have more information about that later this weekend. But has anybody else seen that? What do you think about it?
Okay, guys, wait. Just like the Lockjaw box, I was on Target for $99.
Right.
It'll be the same.
Hey, buddy.
No,
That's
you're like
wrong.
you're like the ambassador to the VC.
Was he on tonight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't around, so I missed it.
That's funny. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that Rollins box. What about you, Rob?
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
And when it drops when they have a sale, you order.
Yeah.
Buy
Or you can just buy about 6 or 7 OJC on it.
I am. I want to know that I have a lot of OJC.
Yeah, I have the OJC of Way Out West and Contemporary Leaders. But
Yeah.
I'm still
Actually,
gonna buy it.
That the OJC, if it's open, Mazzy, listen to it. The OJC of Contemporary Leaders is actually one of my best sounding records.
Yeah.
There's a part on it where he's just playing saxophone unaccompanied.
Or maybe I'll just do a video. I'll say, I'm going to open 250 OJC records live.
And then I have a way at the end of the video you should jump through a window.
But I only do it for donations.
Tumble down a hill.
Someone's got to do donos for me to open them all on camera. $10 a pop. I'll open them all up.
I'm easy now. I plan to auction off the Bill Cosby collection.
No, that's I actually read that as Cosby. That's hilarious.
No, you want to know what? When I was out with Jim on San Diego, you guys posted Crosby died, and I go, Cosby died? And I told Jim, well, your favorite comedian died. And we were in a store, and the guy behind the counter goes, Amy Schumer? And I go,
Fucking Amy Schumer.
wait, and I go, wait. I go, I was being humorous, and he goes, so was I.
Yeah, that's funny.
I wrote that on the chat, and I wrote Crosby, not Cosby. Okay.
Yeah.
It was funny because I had the urge to get some Joe pudding.
Well, I saw a video on TikTok. It could be bullshit. That was purported to be showing Neil Young's reaction to hearing that Crosby died.
Yeah, and he was
a smile on his face.
Yeah, it was fake, dude. Come on.
It was fake.
He has more humanity than that. So who's going to get custody of Rudy?
Oh, shit.
Don't you guys sleep? Okay. Well, aren't you in the East Coast? Well, Rob and I are. It's only like 9:30 here.
Yeah, we're just getting started, man.
Yeah.
When
is the phone party start?
Saturday.
Dizzy. Oh God, dizzy.
Dizzy. What are we going to show? Show each one for a sec.
Oh, guys, and then what's the guy? Steve Westman. He had Fremer on.
I watched that. Yeah.
I watched the first few minutes. And I had to turn it off.
Why? What was it about?
Why?
Because Fremer started, with the MoFi thing and saying, "Oh, you reported this thing and it wasn't true." And then I was like, "Oh God, dude, you got to let that go."
Actually, Steve Westman. I mean, he started this thing based on this Westman tentative settlement. And I thought actually Fremer was pretty mild-mannered, except for that moment this time, But I get it, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't watch it. I was like, dude, you just. And the bad part is that, the tracking angle of his website. I actually like that better than analog with the other one, the previous one.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the guy that he has writing about jazz, Fred Kaplan, is really good.
So. Yeah,
but, dude, you're killing yourself with this,
Yeah.
Just
I told him on the stream we did, or on the thing we did, I said, the dizzy thing he did that. I don't know if you saw it, the dizzy thing.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I said, I give you an A for concept, but a C for execution. Because it wasn't that fun. I mean, I don't mind people parroting. And the thing is, he only used me for the face of the vinyl community. It wasn't like he was dissing, and I don't mind parody at all, but it wasn't that funny, and it went on too long. That was my take on it.
Yeah. So my take is, he looks like a Rocky movie. he spends always the first 10-20 minutes of whatever he says talking about whatever has passed. He always kind of say the same intro, tell the same stories, say the same things, and then he gets into the subject. That's kind of annoying
Yeah.
part, which I think. But
Come
yeah,
on, John Moreno, keep up with all this shit. You got to keep up with all this shit.
Yeah. We keep with all the drama that Mazzy's involved in.
I'm not involved in all of it.
You're involved in that because he told you to delete your video because you.
It was funny because
when
I was on Rachel's stream, he was emailing me like 4 or 5 emails saying you got to do this. It's dangerous. The stuff's toxic. Take down your video. He didn't like that I was drinking a martini. You know, that was a kitsch, and I understand that. You know, over the top. But the bottom line is, you know,
you're a grown ass man. Do whatever you want.
If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it lighthearted. Now I know it's, you know, and he says, "What's a serious subject?" I don't know. Is cleaning a record a serious subject?
No, it's serious.
But using chemicals, I totally get that. But also, the more I've been before and after, half or more of the people like doing this turgid clean. Now, some people don't, and you know, and one thing I should have mentioned in the video when I didn't, you should have to do a rinse after you use that, and I totally get that. I added that in the copy, and I should have said that because we did rinse the records after we used that drop. But Patrick's into it. It's funny. I researched this before, and everyone told me use a couple of Turgitil and the Ifitol, the stuff from Ilford, the photo thing. And you know, but some people feel differently. But as I said in that video or in the thing, it's kind of like in the medical world, right? And you know, as a dentist, maybe, you know, every 5 years, red wine's good for you, red wine's bad for you. Coffee's good for you, coffee's bad. It'll give you good for your heart, bad for your heart. One glass is good. Every time there's a different scientific paper.
Yeah,
and it goes back and forth.
It's mostly messy, just comparative, or you know, it's not like big data. I mean, and regarding detergents, I mean, I used for 10 years I ran science labs for university, for government. I mean, those detergents are like nothing. You know.
I was trying to show that cleaning a record, because you know me, I'm not a big fan of. I don't want to take the time, but cleaning a record is as easy as making a martini. And of course, I'm gonna be tongue in cheek about it. And if you missed the joke and you didn't think it was funny, all the power to you. But he got there, and then I was on Rachel's stream. But to his credit, he came on and we discussed it. So
yeah, I think you had a great approach. I mean, it should be fun, should be easy, simple.
Yeah,
and I mean, better than doing nothing. You know, and people that get too.
I got away with 55 years doing nothing, though.
Yeah, those people getting too serious about it. Sorry, you're not physicists, you're not chemists. Just shut up.
And I still enjoy the music, so you know.
I use the Turgid Clean. Like when I initially clean my records, I use the Turgid Clean. If there are a bunch of records I want to clean again, then I just put it through still water. That's it. You know, I mean. Not a big deal.
Whatever works for you, right?
Yeah. And you're only using like how many drops? You know, it's not like you're like pouring a whole gallon of stuff in.
10 drops in a gallon jug.
I put them in a gallon jug of water and then add a little bit of that water to the tank.
Well, so far I haven't done it with water alone. I've only done it with a Turgid Clean and then a clean rinse. I will try it without. But then it's hard to compare because some records are going to be cleaner than others, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
You could go crazy. The point for me is I don't want to go crazy worrying about this.
Yeah, no.
You know, just get the shit done. That's it.
Yeah,
I do. I want myself to go mentally insane.
The thing is, you should drink a martini dry with very little or no vermouth. You should shake it and dump it. If you put vermouth and make a dirty martini with olive, then you're fucked. So, but
why are you fucked?
But that's subjective. People like dirty martinis. People like a bunch of vermouth in their martinis.
Yeah.
That's so
Well,
cool.
we got a crowd that drinks nail polish, Mazzy, here. They don't know what you're talking about.
And then the amateurs that drink a vodka martini like James Bond or something.
Yeah.
That drink a Vesper.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite martini was a pickle martini I had at this bar one time. And
God damn it.
Never go back. It's so fucking
That's
Dude, you went to the Pickle Martini, that bar?
yeah. It's fucking good.
That's
dude.
not a good bar to go to, man.
That's
Whatever,
like
dude.
when the Carnegie Deli was open. I remember getting the Woody Allen, which was pastrami and chopped liver and another thing of bread. It was like this fucking high.
Mhm.
And it was called the Woody Allen. I
Man,
miss it. The Carnegie Deli is long gone, but
there's some people in this world that their dream is to have a sandwich named after them.
right.
That's true. That's true.
I think the Second Avenue Deli is still there, but it's not even on Second Avenue anymore.
No, yeah, no.
The Carnegie Deli's gone, you said?
Oh, it's gone
Yeah.
many years now.
Oh, that sucks. I always wanted to go there. Never.
Which is really too bad.
Yeah, it is.
And actually, the Carnegie, they did open. I remember they opened a location in D.C. and there was one in Vegas for a while.
There was one in the Beverly Hills too, on Beverly, and it didn't last very long. It's funny. You think it would because all the Jews in Hollywood, but for some reason they didn't support it.
There's a great movie, but it's it's old. It's maybe 15, 20 years old, called Deli Man. They said at one time there was like 20,000 delis in the United States. And then at the time they made the movie, it was way down to less than 1,000 or something. So here in LA, there's maybe 3 Jewish delis that I know of.
Like Cantor's is still there.
Cantor's, and they opened a satellite one near me, mainly for like people who ordered for Uber or something. And then Brent's in the Valley. Brent's Deli is really good, man.
I know Katz. Katz is on Houston, right? At
Yeah,
at Ludlow.
Too many freaking tourists.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean, their whole concept is you have to have like a chit to pay this. It's like going to Costco.
Yeah, it's even a pain in the ass to have them like delivered. Like, you know, when I'm in the office and you order, it's like, oh, you can't even. It's like impossible even to order from them online now. I'm so like, forget this.
But I used to like. I mean, I like it, but it's like the big fluorescent lights, and you feel like you're in a gymnasium eating there. But it's good. I still like it. I like their. I like their pastrami.
Here, if you come to LA, there's a place called Langer's that has the pastrami. It is the freaking best thing ever. Best thing in LA.
I think the last time I went to Katz, I went there, had lunch, and then I walked up to what's the record store? A something?
Yeah, A1.
A1.
Yeah.
Like it's a walking distance from
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
They clean their records with steak sauce.
It's by that. It's by that. It's by the hipster mixologist bar. What's that great on the same block as A1?
Gosh, no, I mean hipster mixologist bar. That's
It's like a speakeasy. Death and Company.
Oh yeah, I have their book, their recipe book of cocktails.
Yeah, it's great. It is. I've only been there once, and they have one in Denver too, but that's the original one there.
Yeah,
it's an unassuming door, but it's really cool inside. Like half of New York, right?
Yeah.
A couple of drops of Frimmer's Tears really helps. Helps what? Clean your records? Too acidic.
That's good.
Oh, that's crying Indian. Oh, Jesus.
East LA was full of Jews until your family moved in, John. Really? East LA? Okay.
Really?
It used to be everywhere.
Machate, the Jewish neighborhood.
We have a Jewish deli here, but it sucks. It's sad. It's been open for 100 years.
The one in Houston, if it's still open, Kenny and Ziggy's, that's a good one.
That'd be cool.
Ziggy plays Latka. And
we have a good, like, more Chicago style deli here that's really good, though.
Well, where are you? Here, LA has.
Where are you, Chris?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, Texas.
Yeah.
Sorry.
LA has tons of great Italian delis. That's what it has a lot of.
Yeah. And Persian too, right?
Well, I don't know. They're not Persian delis, but the Italian delis are quite good. They're good. A lot of them in LA.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go find a deli right now at
Is
midnight.
Cantor's across from that music store, the guitar store? What is it?
Guitar Center. I think
No.
that Sam Ash.
Is it McCabe's near there? No.
No, McCabe's is in Santa Monica here.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of something else.
But they open the little small langers. I gotta think about that maybe tomorrow.
Got it. Pinocchio's. What the hell is that? There used to be a famous club in North Beach in San Francisco above Banducci's and Rico's, and it was called Finocchio's. And it was it was one of the first, not aside from New York, drag queen reviews in the country, and it was really popular. Tourists, my parents used to go there. Tours. It's kind of like a La Cage aux Folles, that type of thing. And it was Pinocchio's. Great. What do you call it? Not transgender.
Sure, drag
shows. Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a little buzzed here, but it was great. It was fun for like probably 20 years, from the 60s into 70s. And then, North Beach kind of went to shit after that, but it was good.
What was the one they used to have? It was on First Avenue. Gosh, I can't remember the name of it. It's actually right across from the club I used to go. Gosh, I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, they have the big drag queen shows.
Yeah.
And then they finally closed down. I mean, it's just so, the rent and all that stuff just got.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, those things. I mean, they have their moment, but
Yeah.
There's still places in Dallas that are great for drag shows. There's a bar we used to go to every week when I was 18, because they would let 18 and up in on Thursdays. And there's a gay bar in Dallas that was huge called the Village Station. We all went to every.
Is that guy? What's the Republican guy in Texas that dresses up as women?
Who?
Whose father was a Nazi who tried to kill Trump's father? Or
You mean Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I know there's something that.
But the cool thing was that's where all the best music was, and all the good drugs were at the gay bars in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in San Francisco, there was a club on Haight Street up above. It was called the I-Beam, and it was a gay dance club. And then around 1980 or 81, it started having like new wave bands, like 1 or 2 or 3 nights. And I saw the first tour of The Cure there, and the Violent Femmes, and Billy Bragg and Echo and the Bunnymen.
Nice.
It was great. And they would have like these, it would be like gay disco, and then the band would play, and then, till 4 a.m, more gay dancing and disco shit. And it would be these great, so it was really a great mix of new wave stuff. Sort of a walk where Amoeba is right now, across the street.
I'm gonna take off, guys.
All right.
Hey, Wax.
Have a lovely evening. Take care.
Me too. Baggy, come join us. I see you in the chat.
Yeah, the one on that used to be on First Avenue was Lucky Chang's, which is, I guess, they're actually still open, but they
The
moved.
restaurant Chang's. There was one at Union Square. One at the Times Square, right?
No, this is called Lucky Chang's.
Oh,
yeah.
What's that chain? There was like not a chain, but something Chang's or
PF Chang's. That was just, yeah.
I know there was one at Union Square, right?
Was there? No.
Yeah, because I went with a friend there, 20 years ago, before I went to see Wicked.
Wow.
When Wicked was first hot.
PF, maybe
PF Chang's.
Times Square, maybe.
Times Square.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking on us, Baggy.
Because because Wicked is right off of Times Square.
Yeah.
I've never been to any shows like that in New York. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Do you go to shows, Mike?
I'm not a big musical person.
Yeah.
So I'll if it's a play, then I'll go. But I'm not a big musical person.
Don't know if you guys had the chance to see, or maybe Mazzy, because in California, Cameron Crowe gave a big interview on NPR this week talking about the adaptation of Almost Famous to a musical.
I heard about that. I don't know anything about
And
it.
it's got like mixed reviews, but the audience is being great.
Of course, they'll love that shit.
Yeah, and I think it should be amazing. And one thing that they did, they actually play songs. There's a band. It's not like the typical musical. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, it's just like
No live band.
straight music. Yeah, it's been quite successful.
In New York or LA?
I think it's in San Diego because it's his hometown. Yeah,
because in New York, there's the thing with the unions. You have to have the real musicians there.
Yeah,
it's the whole union thing, which is great. What was the thing I saw? There was one of the greatest things I saw in 2007 or 8, and it's based on that German expressionist play about the kids coming into their sexuality. It won the Tony that year.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
I loved it. I fucking loved it. Spring Awakening.
Yeah.
Spring Awakening was so good, and it has like these actors now that are kind of popular. One of them was on Glee. Was it Glee? I guess Leah Michelle or something was one of the original cast members, and the guy who was in. Anyway, it really, really good. Spring Awakening, and it was. I forgot the guy who wrote the music. The music itself. Spring Awakening. Duncan Sheik wrote the music to it, and it was 2006 off Broadway, then moved to Broadway in 2008. It was so good at the time, and that's the last thing I saw. And then I don't think way back I saw Spam a lot, and those are fun. And what's the one the one with Matthew Broderick and
Sarah?
The two Jews.
Oh, Nathan Lane?
The producers.
Yeah.
That was stuff was always fun,
Yeah. DDP said the last show he saw in New York was Brad Melda at the Village Vanguard. Brad Meldau's playing the Village Vanguard next week. And I was there just this week to see David Murray. And then I said, let me check and see about the Brad Meldau shows. Already sold out for basically the whole freaking week.
Damn, that sucks.
I mean, it's like impossible now, like to really go to get into the the Vanguard. It's
You just got to order way ahead, or what?
Is it it's selling out? It's selling out.
They're selling. I mean, like a lot of the shows. I mean, the musicians.
Well, that's kind of cool, right?
It's great for the musicians,
Yeah.
But like you used to be able to walk up to the Vanguard, and you could go on a certain night, like you could say like Tuesday through Thursday, you could just walk in and see it. Not anymore.
Yeah.
You just it's not anymore. I mean, I went to see David Murray, and that was the first show I'd been there in a long time where after the first set ended, they said, if you want to stay for the second set, you can stay. All you have to do is pay the drink minimum. It's been like, ever since, they reopened from the pandemic that's happened. Otherwise, it's like, no, we're sold out. You got to go.
Yeah. I'm just checking their schedule. They're going to have Joe Ross. They're going to have Joe Lovano.
Yeah.
I like Joe Ross. I like Joe Ross a lot.
Next month.
And then I remember the first time I saw Brad Meldau it was at the Vanguard, and it was this tenor player David Sanchez had his group there. It was supposed to be a quartet. So I'm there with my friend, and we show up, and they're about to start. It's only a trio. The piano player. It's August. The piano player hasn't shown up, and it's hot. It's really hot. Piano player hasn't shown up. They start the set. Then the piano player, Brad Meldau, comes down the steps of the Vanguard.
Right.
And then like, okay, he finally showed up, whatever. And then my friend goes, he's got a flannel shirt on. And the sleeves are down. He goes, guy's got a drug problem.
Yeah.
And and Brad Brad Meldau, he's had battled like substance abuse. But my friend, like, he picked it, well, he should have picked it up. I mean, he picked it up like right away. I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. Just let the guy get on the piano thing and play before you start making comments about him.
Right.
But yeah, it was like, it was really hot. And yeah, I was like, okay, he does have a flannel shirt on. I was like, maybe he's from Seattle. No.
That's because all the the Seattle Pacific Northwest grunge people are heroin addicts.
Yeah.
Half the bands died. Like the guy from the Screaming Trees just died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He was chronically sick, so I don't know what his thing was, but
yeah, Eddie, it's no longer the Mel Lewis band. It's morphed into the Village Vanguard band, and they play Monday. They play every Monday night.
Are they like a house band?
Yeah, and they have a lot of great musicians that play in the band.
Sitting in with them.
Yeah. And
like Dizzy Gillespie, Mel Lewis.
It was originally Thad Jones, Mel Lewis, then
They put a shit ton of records together.
So the entire modern jazz quartet, like Mel Jackson.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to think I don't even know who directs it now. It's been so long since
I'm a huge fan of vibe players. A lot of people, there's some people I find that don't like the vibes. Like,
yeah, I love the vibes.
They do Bobby Hutcherson and Mel Lewis. I mean, not Mel, Mel Jackson.
Yeah, I got an album coming, and hopefully it'll be here tomorrow. There's this
Cal Jader,
There's this new female. I guess she's got 2 albums out. Her name is Patricia Brennan. And she's fantastic. And I've got an album of hers coming in the mail tomorrow. And then there's another female vibe player, Sasha Berliner. That's really good.
I've heard of her. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got an album out on this label. I think it's called JML. They only do vinyl. And I have a copy of that. And who else?
There's a bunch of Cal Jader records available in the OJZ sale a week from tomorrow.
And then
that's cool. The fantasy Cal Jader stuff's cool.
And there's a couple I didn't realize. The couple that are open. I mean, way back in the '60s, Fantasy did some records on red vinyl.
Yeah,
and then, but some of the there's a handful of Fantasy OJCs from the 80s that are also on red vinyl.
Yeah, I have a Milt Jackson that's on red
There's
vinyl.
a couple of Milt Jacksons that collection. There's Cal Jaders. There's Vince Guaraldi, definitely. That Fantasy stuff. There's a couple of I think one or maybe one Shirley Scott. There's Shirley. I think I have 2 copies. The Shirley Scott with Stanley Turrentine.
Oh,
that's a great one.
That record's on there. I mean, these are not expensive records, but they're the ones I don't know them all, believe me, but they're good records. A couple people I have no idea, and I was talking to Brooks. He goes, "Oh, you should take that one," and I just I could go crazy, and I still got to pay my half if because these aren't my records to keep without paying for. But at some point, God damn, there's so much shit there. I mean, 350 records is a lot.
It's
amazing.
I mean, you're gonna be surprised. I don't know how well that I think that OJC thing is gonna go.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and they're not going to be crazy.
Have a lot of interest though. I mean, it's the whole thing. It's going to be cheaper.
Eddie, I don't know. I think it's going to be a week from tomorrow, probably noon Pacific time.
Okay.
So and it'll be. I want to bundle some things together. When I did Coleman's thing, we didn't do it as an auction. I just gave a price, including shipping. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to do this one yet.
Yeah.
I hate the auction thing, but I get it. I mean, so we'll see. I know what's his name? That silly fucker in Manchester hates.
I knew you were going to say that.
Actually, I like Rob Walker, but give me a break, Rob. He's probably watching right now, right? He also right. If I say something like Rob, Michael 45, all these guys pop up. Like I'm in the, we're selling records to people we know. I would like to. I'd rather buy from you guys than just some like person I don't know on Discogs.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, what did I get? I got a couple of weeks ago. I when Alex had his last sale.
Yep.
And I had it on CD, but I want it on the LP format. The Coltrane, Both Directions. Alex was selling it for like $15.
Yeah.
And I was like, it was great.
Mm-hmm. John Marino's trying to join. Yeah. If it works, I'll bring him back.
I'm trying to find that Vibe jazz group I want to tell you.
What records do you want me to show, Roberto? I don't know what you're talking about. There we go.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, amigo?
Hey, what's up?
Hola, Juan, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, John.
Hey, I'm trying to speak Spanish to John. Hey, yo, Juan, ¿cómo estás?
I don't know if you can hear us or not.
Hola,
Hello.
señor.
Hey,
¿Cuántos años tiene usted?
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey, Jose.
66. 66. I'm old.
Okay. Que lástima.
Here's
Hey,
another.
I wanted to.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to share with you guys. Has anybody here seen Chet Baker live?
I have not.
Nope.
No.
Have you?
Okay. I didn't see him, but a friend of mine saw him, and I want to share the story. He went to see Chet Baker, I think, at Concerts by the Sea here in Los Angeles, right? Southern California. He said that he goes to the show. Chet Baker's 1 hour late, okay? So he says everybody's waiting.
What a surprise.
He finally shows up, and the music starts. They start performing. Halfway into the song, Chet Baker's distracted by somebody at the door. Chet stops in the middle of the song, walks away and walks to the door to talk to someone, disappears. That's the show. Show's over.
Like Morrissey.
Isn't there? I mean, that's one hell of. I mean, he saw him for half a song.
That was probably his man. I'm waiting for my man. They probably got us fixed that night.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that something? I mean,
That's
at least
what it was.
he got to see him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I want to show a record.
So,
So we were talking about the fantasy earlier and the OJCs. This is a really interesting cover from a OG fantasy that I have. It's Elliot Lawrence Band swinging at the steel pier.
Al Cohn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's it's on Red Fantasy. It sounds like shit, but I like it. I need more fantasy stuff. I only have like 3 or 4 actual fantasy records. It's weird.
Well, I'm gonna have a sale especially for you, Chris.
You know that sale's going to draw a lot of attention. A lot of
That's
people
what I
will be
say.
bidding. The
We'll
prices
see.
are going to go up,
Yeah.
right?
It's gonna be like one of those crazy whatnot videos, where
I know. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I want to be there. I'll try, but we know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
It.
I just think
We
it's
have a pre-sale for Jazz Bums and our viewers.
I think it's a weird ass thing that some guy bought like 350 OJC records, in the 90s or whatever it was, and kept them in a box for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have a record
Yeah,
player
yeah.
for 25 years.
But you know what? That's great for us for collectors.
Totally.
It's great.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these. This is I showed you this. This is the one that's open. They're all they're either sealed or they're like this that are opened. And
It's beautiful.
some of these have these things, which are actually not the normal paper, which are actually pretty good. A lot of them have plastic inner sleeves.
Yeah.
But but you're not going to get all wonky about, give me a break. It's paper. I'm going to die because there's a fucking paper in her sleeve.
Right. You know what? Can I make another comment about,
Of course.
This is America.
Okay. Free speech. I appreciate the VC because you get so much information and it's great. But sometimes, and I'm not, I'm guilty like anybody else. Sometimes you got to step back and say, you know what? Let me just play the fucking records and get on with it. And that's, and like Mazzy says, like stupid Mazzy says, it's about the music or whatever.
I'm
it's
not
about the music. It's about
wait, John. I'm not stupid. The music is stupid. Don't call me stupid.
Look at this.
You know, hablar con mi estúpido.
Mire.
No sé.
That's right. Hold on one second.
Can you read this, OJC? Anyway, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta play the records and enjoy it.
¿Cuántos cervezas in su boca?
No más uno.
No.
Un grande. Look at this.
2, 3, 4, 15, 9, 10.
Uno grande. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta just play the record. If it's clean or dirty, whether it's an original pressing or not, who cares? Play the record, enjoy the music. I was listening to the Birds today. Oh, I've got the Columbia singles on Sundays, and I was loving it. So
the double album I showed.
Yes,
that's great.
It's
a good collection.
Yes. So just put the record on and enjoy it. I think sometimes we get a little too neurotic about collecting and stuff. But remember, Mazzy, back in the 70s, it wasn't like that. In the 70s, you had a stereo, you went to the record store, you bought the record, you brought it home, you played it.
Well, you never. I mean, we except for maybe getting a mono stereo, you never bought multi copies of a record. I mean, for the most part, unless you got a freebie or something, it wasn't about getting the next best version of a record.
It wasn't too complicated. It was simple.
Yeah.
You bought the record, you brought it home, you played it, and that was it. Right. Now it is.
He was taking a shit.
And I had to walk 16 miles in the. I had to walk 16 miles in the snow to get that Little Feat record.
Oh man! Yeah. I know. But yeah, it's sometimes it gets a little too involved, and I just want to just play the record.
You want me to light? You want me to light a match?
Just one thing, we were talking about vibes, and I just wanted. There's a group called Maya, and they have an album out. It's on this label called JMI, and it was actually released last year. And originally, JMI only does vinyl, and originally it was like $29.99. I know Dusty Grooves has a copy for $19.99 now, and it's like all analog and everything. They're great sounding records. I think I have three of their albums, and I have one coming in the mail shortly.
Mike, I got a question. You like Vibes? You said Vibes?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a guy here. He's passed away. His name was Bobby Montes. He played Latin jazz.
Yeah.
And he put out 4 records. And this guy sounded like Cal Jader and Eddie Cano. That sound. I think if you look into Bobby Montes, you might like his music.
All right, I'll definitely look into it.
Bobby Montes. Good, it's great Latin jazz.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had, in fact, Kubop reissued one of his albums called Jungle Fantastique. Excellent album. You'll love it if you like vibes.
Cool.
Yeah. So there you go.
That's cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. I have the reissue on vinyl, I think. I have the CD. I'm not prepared. I have shit put back there, and I don't want to dig it out, but, I should have pulled out some records ahead of time.
All right, cool.
That's cool.
Thank you.
This is jazz. This is improv. You don't pull stuff out ahead of time. You just improvise.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
Man,
Right.
do you have like a trademark on the whack-a-mole thing?
Of course I don't. I didn't invent the name. I just used that term for me pulling random records. I mean, people pull random records before I ever did, so it's not anything original. I just named it something, and it caught on, and now people use it. And I don't even own that name. So it's you know, you use what you do. It's all about branding, and I didn't do it for on purpose. I just said it just seemed like a good thing. Whack-a-mole is so random.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So
you know what, Mazzy? It's just that you're a natural for this. You're a natural because
I'm an
obviously
asshole?
A natural.
That too. But you're a natural. You know, and obviously, you know, it's been a huge part of your life, and a lot of us, you know, we collect records. But obviously, you know your shit, and that's why it works for you, and that's why it happens the way it happens.
Well, I know what
You know,
it's like. All of
yeah.
us, we all know what we know. I have my, you know, my San Francisco, my journey, my age, the time. I know what I know, but there's a lot of shit I don't know. I mean,
Well, a lot of I don't know a lot. Believe me,
it's the same
compared to you, compared to a bunch of you guys here, I know very little because
What's different?
When I listen to
Oh.
jazz bums, you guys are very knowledgeable, and you got all these great records. I'm like, damn, I better take some notes here because that.
No.
Well,
that
that's
looks
why
like a
we're
great
here. We
record.
learn stuff. I've been learning stuff from Mike and Felipe and
Right, me too.
You know, I know
Me
a
too.
lot about jazz, but there's a lot beyond that
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I know. And you know what? You can go broke. That's why I have to stop. You know, you can go broke. You know.
Yeah. I think, John, saying you don't know something is the most. It shows that you're knowledgeable because you know there's more.
Right.
There's
Exactly.
always more, yeah.
I think you're
I have
aware.
done a jazz whack-a-mole. It's been a while. I just go to my jazz wall and I've done it. I've done a few, not in a while though. So
Jazz wall is amazing. I have a jazz wall.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about new stuff, I got this from my Bandcamp notifications. Not sure if Mazzy you got those or Mike. I put on the group for Chris. There's a new record coming by Malcolm Strahan, that Scottish trumpet player.
No.
It's on Bandcamp already for
A
pre-order.
Scottish trumpet player?
Yeah, Malcolm Strahan.
I can't have any Scottish
No.
trumpet in my collection.
It's really good. It's really good. More like
No,
an
no
American
kilt trumpets or trumpeters.
Yeah.
Was it Malcolm Strand?
Strahan, Strachan. It's on Bandcamp.
It's probably not crap because it's Scottish. Man.
Eddie, I saw Dexter about 3 times at the Keystone.
Oh,
I've
did you
said that
really?
before because he would do this thing. I mean, Dexter was a fucking tall guy, big man, tall man, and when the audience would applause, he would take a saxophone and straddle across hands like this as if he was doing an offering,
Right.
like a thank you for the audience. It was so amazing. It was like spiritual. But this was 75, 6, 7, like 3 times at least. Like those guys would come through here every, you know, they do the circuit. They come up and down the West Coast, and like every year and a half, they'd come through. And I mean, those are like $4 or $5 tickets at the most. Of course, we only made $3.50 an hour, but still, I mean, for 2 hours of work, you could see a show.
Yeah.
It was a tiny club. The Keystone was tiny.
What was the name of the club that Cesar owned? That Cesar Alcanez, whatever his name is.
The guy that ran for mayor all the time.
Yeah, that guy. What was
It
the
was
name of
called.
his
It
club?
was called. Well, Cesar's.
Cesar.
And it was up on Mission above Army or above Cesar Chavez in the Mission, and it was kind of this Latin samba dance club, and they'd have sambas. Tito Puente would play there. I think when U2 were kind of cool when they came to San Francisco, they would go there and hear the Latin music and stuff. I went there a few times. He was one of these characters that would every 4 years run for mayor. Of course, he was never gonna.
He did one album. He only had one album.
He had an album out. I didn't know that.
It was it's kind of a Latin fusion album. It's good. It's not great. It's good.
Yeah, but it was a fun club. It was
And
Sheila E. would play there. You know, Tito Puente.
Francisco Aguavea would be there. He's a regular.
Yeah,
regular
yeah.
there.
I probably went there like a half a dozen times.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of dance things, some live stuff. It was a mix.
Right.
It wasn't too far from where I lived. It was like, you know.
Well, you lived in the Mission District, so I get.
I was in the intermission. Like that was out at past like 28th and 26th and Mission, and I lived at 20th and Florida and Bryant. So I mean, it's like 10 minutes away.
You were surrounded by Latinos.
And I was on the first block where it changed from the light industrial to the residential. So now that whole light industrial are all these kind of hipster bars and restaurants and techie things. And we bought there when we bought there was like the 21st Street gang, you know, colored Latin gangs there, and it was that 21st Street corner was a sketchy corner, drugs and shootings. Right. You know, I mean, I felt guilty, but I didn't feel guilty. One of the white guys moving in, somewhat gentrifying, but there were a lot of artists at that time moving in, and we had a photo studio and stuff. So, you know, I mean,
and you like to eat tacos. You learn to eat Mexican food and stuff.
But I learned that way. I mean, growing up in California, I know you're kidding me. Growing up in California, I just loved that neighborhood because it was such a family friendly.
I know.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I miss it. And to me, the people that fucked up the neighborhood were all the techie shit, you know. Yeah, like around 2005 or 2010.
Well, were there a lot of lowriders in the area?
Not right there, but on Mission Street, like Friday, Saturday nights, you had the lowriders, yeah. But that wasn't.
I always enjoy when lowriders are driving and they're playing music from the car, and a lot of times it's classic oldies or some soul music or rap music.
Well,
you know,
the one you hear all the time. I mean, you couldn't get away from Santana Abraxas.
Yes,
but
there's also a lot of oldies. They play Little Anthony, Tears on My Pillow, Barbara Lewis, Hello Stranger, classic soul oldies. It's beautiful. It's beautiful music. I mean, I grew up in the barrio, and I just love oldies to death. They're just.
And we had a lot of the Tejana, like the trios of the guys with the accordions and the big bass.
Yeah.
And they would like walk around the neighborhood serenading, and I love that. That was so.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss that. I miss walking down the neighborhood. It was the best place I ever lived in my entire life. I loved it.
You know, back in the 70s, when my sister got her first house with her first husband, Los Lobos actually came and played in the backyard of her house.
Oh man!
For her husband's birthday.
Wow!
It was a birthday party.
That's great.
Yeah, it was a trip because we were there and drinking beers, and my sister said some guys gonna come play live, and at the time it was kind of like, oh, this is cool. It was not like, hey, Los Lobos are here. It was just a group of musicians that played, and they were my sister.
Did you do the acoustic side of them? Were all acoustic?
You know what? This is like over 50 years ago, so I can't remember everything.
Yeah.
But they went to high school. My sister went to high school with Cesar Rosas and David Hidalgo. So she knew them in high school. That's why they came over to play. And this is before the first album, I believe. The very first album.
Los Lobos is definitely in the top, maybe 1, 2, or 3 American bands still standing. That's pretty much, except for maybe one exception, all the original.
They just put out a new record.
Yeah. Did they? I have the
yeah.
I have the one from about a year and a half ago.
I mean,
I have it. I forgot.
When I got back from Okinawa, I think they were the first concert that I saw, and it was at this club called the Ritz. It was called the Ritz. It's actually Webster Hall, and it was a great show. The band that opened in front of it was a San Diego band called the Paladins, sort of rockabilly. That guy I love on the guitar is David Gonzalez. They opened, and then Los Lobos came out, and then after they finished, they did like 3 encores. Then they brought out Ronnie Earl from the Broadcasters, and he played, and it was phenomenal. It was one of the best shows that I've ever seen. Yeah, and it was great. Nobody wanted to go home. Nobody wanted to go home.
You know what? There's a lesser known band from East LA. There's actually a few of them. There was another band called the Blazers.
Yeah.
And the Blazers were also kind of a Tex-Mex rock and roll band.
Yeah. What's the name?
They put out 2 records, I believe. I got one on CD, one on vinyl. They also had kind of the, East LA rock and roll Tex-Mex sound.
Yeah.
They were good. The Blazers.
Yes. What's it? Cesar Rojas produced one of their. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. Well, I forgot the title. There's the one where they're standing underneath the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one you have?
I can't even. Off the top of my head,
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
But
I would have to dig them out. But
yeah.
And then one of the guys died from the band. I forgot his name. And also, one of the guys from the band played at my friend's sister-in-law's party, which is kind of cool. They had a garage party. He was there. But yeah, that's another band. And I recently came across another album from a group from East LA called Yaqui, Yaqui, Yaqui. And they're also a group of Chicanos that started a rock and roll band. And these guys had more of a rock and roll sound than a Latin sound. And they were on the Playboy label. I'll pull out the record if you want to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go get it. But I was surprised, I've never heard of these guys, and now I found this record. So I'll go get it. I'll be right back.
I'm trying to find. I want to find something else to talk to you about. But Mazzy, I on Instagram I speak to Brooks a lot in the comments. Because I just went to see David Murray at the Vanguard, and Brooks commented when I posted something.
He knows. I mean,
yeah,
he's probably one of my last best friends standing. I hate to say it like that, but
yeah,
he's one of my best friends, and he's someone that obviously in the jazz side, there's also adventurous and new music, and he goes to Big Ears, in Knoxville, and the avant-garde. And I just love him because we turn each other. We talk we text every day, definitely.
Yeah, because I had posted something, and then it was really great about it. The engineer that recorded it, this guy Jim Anderson, commented. And then Brooks commented, and then we all had a little back and forth talking about it. Was I think it was a Billy Harper session on Steeplechase, and it was great that the guy, the engineer, was like, "Oh, this is how we recorded, and this is how Steeplechase did it in the days. They would set aside. They would come in for what did he say? They would come in for 5 days, and they would do 2 sessions a day, and then they would have enough for 10 albums."
Wow.
And then, he said, yeah, we did that Billy Harper session, it was live, direct to tape, boom, and it was done.
Yeah. He's the only person I know probably that if he tells me to buy something, I won't even question. I'll just buy it.
Yeah.
Because I know it's gonna be interesting, even if I don't like it right away. But not that I don't trust other people, but I get it.
You see how it worked out when you trusted us and bought those 9 Candid records.
I never got them. Fuck you guys, man. I had to cancel that order.
I didn't buy it.
Can I show a record?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see how that works.
Yeah.
Yaqui. It's called Yaqui. Yaqui. Okay. Not the artwork is kind of funky. I don't care for the artwork.
I see a gecko or something.
Yeah, it's not the best looking cover. So these guys, it's on the Playboy label.
Mm-hmm.
They're from East LA. I've never heard of these guys, and I was really impressed. It was just a good more of a rock and roll record. There's a little bit of a Latin sound.
Are they a Latin band?
They're a Latin band. They're Latinos. You know, some of these guys, like you got Rudy Regalado, Ronnie Reyes. Let's see, George Ochoa. A bunch of Latinos are on this album, and I was really impressed that.
What year is that? What about?
Oh, it's 70. Hold on, 70. You had to ask me. 73. 1973.
It's funny. Is that probably the time after Santana and Malo, and they were like, let's get all these Latin bands signed and put them out, right?
Yeah. And you know what? Never heard of them. Found the record at Atomic Records, and I liked it. It's a good record.
Great. Well, that's the way to do it, you know.
I know. It's nice. It's
these labels get on the bandwagon when if one or two bands are popular, they try to think that everyone can emulate that thing, and sometimes they do, and most of the time they don't.
Hey, John, have you heard of have you listened to Sacred Souls in San Diego?
Oh yeah, are they? Yes.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great album they put out.
What label like that? Is it Daptone or not Daptone?
I think I actually think it is Daptone.
Is it like Latinos and that one black singer?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, I got the album, and you know what? To me, it sounds like cruising music.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
I mean, you gotta.
That's it.
Get in your low rider, cruise down the boulevard slow and low, and listen to that music. It's just awesome. Soul.
Yeah. Do you have that hydraulic set up on your car, John?
No, but you know what? I love lowriders.
Oh, I do too. Yeah,
they're beautiful. They're works of art. These guys spend thousands of dollars on these cars.
Well, I've seen some of these guys that work on it, and they're definitely artists, and it's just it's amazing.
I go to like on Colorado Boulevard, like for New Year's Eve, you get the lowriders out there. I'll go and take pictures because I just love those cars.
You know, lately in the last week since Jeff Beck died, I've been watching a bunch of videos, like a lot of people probably, and watching these videos about him and his car collection and working on his car stuff, and he literally going under and working himself and coming out like covered in grease and coming and stuff. I just love that about him. You know,
right.
I was never like all in on Jeff Beck. I like his stuff, and to me, he always was the side man who did kind of cool instrumental stuff. Not to take away from his talent at all, but I was saying to someone, quick, name your top 3 Jeff Beck songs, except for maybe Beck's Bolero. And most people couldn't name the songs because he did a lot of covers. And not that
Blue Wind.
Okay, see, there you go. I don't even know that song, the name. But so I'm not all in, but I appreciate him more now, unfortunately, following him up. But
right. You know what? I think we're all playing catch up. I think we're all playing catch up on music. Maybe you're familiar with an artist, but it takes a while to be familiar.
Well, he was
better.
In a way. I mean, the instrumental cover stuff. It's like listening. His version of George Benson doing all these covers. Certain artists, not like a jazz artist, do a lot of covers. Like if you think of, name a jazz art. I mean, I can't right now. Like, okay, songs of my father, Horace Silver. There's certain jazz artists that have songs that are so identifiable with them, and a lot of them have done these great covers and things. I mean, you do Moanin', and you think Art Blakey, but Bobby Timmons wrote it, so it's not even an Art Blakey's piece, and other, Manhattan Transfer or whoever, or Lambert Hendricks and Ross did it or something.
You know what? I have a CD, not a record, of Latin covers of jazz songs, and that's common in a way, where a lot of Latin artists take jazz standards and they cover
like
them.
Mongo Santa Maria, Watermelon Man. That was a huge.
That wasn't a cover.
Oh, really?
It's Herbie Hancock.
Herbie Hancock song.
Yeah, Herbie Hancock.
No, that was a Mongo song.
Are you sure?
Herbie Hancock covered, right?
Really?
No, it's a Herbie Hancock. Hancock.
I think Herbie wrote it.
Yeah, he wrote it.
Hey Siri, who wrote Watermelon Man?
You're thinking of Caleb Allen.
I didn't find any calls with Bowman
That's Herbie
Martino.
Hancock.
Hey Siri, who wrote Watermelon Man?
The Mongo song.
No, he wrote it for Taking Off in 1962.
Thornton wrote Watertown Man in 2012.
Wait, hold on a second. Okay.
It's a Herbie Hancock song.
Yeah, I think so too.
But you know what? Mongo Santa Maria, I'll say that again for you guys. Mongo Santa Maria, he did great covers. Like he also did oh God, what's that James Brown? Papa's Got a Brand New Bag. He did a cover of that. And he did just a nice.
Yeah, Herbie wrote it. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Right.
So Herbie wrote the song, Mongo covered, and it's Herbie's favorite version of the song.
Yeah.
The
Headhunters version is badass though too.
Well, Herbie did two different. He did the Headhunters version later, but the original version on Blue Note.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mongo.
And getting back to Mongo Santa Maria, and Willie Bobo were a part of Cal Jader's rhythm section.
Yes.
A lot of recordings.
And by the way, I think there are at least one or two Mongo Santa Maria records in the OJC collection on the sale a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, the tie-in has come full circle.
I want those records.
Not the Columbia stuff, but there are a few of those.
I want those records.
I'm a shit-ass Jewish promoter. Give me a break.
All right. Well, I got first dibs.
Hey, you know.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Maybe I should start a $15 a month club to have
to get us OJCs. That'd be
first
amazing.
a first viewing of it.
Yeah. You know what? Here in Southern California, there's a radio station called K-Jazz.
K-Jazz used to be in Berkeley for way back in the 60s.
They probably had different call letters, I think, at the time. Maybe
KJAZ was Berkeley.
Okay, because K-Jazz here out of Long Beach used to be.
But when did it start? When did it start?
I don't know, because they used to be KLON.
Yeah, they probably took it when K-Jazz closed in the Bay Area.
Okay, so there's a show on Fridays and Saturdays called Jazz on the Latin Side, hosted by Jose Reissue. He plays a lot of great Latin jazz, and just you learn so much from his show. And I recommend listening to that show if you can. You can get it online or on the radio.
Yeah.
And he's great. I mean, Jose Risso's been at it for like 33 years.
Oh, wow.
And he plays some great stuff, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah. There's also another Latin jazz show. It's called the Latin Jazz Cruise. It's on WBGO. It's online also.
Okay.
Bobby Santabria. He hosts it now. He wasn't the original.
Oh, it's not Bobby Sanabria, is it?
Yes,
Bobby Sanabria, yeah. He's a musician.
Are you guys going on the cruise from Sausalito to Shelly Mann's Jazz Hole next season? No,
Are you?
I'm just making this shit up.
That sounds fun.
No, you know what, Mazzy? Just have some tequila, cerveza, and tacos with your jazz records, and you'll be okay.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
Not tonight. Not
tonight, but
Yes.
Yeah, that's all you need. Your records and some good drink, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what's fun? I had a fun experience last night. I took an edible because it was the first night I had off in 2 weeks due to all my bullshit I had to do with work. I was feeling nice and relaxing, listening to jazz, and then my boss messaged me at 10 p.m. asking for help.
Oh, don't you can't shut it off?
I mean, I could have. I just forgot to. So, yeah, that was fun.
Oh, so you had some edibles, some yerba?
Yeah.
Some yerba.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, and here's another.
It means grass, Chris.
You guys know the song Manteca, right? Manteca
by
Dizzy Gillespie with Chano Pozo on congas, right? That's Chano Pozo. You know what
is Machito?
No, that's not Machito. That's it's Dizzy Gillespie and Chano Pozo.
Okay.
It's that perfect blend of American jazz and Latin rhythms, right?
Because I like the Afro-Cuban stuff that Dizzy did.
Afro-Cuban, yeah. Well, I think it's on the Afro. What's that Afro Latin Afro album that Dizzy does? What's it called?
Yeah,
Afro,
on Verve.
Yeah, the one that Why Don't We Please just released.
Right.
Yeah.
Did they do it? Did they do it? Okay.
So the manteca means grease or lard, in English.
I did not know
But
that.
it's also a euphemism for drugs.
Mhm.
Manteca, hey, manteca, you got weed or heroin.
Mhm.
So the story goes, or the folklore story goes, that Chano Pozo died, somewhere out Harlem, whatever it was in New
Yeah.
York,
He was,
over a drug deal.
yeah, he was a tough cat.
Yeah, he was something else. They said that Chano Pozo would flirt with wives that their husband was present. He would just go straight to a woman. He didn't care if she was married. He'd be flirting with her. He didn't care.
Hey,
He was
John,
always-
you're teaching me too much shit. I need to watch more episodes of Sons of Anarchy, the Latin version of it.
No shit, exactly.
So anyway, the story,
the Mayans.
the story
Mayans,
goes,
right.
Chana Pozo was murdered over a drug deal. But they're saying what happened is the spirits, or the what do you call it? The saints, not the spirits. They actually murdered him because he gave away the spiritual rhythms
Mm.
through his music. He was not supposed to do that.
Mhm.
That's just what they say. It's kind of adds more, a little more depth to the whole folklore story. But he got killed.
Yeah.
And they're saying because he violated the rights, or of that music, of the rhythms, because it goes back to Africa and all this
Right.
Santeria and all this other stuff. But anyway.
I gotta head out. Guys. But it's
Yeah,
been a pleasure. I'll see you maybe next week.
All right.
Awesome, Mezzy.
Thank you.
Hey,
you.
Mezzy, I te veo. Hey, I'll teach you another word, Mezzy, okay? Carnal. Hey, carnal. You know what that is?
El canar.
No, carnal.
Carnal.
Carnal. That means brother. Okay? Carnal. We're brothers. Carnal.
Not hermoso. Hermoso.
No. Carnal. We're as hey,
Carnal.
brother. It's like brother.
Gracias.
Hey, brother. You say
Okay.
carnal.
Got it.
In
How do you say in Spanish?
Felipe, do you know Spanish?
A little bit. I speak a little bit, John.
Okay. Where are you from?
Huh?
He's from Brazil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Check this out. I want to show this record. We're talking about Machito.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is a really good record, man.
Yeah.
And that's on Tico Records.
Yeah, it's on Tico. It's fucking rare, too. I don't know why.
Yeah,
but
it is. Yeah. It's a nice one.
I like it. Hang on.
I like Tito Puente.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm taking off as well.
Yeah, I'm about to take off. There used to be, gosh, I know I guess it was in the 90s. Mario Bowser did. It used to be this great CD label called Messidor.
Yeah.
And Mario Bowser released, I don't know, it had to be like at least 3 recordings on there.
Right.
And they're really, they're
Right.
fabulous. They're actually fabulous.
Right.
And one of them he does is like one version of Mac the Knife.
Oh, cool.
And it is crazy. It's like the best version I've heard since like Louis Armstrong.
Well,
You know what? Speaking of covers, I came across a crazy Latin boogaloo version of "Hang On Sloopy." Okay, and it's funky, man. You gotta hear it.
didn't Ahmad Jamal do a really popular cover of that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's cool. I like when they can take. Another great Latin jazz record is by Willie Rosario. He does boogaloo. It's kind of like jazz, but it's boogaloo.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Wawanko. Something Wawanko. I have to pull it out. I have to find it. You might appreciate that album because it's just funky Latin and it's boogaloo. It's just, and he does cool covers of A Taste of Honey. I mean, it's just sometimes when these guys if they do it right, it sounds pretty good. You can't deny it. It just gets in you. Yeah. So there you go.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take off.
All right, Felipe.
Right, Felipe.
Have a good night.
I'm about to take off too. I gotta.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think we wrap up, man.
John.
All right. Good night. Nice
Thanks for
talking to
joining
you,
us, buddy.
Thank you so much for
All
coming,
right.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later.
All right, see you later.
Later, everybody.
Bye bye.